I wish I was there.
Definitely looks wonderful, beautiful, old and majestic.
That's right, and it was actually founded during the reign of King Magnus VI in the 13th century.
Very fitting, very fitting. We'll see if King Magnus can make his mark here at the monastery
Make a
today.
little bit of a comeback.
A little bit of a comeback.
So I'm Jennifer Shahade. This is Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez. And we are going to take a look at the rankings after 3 rounds of this first event on the Grand Chess Tour. 2 players tied for the lead, Vasilin Topalov and Hikaru Nakamura. Just half a point behind, we've got Anish Giri, the youngster of the field. The 3 players with even scores, but all got there in very different ways. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Fabiano Caruana, and Viswanathan Anand. And we've got a few players with 1 point, Hammer, Aronian, and Grishuk. And our big surprise, King Magnus in the basement.
After 3 rounds, it's almost inconceivable that King Magnus would actually be with only half a point. But this is the situation that we see ourselves in. He was unable to convert a beautiful win yesterday against Anish Giri, and he got very unlucky. Well, perhaps not unlucky. He should blame himself for losing on time against Topalov, also in a winning position. While in the second game, he simply had a bad game against Fabiano Caruana, who defeated him in good style.
That's right. Will this new location make things better for Magnus? Well, Maurice has his thoughts and the key pairings of today.
Well, we're out of monastery, so it should be pensive, calm meditation, but not on this chessboard. There will be blood on the board today as the players try to bring their fighting game in this round 4, the round before the rest day. Usually the players go all out knowing that they will have a break tomorrow. Well, let's see the matchups of the day. Well, this one is a world championship matchup. Viswanathan Anand, having lost his title recently to Magnus Carlsen, this one should be fireworks on the board as Anand, having drawn 3 games, looks to win today. And of course, Magnus needs a win if he's going to get back into this competition, because otherwise he may just not have enough time to catch up with the leaders. In the second matchup, we have Fabiano Caruana losing a horrible game yesterday after starting out brilliantly. And Vachier-Lagrave can say the exact same thing. These 2 players trying to forget the misfortune of yesterday and play a better game today in round 4. And in our third matchup, we have Alexander Grishuk, who so far is still trying to get himself into the competition. He has 2 draws, and so does Hammer. They have gotten here virtually the exact same way. And both of them are thinking, you know what, maybe this guy could be a victim, probably one of the easier pairings they will see, if there are any easy pairings in this tournament. And in our fourth matchup, one of our leaders, Vasilin Topalov, he can just count his lucky stars, because the first game he won against Magnus when Magnus flagged, and then the third game he won when his opponent, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, just gifted him the point. So he's sitting pretty at the top. He'll try to see if his luck continues against a very solid Levon Aronian, who has not been playing well so far in the competition. And in our key matchup of the day, the youngster Anish Giri, always bubbly, always effervescent. He's got 2 points. He survived against Magnus Carlsen yesterday, so he's got to be feeling good now with the white pieces, trying to leapfrog Hikaru Nakamura, who's probably playing the best of anyone in the competition, although he got a fortunate game yesterday when Caruana really made a bad move. Expect these 2 to fight to try to solidify their position in the field here in round 4 of Norway Chess 2015.
Definitely some key matchups today, and I'm going to be looking forward to this Giri versus Nakamura game. I think it's going to be key to the standings. Giri, if he wins, he leapfrogs into over Nakamura. Would depend on Topalov if he's still leading the tournament, but I think it's going to be an excellent fight. I think Giri's going to definitely be looking for blood. He wants to win one of these big events. He hasn't really played to lead in any of these tournaments that he's played, even though he's such a top player. So we're going to be seeing if he can actually take the first leg of the Grand Chess Tour. To do that, he needs to overcome Hikaru Nakamura.
Indeed, and we've got some interesting comments coming in from Twitter. This one is a good one by the fantastic photojournalist David Yada. He said that counting 2 editions of Norway Chess plus the Tromsø Olympiad, Magnus has lost 28 ELO points when playing in home soil.
Definitely there's some people that have problems playing in home turf. It's supposed to be a home side advantage in some cases, but actually it tends to backfire many kinds. And for Magnus, this is very, very true. He's not really performed well in Norway. 28 ELO points is not that much for him, considering that any loss that he suffers is already a lot of rating because everybody's so far behind him in the standings. But still, 28 rating points it's quite a bit.
Yeah, do you think that could just be coincidence?
Coincidence? Well, that's one way of looking at things, but who knows? Maybe the pressure of actually playing in Norway is felt, and we have to understand that in Norway, Carlsen is a public figure. He walks down the street, people recognize him, you can see him on billboards everywhere. There's commercials that feature Magnus Carlsen. The kids you can see love him. So it's clear that Magnus Carlsen is under some pressure. If this is coincidence or not, well, that's not entirely clear, but you could draw some conclusions.
Yeah, as humans, we really love to try to find patterns. Sometimes they really exist, and sometimes it's just us trying to make them.
That's true. We'll see if Magnus Carlsen is able to...
Magnus is telling him to play F3.
F3.
G4.
Well, it seems like E4. Magnus Carlsen seems content with that. And I believe...
Good job, kid.
I believe the games are started. So actually, Vishy didn't play the move. So usually they take it back and they go and forward again, but it seems like E4 will stand and we have the first few moves.
Even if they're playing the same move, they usually take it back and play it again.
That's correct. Simply
Yeah.
because, well, sometimes the game doesn't start immediately, so they don't want to give out the information.
Right, because also it's just like, if he wins brilliantly now, it's not completely his work.
And this is perhaps the least surprising few moves of the round. We're going to have a Spanish in the Viswanathan Anand versus Magnus Carlsen game. But luckily,
no Berlin.
We will not have a Berlin. We have the A6 move 3.
You say luckily, but I feel like Berlin gets a bit of a bad rap. I mean, that Fabiano game was pretty cool.
The Fabiano game was
beautiful.
absolutely very good, but I think that was mainly due to the fact that Magnus Carlsen made a huge mistake, blundered a key move in that position that cost him basically his structure and the game eventually. Whereas I think that when he plays the Berlin a little bit better, it tends to longer, drier games. So we're going to have to see.
So you think it's the exception that proves the rule?
Yeah, I can go with that. Here we're going to have to see a close Spanish after Magnus played the move bishop e7. Of course, another way of playing is like Nakamura plays with b5 and bishop c5 very quickly. There's a million ways of playing this position. It's been seen for decades and decades. But we're going to have to see the move d3, which is a very modern approach to these positions. The move rook e1 had been played exclusively for, I think, most of chess history, and it's only recently that this move d3, which looks pretty natural, has been taken seriously as an alternative to rook e1. The reason for d3 as opposed to rook e1 is to allow a little bit of faster development, but it seems that it goes against the spirit of the Spanish in the sense that when you play rook e1, you're not able to play the quick you're able to play the quick c3, d4, establishing a strong pawn center. Since you played the move
right,
d3...
depending on how they develop.
Right, exactly. Depending on how they develop, this is what you want to do, but generally, if they let you, you'll do it. And in most variations of the Spanish, you do go c3, d4. But when you play d3, you're confining yourself a little bit to your own space. You're not being as aggressive. You're putting the pawn on d3, making your structure a little bit solid. And there are several ways of dealing with this situation. The most common are b5, bishop b3, followed by a very quick d6 in order to meet the move a4, targeting the queenside pawns with the move bishop d7, able to defend the rook with the queen. If instead of d6 I castle immediately, the move a4 becomes a little trickier because when the pawn structure here is like this, you don't want to put the bishop on b7 as it gets very easily locked out of the game. This pawn structure in the center simply constrains the bishop.
Right, we saw that in some other games.
In the Giri game, we had a similar situation
with the pawn
on d5. Absolutely. The bishop was just bane of black's
really
existence.
Really yeah.
Yes, absolutely. But we're going to see the other approach to this position. Magnus Carlsen played the move d6, which is more solid. But again, it takes less space, so it's not as aggressive. It's not as challenging in some ways for white in order to develop. After the moves, we're going to just update the board. After d6, c3 was played, castles, knight bd2, rook e8. This is an ultra solid approach from Magnus Carlsen. Very quiet, very positional, rather slow. We're going to see how Vishy Anand decides to set up his pieces, but this will be along the lines of a very typical Ruy Lopez with the move d3 instead of the usual c3, d4.
And we have the day of the Spanish in our other key matchup with Giri and Nakamura. We also have Ruy Lopez. I guess it's fitting that we're playing in a monastery, a opening.
That's correct.
With religious background.
Ruy Lopez was indeed actually was he a monk?
A priest.
A priest at the Spanish monastery when he was thinking about this opening, and he produced one of the first manuscripts on it. And this was a long time ago.
Yeah, 16th century.
16th century. Not as old as the monastery they're playing in right now, though.
Yeah, a few hundred-year difference. Wow, it's crazy. I mean, that place looks beautiful.
Absolutely, it's breathtaking. Norway, a beautiful place to visit. And we're going to have to see how Nakamura handled his Spanish. We were just talking about how in this position, I said, well, Nakamura likes to play an early b5, bishop c5. And lo and behold, we have it right now, b5, bishop b3, bishop c5. True to his style, a little bit more of an aggressive way of playing this Ruy Lopez, challenging white to establish a strong pawn center with a tempo against the bishop on c5. After d6, Giri played first the move a4, rook b8, d4, bishop b6. And we saw Topalov play something similar against Nakamura earlier in the tournament, but Giri is going to play the other plan in the position, which is a quick knight to a3, attacking this pawn on b5, which is surprisingly difficult to defend. You don't want to normally play the move b4 because it allows this knight to go to c4, further pressuring this pawn on e5 and attacking the bishop on b6. Kind of an unpleasant trick. So instead, most black players here just give up the pawn, which seems silly, but they simply don't defend it. After castles, a takes b5, a takes b5, knight takes b5, bishop g4. The point would be that the quick development of the bishop combined with the problems that white currently has with defending his center give black at least enough compensation. There usually are a lot of tricks that allow black, if not to regain the pawn, to at least get enough compensation for it. And we have very, very interesting battles in this types of position. Still very theoretical, and later we'll have Maurice Ashley with the commentary on the position that eventually arises because we're still well inside theory.
Another key opening today that really intrigues me is Fabiano Caruana versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Just last round, these two were leading the tournament.
Absolutely.
So
you thought that they started amazing. Caruana with a nice defense against Anand and a novelty, and then crushing Magnus Carlsen, and then, well, things happen.
And we have Maurice Ashley with his thoughts on that opening.
Well, they are revisiting a war they had earlier this year. In Tata Steel, they played with the exact same colors, Caruana with white, Vachier-Lagrave with black. They played the Najdorf. Caruana played the G3 Sicilian, and in that game, he lost. Vachier-Lagrave beat him a beautiful game. You should revisit that game from Tata Steel. And in this position, Caruana said, let's go back there and let's see if you can handle me this time. I'm seeking revenge. And in that position, in Tata Steel, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave played this move, knight b to d7, and then the move that followed was a4, clamping down on the queen side. This time he said, no dice. I'm not letting you do that. I'm going to play b5 and stop that move. And it seems as though he has surprised his opponent somewhat, spent a little bit of time, did Fabiano, before making his move. But it's interesting, these theoretical battles, when a player loses, especially with the white pieces, you're going to say, no way in the world that's going to happen again. Let's go back there. And they are in that tussle right now. So it should be a very interesting game in this. We always love to see the Najdorfs. Guys?
It's interesting that the Najdorf has taken in such a different approach in the last few years. I think, especially in the late 80s, this ideas of going for the poison pawns, for the very aggressive sacrifices, they were the nighters of the everyday. And nowadays we see this move h3 gain a huge amount of popularity. And it seems like a move that doesn't do much. It's hard to explain sometimes to my students why play h3 when you could have developed pieces. But it's a very deep idea. The control over the point on g4 tends to be very important, especially after the move e5, since after knight d2 we already see that white wants to play g4, g5, kick out the knight from f6 in order to have the beautiful square knight to d5. And chess has made a lot of progress. Nowadays the main line against h3 is h5. Simply hard countering it. You are not allowed to play the move g4, and it's a very interesting theoretical battle. After g3, bishop e6, bishop g2, we've had a lot of grandmaster games in this system, and still it's unclear who this variation favors.
It's true because there's so many ultra-aggressive ways to play against an Najdorf. Queenside castles, go for mate, and this is more of a, let's control d5.
It's definitely
And
a very positional struggle. And stylistically, it makes a lot of sense because, as you just mentioned, you can opposite castle and try to kill your opponent in 20 moves. But, well, your opponent's playing the Najdorf. He expects that. He wants that. He wants that battle going from the beginning. He wants those explosions and those fireworks. He's okay with that. And then you throw him a curveball. He's like, no, I'm okay with the positional struggle. Let's play it slow. Let's just play for pieces. Let's play for weaknesses. And here, even though MVL is, of course, proficient in both, for some Najdorf players it becomes uncomfortable to have to face these kind of positional struggles.
That's right, and the inclusion of these moves h3 and h5, that has to benefit white.
In some cases it does, and in some cases it doesn't. Even though the pawn on h5 seems weak, usually black can castle without too many problems. And on the other hand, because of the inability to play g4, white feels a little cramped on the king side, and he's not able to play the move f4 as easily as he sometimes wants, because it can be met by h4, and also because taking with the pawn leaves further weaknesses. So it's actually not necessarily beneficial for white, but it does seem optically that the pawn on h5 isn't coordinating with the rest of the pieces.
So I'm excited about this game. I think that this one, we see a lot of imbalances. Both players, they're ready to try to get back into the winner's circle.
No, and I think Caruana has a lot to prove in this game. He played horribly yesterday.
And fabulously in round two.
Fabulously in round two, horribly yesterday. He wants to get his form back, and especially because he chose this opening. This is the opening MVL beat him only a few months ago in an extremely important tournament. So he's saying, hey, I'm here, I'm going to regain my form against the guy that beat me so badly in this particular opening. That's pretty cool.
So that's a big game to watch. I think we've got those three games. And then what about Topalov versus Aronian?
Absolutely.
Let's
one
take
of the
a look at
key
that game.
matches
Also very
today.
important.
We're going to see Topalov play we're going to go into a Ragozin position, which arose after the moves. And there's a lot of subtleties in this move order. Sometimes you just skip through the first few moves, but actually they started off as perhaps a Ninsu Indian, perhaps a Queen's Indian. Knight f3 was played. He said, okay, let's switch it back into a Queen's Gambit declined. Topalov has a lot of choices here. He can play g3, which is a Catalan. He can play bishop g5, which is a little bit of a weird opening, or the more natural knight c3. And again, Aronian here with so many choices. c6, it was Topalov's choice in this position yesterday against MVL. Bishop e7 is the very traditional way of playing this position. D takes c4 leads into the very sharp Vienna lines, but of course the Ragozin is the line currently in fashion. It's what everybody's playing, it's what the top grandmasters are looking at, and it's been the battleground in the last few months of this exact position. Bishop g5 remains one of the most common ways of playing. Other attempts here for an advantage have been queen b3 and c takes d5. In the top level, although pretty much every move has been tried, including the move queen a4 check, trying to see if your opponent forgets that he must develop the knight in order to keep the defense on the bishop. After bishop g5, h6, bishop takes, queen a4 check was played anyway, The idea is that it forces knight c6.
Right,
And
and a lot of d4 openings, we want to be able to expand with c5 at some point.
precisely, very well said. The pawn on c7 wants to go to c5, break that central structure, but we're not going to allow it. We're going to put our queen in a slightly awkward place in order to block black from playing c7 to c5. And actually, this precise opening was seen in the game also from Vikings and the Tata Steel tournament that's played in Holland every January, in the game between Magnus Carlsen as white against Levon Aronian being black. And that was a very famous game because it seemed like Magnus didn't have to do anything and Aronian collapsed. Interestingly, then Aronian tried to use it against Anand, and that game was a complete disaster. Anand was winning beautifully, played a great game with black, and then blundered a brilliant counterattack from Aronian. So it's been good for the white side, even though one was lucky, but we're going to have a different approach altogether. Usually black retreats the bishop to d6 at some point and then plays for the e5 break, but Aronian is going to play bishop takes c3, voluntarily giving up the bishop for the knight. So after pawn takes c3, rook fd8, he finds himself in a position where he's definitely down on space. We can see this central structure for white being very annoying. It controls so many squares. We also have this open file for white's rook, and it seems that maybe white's a little bit to be preferred, a little bit more pleasant, but on the other hand, black is extremely solid.
Yeah, that whole configuration with the bishop on e8.
I mean, bishop on e8 is just the type of move that says, I'm here, come get me. I'm not going to go anywhere. This is solid chess. I'm going to stand my ground. Nobody's going to create any weaknesses. You're not going to be able to penetrate. This is going to be a draw if you don't do anything crazy. So we're going to see how Topalov tries to put pressure on Aronian's position, even though by the speed of the moves, it's clear that Aronian's still in his preparation. And that
now
he's
it's
analyzed.
Topalov that's thinking.
Right, it's Topalov that's thinking. And this is not a very sharp position. It's probably going to involve a lot of maneuvering. But the fact that Aronian knows more or less what's going on in the position and that he knows where to put his pieces, it should give him some peace of mind at the moment. I think he'll be happy with the fact that he's able to reveal this bishop takes c3 idea, which I am not familiar with at all.
I agree. I've got to give Aronian the thumbs up in the opening so far today.
Yeah, it's a little bit, even though his position may be objectively unpleasant, I think that because he has the knowledge of how to do the breaks and the piece placements, he might be okay.
Whereas in Giri Nakamura, I have no idea what to say about that opening. I mean, do you like the way that this is materialized for Giri?
After e takes d4, c takes d4, it seems like both players are playing pretty quickly, but Giri playing faster. E takes f6 was
I mean, this
played.
position is just so imbalanced.
It's very imbalanced. Remember, the black's still down 2 pawns right now, but I'm going to assume that he's going to take on f6, so he'll only be down 1. And there's a lot of pressure, actually, in this position for black after queen takes f6, which seems like the most natural move.
So as it turns out, the marshal is not the only way to sacrifice a pawn in the Ruy Lopez.
Oh, no. There's about 1 bazillion ways of sacrificing a pawn in the Ruy Lopez.
It's natural because black tends to have an edge in development in the Ruy Lopez.
Absolutely, and I think that a lot of amateurs are scared of playing the Ruy Lopez when they're young or when they're a little lazy because they always feel like they're falling for one of black's pet lines. But at the top level, everybody's playing the Spanish, and there's a reason for it. It's by far the strongest way of meeting e4, e5. It's the most testing, and it doesn't matter what sacrifice black throws at you. You just got to be prepared.
Yeah, I had a coach once who told me everybody comes to the Ruy Lopez eventually, so you might as well start now.
Mm-hmm.
Maurice, what are your thoughts on this game?
Well, this is theoretical battle par excellence because these guys are going straight for a position that was played earlier this year. And guess who played it? Nakamura's countrymen, the young Sam Shanklin and Sam Seirawan in Tata Steel, as a matter of fact, earlier this year. So it looks like a lot of theory from Tata Steel is being revisited here in this tournament. In this position, Sam played the move Rook A3 for the first time. It had never been tried before, at least not in the databases I could find. And The move f6 is exactly what Seirawan did in response, and the game proceeded takes, and then queen takes on f6, and the pressure on this knight was just ignored with the move knight to c3 by Shankland. The game continued. Knight takes, pawn takes on c3, allowing his structure to be shattered here, going into an endgame, and after rook takes on f3, bishop to e3, and Sam tried to prove that his bishop on c2 was superior to this knight on c6. He did have a slight edge in that game. The game ended up in a draw, but maybe Giri has seen the game, thought about it, thinks he has a few new wrinkles, and has decided to go down this route to try to prove an advantage against Nakamura. Guys?
No doubt that Giri saw that game. He wasn't playing in the same section. Sam Shankland was playing against Sam Seirawan on Group B, but they're next to each other, right? Group A and Group B in Tata Steel. So he was definitely walking around seeing the new ideas in the neighborhood, and if he thinks that this is promising for White, maybe he added a couple of wrinkles to this interesting idea, and he might get an opening advantage against Nakamura. That would be a great start for his game. Actually, even that endgame seemed a little unpleasant for Black. Let's just revisit it real quick. After queen takes f6, this interesting move, knight c3, a little unnatural, but at the same time, hey, you're getting rid of the central pressure, forcing pretty much bishop takes f3, and after the trade of everything on this square, I believe that knight takes c3 was played first, and then rook takes f3. Yeah, this pair of bishops is more powerful than Black's pieces. Also, this bishop on b6 I don't like too much.
Neither the knight on c6 for the moment.
The knight on c6 isn't doing anything, especially after the move bishop b3, although bishop b3 might be unnecessary. It does seem like White should have a little edge here, and importantly, a riskless edge. Like, you can't lose this position if you play decently. It's just all White trying to get a little bit of pressure with that pair of bishop advantage.
And more recently, the only game we haven't looked at so far between Grishuk and Hammer.
Well, I'm going to have you look at this position really quickly and tell me how many times has this knight on g1 moved? And you'd say, of course, it hasn't moved yet. But guess what? It has already moved twice. I'm sure you've never seen anything like this before. Check this out. The game from this position, bishop to e7, a standard English, no problem. We're expecting some normal move. And Grishuk decided to play knight to h3, maybe preparing f4. Not clear exactly why the knight is on that unusual square. And Hammer decided to play g5, insisting the knight will have no future whatsoever, and also potentially challenging it with the move g4. And what did Grishuk do? Knight g1? Wow. It's kind of crazy chess. And what did Hammer decide? I'm coming to get you, h5. A crazy start already, only 8 moves in. I'm sure this is no way a theoretical position. We got to keep our eye on this one, guys, because it's going to be completely wild. And if he stays true to form, Grishuk will be in time pressure in this game as well. Guys?
I like the way that Hammer plays. He's the lowest rated player by a long shot in this event, and yet he's playing Grishuk's 2781, very strong Russian player, and he says, why did you play this weird move knight h3? I'm going to play my own weird move, g5. I'm going to get you. I'm Black. I don't care. I'm playing for the initiative because I can. You gave me this small chance to do so. Why not? g5 and h5 for move 8. This is not something I see every day in the English. Definitely this knight on h3 going back to g1. Crazy stuff.
Hammer time.
It's definitely Hammer time. I don't know how good this plan is
Push
for Black.
and pray.
Yeah. Something along those lines. Very. Yes. I don't know. I still like White in this kind of positions because I don't believe in the throwing your pawns forward approach, but I'm more of a conservative when it comes to playing openings. But I like it. g5, h5. It really reminds me of Rapport's approach to an opening. I think that I saw him play a tournament in Reykjavik. Rapport, a young Hungarian 2700, very talented player, started the game knight f3, then very normal e6 move, and then after g3 he played g5. I looked at the position like, what? And the opponent tanked forever, and actually Black won this game. Not necessarily because of the opening, but he ended up
Maybe
winning.
partly because of the time advantage.
Maybe it was partially because of the time advantage. The thing that strikes me as interesting is that Hammer played g5. And if I can see correctly, Grischuk took almost no time and played knight g1. Like, yeah, this is part of my prep, knight h3, g5,
Well,
knight
especially for
g1.
somebody who usually tags.
Right, exactly. Grischuk would normally just tank in that position. He would think for like 40 minutes about the complexities of g5 before deciding what to do. And this time he just grabbed his knight, put it back to his initial square.
Maybe he thought this was the time to get rid of that time pressure addiction.
Well, it has to happen at some point.
Maurice, your thoughts?
But as I try to wrap my brain around this position, Alejandro, doesn't it look as though it's a reverse dragon? I mean, clearly the English is a reverse Sicilian, but this looks like a reverse dragon where white would be playing aggressively in the position, right? Because if you look at it, in this position, white has played 1, 2, 4 moves. He's played 4 moves. Black has played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, this knight went a whole circuit. So, but let's just call it the 5th move. It seems like Black's the one with the initiative. After knight c6 and bishop to e6, if you reverse colors and take a look at it, it looks quite normal. I don't see anything wrong with the position if you had the white pieces. If white were playing just this way and black down this tempo with the knight on h3 and the knight on g1, given these 2 moves, knight out and bishop out, it seems like a perfectly fine way to play. It seems like a typically aggressive way to play the white pieces against black if black played a dragon this way, especially considering that white has just forfeited 2 tempi by playing knight h3 to g1.
It definitely reminds me of another game from Grischuk that we saw in this tournament, actually his game against Levon Aronian, in which after the game was over, Aronian gave an interview and he was thinking about the position and he said, yeah, I just forgot that I looked at this position with colors reversed. And then I remembered I was down a tempo. And then everything started to go pretty badly for Aronian until he found some interesting resources in that game. So you're absolutely right. The more I look at it, yeah, this is a dragon. Why not go g5, h5? That's what you do in the dragon, right? What is white going to do? Castle long in this position? That's not going to happen. How is Grischuk going to get rid of the pressure here accumulating on the king's side if he doesn't break in the center? But how is he going to do that?
To me, it seems very logical what Hammer has done to just make these 2 moves look ridiculous. Getting knight h3 and knight back to g1, that just looks silly. If he could just play knight c6 and bishop e6, there are no central breaks for black. Normal demonstration, that is for white. Now, playing black, just nothing you can do to refute the setup. At least I don't see anything you can do that's natural in the middle of the board. And if you can't do anything, what are white's next moves? I mean, what does white do now? Knight f3? That's silly. Bishop, maybe you can play bishop e3. Let's try bishop e3, knight out to c6. I don't know if you're going to take this knight, but I'm going to put my bishop on e6, and I'm just going to play chess. I don't see how this is bad for black at all. I think that he just played very logically, and Grischuk has just frittered away his opening edge with the white pieces.
For some reason, I also want to go a little crazy here. If I was Grischuk, can I play the move h4? Say, you're expanding on the king side, I can do that too. And if you take on h4, I'm just going to sacrifice this pawn. Take on h4, bishop takes h4. I would love to play this queen a4 check, forking the king and the bishop. Unfortunately, this annoying knight on b6 is going to prevent that. So I'm going to just play knight f6, knight f3, double attack on the e5 pawn and the h4 bishop. I think you have to retreat to f6, and perhaps I continue with knight e4, and I'm just putting some pressure, developing my pieces. I'm down a pawn, but I don't care because, well, it's Grischuk and this position's crazy. So let's stop counting pawns.
That's a lot to think about for him. This position after h4, can you imagine? Incite g5 and h5 by playing knight h3, knight g1 so that you can play the move h4 and hope everything is okay. By the way, he doesn't have to capture. He could also play the move g4 and solidify himself on this side, pretend there are no weaknesses here, and then again do the same thing, develop. Imagine him castling long. Can you imagine? This position doesn't make any sense, but if you think of it as a reverse position, then knight c6, bishop e6, queen d7, and castles long, and then f5, f4 would be the play in this game. Crazy position for sure. Grischuk's going to have to pay careful attention. And also, by the way, he has to be careful because if he moves his pieces away, there could be a sacrifice of a piece on h4 as well. So where does this king plan to live? I don't think this is going to end up being bad for black. Maybe it's only equal, in theoretical land or in computer land, but certainly as far as humans are concerned, a very comfortable position for black. And you can see Hammer's walking away, strolling around the monastery.
A very interesting position. And I like the approach that this game is taken, despite the fact that a lot of times I tell my students one of the best ways of learning chess and getting better is to look at grandmaster games and learning how they play and what their styles are, what the ideas of the openings are. And then these guys play this game, and I realize I can't tell them to just watch any grandmaster game. I think I have to select a small few.
Who would you pick?
For like style of like who, I'm going to have to go with Carlsen. He's actually not only the strongest player in the world, but his games are always very solid, very natural. They all make sense. It's very rare that you see him do stuff like this, like knight h3, knight g1, or throw pawns on the king side because he felt like it. Usually he's a very calm player that makes positionally sound decisions.
So also more classical.
Definitely more classical. Also Vishy Anand, I think, is one of the more classical players. Even though he has a lot of crazy Sicilians, they're more positionally based, I would say, than this type of games.
So I wish if I were white here that I could get d4 in. I'm trying to figure out ways to try to play d4 and knight b5, but nothing seems to be quite working.
Right. Ideally, in most Sicilians, especially in the Dragon, if you can get in the d4 break, you're in very good shape. The problem here is actually how are you going to accomplish this? You don't have enough control right now. The move knight f3 doesn't actually add control onto the d4 square because you always have to be worried about g4.
And if we play bishop e3, you can just go knight c6.
Right, and then the question becomes, as Maurice said, do you actually want to trade on c6? Which would, again, change the character of the position. Black's pawn structure completely shattered all over the board. But look at white's position on the king side, full of white's light squared holes that you just can't cover. This is going to be very interesting.
Be pretty reluctant to take that knight.
I'm actually the kind of player that doesn't mind, but it's a very interesting type of position. We're going to have to see if Grischuk does want to go for anything like this.
And even if we play h4, g4, d4, takes knight b5, I was coming up short there.
You were trying to just sacrifice a pawn.
Yeah, just because now we have the bishop coming to f4 as well, but...
Right, but there seems like there's still some issues here to resolve. The problem with ever putting, for example, after, let's play c5, I guess?
Yeah, probably c5.
c5 just to defend the pawn. The problem is that any time that you put the bishop on f4, you have to watch out for a future knight d5. I can't play it immediately because bishop takes, queen takes, runs into this ugly fork. But after the more logical...
Just knight a6.
Knight
yeah, that's
a6,
always the problem, right?
You're defending the position on c7, and I don't think you have any real problems. You're just up a pawn.
Exactly, that's the issue. I mean, there's still stuff to check here, but it doesn't look like anything's leading to anything.
No, here, of course, white's checking every variation that he can to open up the position with d4. Crazy stuff from the beginning, but I don't think it quite works yet.
Yeah, it's annoying how that knight on b8 seems like it's bad that it's undeveloped, but sometimes it can be useful because it can choose between a6 and c6.
Right, it has also some defensive purposes. I'm sure that if given the choice, Hammer would develop it, but it's still on b8, which gives it the ability to go to a8 in certain variations. Sorry, a6.
a6, yeah, defending c7, which is kind of a key point.
Mm-hmm.
So we can get d4, but yeah, we'll keep a close eye on this. Even though it's not that relevant for the standings, the position itself is fascinating.
Oh, I think that remember that every game here is relevant for the standings. Maybe not for the top standings of the tournament, but it's a big difference between being in the middle of the table and the bottom of the table
for the Grand
Chess Tour standings. So we're definitely going to be taking a look at how Grischuk does there.
Now, how about Giri Nakamura? Maurice has some thoughts on that game.
Oh, perfect.
Well, Giri is following the youngster Sam Shanklin's play from Tata Steel. He did play the move knight to c3 after we saw the trade on f6, queen f6, knight c3. This position gets calm quickly, but is explosive, at least in this moment. If you take a look, Black could play the move knight takes d4. Well, I say could, it's legal, but it's bad. Knight takes d4, look how crazy this position is. And White has only one move, but it's plenty good enough. Ignoring the pin, ignoring the threat to his knight, and playing knight takes on d5. attacking the queen. Now, it looks like way too complicated tactics, but you know these guys have worked it all out already with computers at home. The point is that the queen's under attack, and so is this knight on e4. If you start by playing knight takes, well, simply pawn takes. That's the reason for this rook sitting on a3, guarding this pawn on this square, so no worries there. If you capture, your queen's hanging, your pieces are hanging, that's not a good line at all. So after, again, knight c3, knight takes d4, knight takes on d5, where can you put the queen? Well, maybe you can play queen e6, guarding this knight here on e4 and attacking the knight on d5. Unfortunately, that runs into knight takes d4, unpinning, well, allowing your queen to be captured, but of course, you're hitting the black queen as well. You can work out all the variations. The problem for black is that after the move, queen takes d5, white could just simply play queen takes g4, and that's it. The knight on e4 is hanging. You don't have time to take back on this square d4, and that's it. He's just up a piece. All variations work here. As a matter of fact, white could even play this move, ignoring his queen under attack, play bishop to b3, pinning black's queen, and if bishop takes, then just take with check, king moves, and then I'll just gobble this knight on e4, and this bishop is hanging after bishop takes, rook takes, thank you very much, and we're just up a piece. All these complicated lines, you say, wow, they have to calculate all those variations. No, it's already been done at home by the engines, so that limits his play dramatically here. After the move knight to c3, we should expect at some point for Nakamura to just trade on c3. It's a bit surprising that he has not played it already. I mean, after all, this game was played in Tata Steel. This is his preparation. Is he looking for some tactics now? There's no way he could be looking around now because nothing else really works. Looking for a move after knight c3. There are other possibilities he could go into that are a little bit weird for him. Moves like knight f2 are on tap. But again, this is something he would have worked out at home, so it's surprising that he's taking this long, trying to decide on his move.
Actually, I tend to disagree with you on the fact that he has all this worked out, because definitely he would have played it, I think. I think he simply did not see this game, and even though Nakamura, #2 player in the world in the live rating list, I mean, they're human. They miss stuff. They can't keep up with absolutely every single game, and either he forgot or he has not seen the game between Sam Sevian and Sam Shankland. I think Shankland was actually white in that game. It's a game that between two grandmasters, not top grandmasters yet, probably both on their way there.
But on the other hand, Nakamura and Shankland are friends.
Friends is an interesting word.
Oh, that's what I heard.
Well, perhaps they are friendly, but I don't think that they work together.
Oh, no.
Which is
I meant friendly.
Right, but precisely because they're friendly, they don't share any chess knowledge as far as I'm concerned. I know that Sam Shankland has worked. I'm not so sure if he's still working with him, but he works with one of the players in this tournament, actually, John Ludwig Hammer.
Oh, they're friends.
They're very good friends, and they do have a lot of analysis together. But I don't know that Nakamura has actually seen this position, and if he has seen it, it's definitely not from Sam himself.
Well, apparently the best at seeing all the games is Fabiano Caruana. That's what I heard, that he's like really very diligent.
Actually, I heard the same from Vichy Anand. I was talking to Gilberto Hernandez, one of the grandmasters from Mexico, who had the pleasure of working with Vichy a little bit in the early 2000s. And he told me that during one of the training sessions, it was Monday morning, and Vichy was just eating breakfast, and he had his laptop out, which was unusual for him, and he asked him, what are you reading? It's early in the morning. He said, well, I just downloaded the Week in Chess. Back in the day, the only way of getting the latest games that just happened that week. And he would sit down, it was about 2,000 or 3,000 games, and he would look at every single one. It didn't take him long. He would decide, oh, this is trash, but he would at least glance at it. And then he would move on to the next one, and the next one, and the next one. So if it happened, he knew about it.
Mm-hmm. Maurice.
Yeah, I hear you say that, Alejandro, but Nakamura did play this position on purpose. He had this as white against Kasimdzhanov last year, and he won the game, but Kasimdzhanov played quite differently from this move that he played in this position. He played the move d5. This move has only been played 9 times. He's seen all 9 games, or at least he ought to have if he walked into this line, and he played it very quickly. And then after e5, knight e4, this exact position has only been seen 5 times. 5 times. So if he plans E5, he knows E5 is coming against D5. E5 94, he said, okay, so what are the 5 games that have been played in this line? And the most recent one, Rook A3. Shanklin versus Seirawan. There's no way he missed that game. If he prepared the way he did, he played a very concrete idea. The move D5 is not the only move in the position. Rook E8 is another move, according to the databases, both of them having been played 9 times according to this database we're using. And if he's seen this line, D5, he purposely went into it, he must have seen that game. I can't imagine. Now, the reality is he's got to prepare a lot of things. So maybe he forgot this particular game. But if he's willingly gone into D5, E5, 94, there's not much to remember. You've only seen 5 games in the line. And the other move that was played here was, there are actually 2 moves that were played here other than Rook A3. One is H3 attacking the bishop, and the other, if I remember correctly, is Bishop to E3. That's right. So Bishop to E3 is the other move, both moves being fine for black. So the alternative, Rook A3, Sam Shanklin's novelty, he must have seen it if he's willingly gone into the line with D5 at 94.
So the only question remaining is why he is tanking, but I agree with your evaluation. If he's playing this line so much, Rook A3 is the move to look at. Nakamura down on time significantly, almost 30 minutes, as he's taking quite a long think here after Knight C3.
And I think the visual feed is trying to catch up with the fact that he has actually moved, or maybe we are on his board position, because he did move in this position here. He did play exactly as Seirawan did. Knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes on F3, queen takes, queen takes, and it's here that we finally see a novelty. It's move 22. This is the nature of chess these days. 22 moves in before you see a new move. Bishop to E3 was the choice of Sam Shanklin. Geary has played the interesting king to G2, trying to eject the rook off of F3, and this is where Nakamura is now seeing a new position for the first time and wondering, king G2? That's the move that's supposed to upend this line? And he's trying to understand the wrinkles of it, and yes, we do have the exact position on the board there as he wonders what it is that made Geary so excited about playing exactly this position.
Well, I have to admit, I'll be pretty happy with this kind of position, especially because if I play the number 2 player in the world and I can press a little bit without any risk, well, that's pretty good.
Now we're going to take a little commercial and see some beautiful shots as well of the monastery in Norway.
Manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. At the world-renowned chess club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, St. Louis' status as the chess capital of the nation is on full display. With a welcoming environment and scholastic outreach program that works with over 100 schools, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
2014 was a great year for chess. Chess24 brought you live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses, ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos. Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. Chess24 is offering a special premium membership for just $9.99 per month or $99 per year. See you at chess24.com.
place must be one of the most beautiful places that these players have ever played in.
Right.
What's the most beautiful place you ever played in besides the Central West End in St. Louis?
Actually, the Central West End has been one of my favorites. I think as far as playing hall goes, Harpa in the Reykjavik Open, the beautiful concert hall they have there that looks at the Icelandic Sea. I mean, I thought it was just breathtaking. It was hard to play chess. You were just looking at the beautiful natural view. So I think that's definitely my first. But I've played in very, very lovely places around the world, and I have to say that they vary in shape and size, from tropical places to frozen, beautiful landscapes. I think I've seen my share of things.
Yeah, it's amazing how when you play chess, you're just playing on this little board, but you go all over the world, right?
Absolutely. You have to be a lover of world travel to be a professional chess player, as we see the Grand Chess Tour just encompassing the entire globe.
That's right. And Maurice?
I would have to agree with you on that location in Reykjavik. Definitely a beautiful opera house there, and it's, although when you play in the winter time, it is quite an experience. So with those winds howling off the Icelandic Sea there. Another place that I really enjoy playing in was in Bad Wiessee, Germany. Bad Wiessee has their annual tournament in November every year. They play in a river valley, and those mountains, the lake, it's incredible to have those surroundings. I remember playing with my good friend Josh Waitskin, and we would enjoy tossing around a football before the games. Just fresh air, a mountainside, can't be beat. Of course, there's so many great places to play chess. Hawaii comes to mind. Alejandro, you were there just recently. We had a ball there in Hawaii. It's hard to call. It's a great thing to be a chess player when you get to travel to these fantastic places and play chess.
All right, we'll see if they grab some inspiration from their surroundings, and we do think that today's games, they'll be quite interesting. I like the imbalances that we see in a lot of the boards, even though your computer might be saying they're equal. There's a very different kind of equal from just a boring, dull game. We have a lot of positions in which things can definitely happen. We do have a few moves in probably the most exciting game so far today, or the most difficult to explain at the very least. The game between Alexander Grischuk and John Ludwig Hammer, after the move h5, h3 was played. A very Grunfeld style of approach in which instead of allowing the move h4, white prevents it by playing the paradoxical h3. The idea is that if you do play h4, this pawn supports this advance, and now this is completely locked up. The king side is safe. It's not so easy for black to make progress.
You consider this a Grunfeld idea or a King's Indian idea? I feel like I've seen this in King's Indian.
I definitely see it more often in the Grunfeld, simply because the idea of pushing the h4 pawn has been so prevalent in the Grunfelds in the previous years, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Grunfeld learned it from the King's Indian. Of course, all these fianchetto type of positions, slightly related, taking ideas from each other.
Speaking of fianchetto positions, one thing that we're usually loath to do with this beautiful bishop on g2 is exchange it, but in this case, that's exactly what Grischuk decided to do, of course, creating a massive imbalance.
I'm one of those people, poor chess players, that were taught how to play the dragon as their first opening, and it's like ingrained in your brain how powerful this bishop, this fianchetto bishop is. And even I would say today, this bothers me. There was this game I was playing against Conrad Holt in the 2013 US Championship, the only game I lost in that event, and I played a Benko, one of my favorite openings that has a fianchetto bishop, and I thought I played it really well, and then suddenly I was worse, and I couldn't figure out what I did wrong. And it just happened that at a certain position, I had to give up my bishop in order to regain my pawn with a nice initiative. But the move didn't even occur to me. Why would I give up this beautiful bishop for a knight and a pawn? That's silly. Well, it was obviously the best move. I missed it, and I got, well, just basically down a pawn in the Benko without any compensation, ended up losing.
Hey, don't listen to this guy. Don't give up that bishop.
Don't give up the bishop.
Except Grischuk did it, so.
Grischuk did it. Grischuk did it. He played after knight c6, bishop takes c6, with the idea of shattering this pawn structure on the queen side, something that's going to collapse sooner or later. But the idea is that, hey, look at how many tempi white has developed. It's not many. He basically has a knight out on c3, and that's it. So after knight f3, f6, he's going to have a lot of problems trying to safeguard the king, to the point where this king on e1, I expect it to stay on e1 for a little bit. Perhaps it'll go to g2 with the long castling maneuver of king f1, king g2, but that's about as far as I think it could go. It's definitely not going to castle short as it normally does, and I don't think it'll castle long, even though in some crazy positions it might consider to do so. After the move bishop e3, usually white's playing for a blockade on the light squares. He needs to put as many pawns as he can on light squares in order to prevent this bishop on c8 from becoming a menace, as there is nothing that white has that can hold it back except a strong pawn structure. This will be an interesting game. It's something that I think creates a lot of imbalances. It's difficult for both sides to play. Black's the aggressor. He's definitely pushing forward for some kind of attack. He just needs to see how to execute it. He needs to develop quickly, and notice that his king also will have no, well, this is a strange arrow. This king will have no safety anywhere on the board. If it castles short, all his pawns are already moved forward. If it stays in the center, he's vulnerable to any kind of central breaks. And well, castling in the queen side seems suicidal, as not only his pawn structure shattered on that side of the board, it's also the side of the board where white's probably going to focus his attack on.
Meanwhile, in the Giri Nakamura game, the endgame you predicted has shown up on the board.
I think this endgame is quite pleasant for Giri. It's the pair of bishops. It's basically for free. I don't like this bishop on b6. The knight on c6 also lacks any good squares to go to. It would love to go to c4, but usually it's just going to get kicked out from there if I go like knight a5, knight c4. So I'm not entirely sure what black's plan is, whereas white seems to simply have to consolidate, kick out the rooks, use the bishop advantage to start putting pressure on both sides of the board, restrain your opponent's pieces, and it becomes uncomfortable for Nakamura to find moves. It's currently Giri thinking, as I guess he didn't expect the move rook bf8. I'm assuming it's not the top computer recommendation, which is what Giri looked at, but a very natural idea, and we're going to have to see if this actually
Materializes into something for Giri.
right, if he materializes into something for Giri.
If you had to bet a side, what would you bet here? Draw or wait for white?
I would say it depends on the players. With Carlsen being white, I think that this is a very Carlsen position. But with Giri being white, I still am not as familiar with his style. But I'm gonna give Giri a 50-50 between a draw and a win, and I can't see him ever losing this position outside of, forfeiting by time or a big blunder.
So Nakamura in great form here, we've seen, but how about his defensive form? It's going to be tested in this game.
It's definitely not something that he's known for, even though he has a lot of solid games lately. He's not known as like, wow, what a great passive defender he is. But we'll see if he can manage to do so in this position.
I'm sure he'll be very mad that you said that.
I'm sure that he's the best at everything. But I think that Aronian is more known as a player that can actually just hold down a position and don't do anything, just be solid. And it's precisely what Aronian is doing
That's
today.
why he's such a good bughouse player, especially with black.
Because you just can't beat him. It's just impossible. He is always safe. It looks like his king is completely wide open and it's safe. I just don't understand it. It's so frustrating. We see him playing against Topalov today, and he has this position that seems incredibly passive, and probably is, but he's just trying to say, hey, I'm going to not have any weaknesses. Look at this move, knight a5, not even allowing some kind of b6 weakness. He's like, no, I'm just going to put my knight here, defend everything. And Topalov has played the move queen b4, a very logical move, since if Aronian is forced to take on b4, something that he did do after pawn takes b4, knight to c6, I'm going to have the ability to pressure you on this file. So we're going to have to see if Topalov is on time to put enough pressure on the queen side. I think after rook fc1, already there's a little bit of pressure here in this position, but still no real weaknesses to attack.
Let's take a look at some live shots from the beautiful courtyard. I see Magnus's father, Henrik.
Henrik Carlsen, chess player himself, actually, in almost 2,000 strength.
Super nice guy.
Very down to earth, very nice guy.
Oh, we jinxed ourselves there. Wait, who is that? Is that I felt like I saw Matt Barrett, but I don't think that's him.
I don't think my Barrett is there.
I know there are some people, of course, from Spectrum Studios and Fat Champ.
Absolutely. We have some of our production crew over there live in Norway in this beautiful location today.
But they'd probably be on the other side of the camera.
Some of them. We'll see exactly what happens in today's games, but I think that this Arodian game is going to be the dullest of them all, and we're going to have to see how they continue. We actually should take a look at highest rated game of today, Anand against Carlsen. We haven't looked at it for a while.
Well, isn't the game that Carlsen's involved with always the highest rated?
I don't know
Unless
if he
he plays
played
against Hammer.
Hammer. I don't think that he would be the highest rated game, right? And even against MVL, I think that there might be
close
it might be very
Fabi.
close. If Fabi plays another 2800, then it might be very close. In this case, well, Anand and Carlsen easily the top-rated game of the day, and
Definitely the most number of world championships.
that's right actually. And after H3, Bishop B7 by a long shot actually.
Yeah.
A very long shot. Knight G3. We have a position that it seems like a normal Spanish. I think that if White ever decides to go D4, we'll just be transposing into some kind of Breyer or some kind of Bishop B7 position, Spanish. It's pretty common ideas. We're not going to be seeing anything new under the sun. But the strategic complexity of the Spanish, it's just by definition, it's a very rich position. So we're going to have to see how they handle it. White doesn't have to play D4 immediately because D4 will always grant Black the possibility of pressuring E4. So he might want to hold on to it for a little bit, or he might decide, hey, I don't care about your pressure, I'm going to play D4 and control the center.
But I predict a very high-quality game today. I think this opening suits both of their styles.
Right.
And we're going to see some real world championship chess.
Absolutely. One of the more common moves in this position is actually the move Knight B8, which is the typical idea in the Breyer Spanish, simply bringing the knight to play back into C5 and sometimes into E6 and sometimes all the way into F4. So we're going to see if this knight maneuvers around or stays in place. The knight on C6 probably one of the worst placed pieces for Black currently in this position.
You know, it's kind of interesting that we only have 3 world champions in this tournament.
Only 3? Only 3? Only 30% of the field?
But considering that it's like 9 of the top, it's like 5 of the top 10 players in the world, I feel like that's a little low.
I think it's basically been the domination of Anand and Carlsen in the past years. The only one else that's been a world champion has been Veselin Topalov.
But if you remove the concept of time,
the concept of time.
How many world champions do we really have?
Well, that is definitely up to debate because of the split that we had in the 90s. So it depends on your views. But I don't think any of the FIDE world champions would have been close to being invited.
No, I mean the concept of time in that, like, players here that haven't made world championship titles yet.
Oh, yes. You're looking, instead of the past, you're looking at the future. Definitely an interesting answer. We're going to have to see, even though there's many players here that have world championship potential, we're going to have to see which one of them can.
And how dominant Carlsen will be, that's a key.
Exactly. Sometimes we have players that are, so good, but Carlsen's still there. Can they beat him? That's going to be the question.
I'd definitely say at least one more, though.
At least one more? Who would be your prediction out of all of these players to become world champion? I mean, I can guess that it's going to be one of the Americans, but I want to hear the name.
Oh, God.
I'm making you choose. Vanilla or chocolate?
Fabiano.
Fabiano, you think? It's
because
possible.
he matches up a bit better against Carlsen.
Definitely.
But I don't know. It's a really tough pick.
It's definitely a tough road to get there because it's not only the fact that you're good against Carlsen, you have to actually win the candidates tournament.
Well, that's why I think that for the match, I might give a slight edge to Naka.
Of actually getting there?
Yeah, a little bit. Because he tends to have a bit more extreme results in general.
Yes, definitely more extreme results. He just needs one good candidates tournament to be able to win it, and then, boom, you're in. Definitely an interesting point. We're going to see how it develops, but definitely every player in this tournament has a decent chance. Giri is one of the most...
Oh, yeah, I'm ignoring the non-Americans.
The non-Americans, but okay, Giri is a very strong player in itself. Krzysztof has shown that he is an extremely potent player when he's on shape. He can beat anybody any day of the week. And, well, it's MVL, even though he's had a little bit of a dip in the past year, maybe a few months, he's still a very strong player. And well, Levon Aronian, I mean, only a year and a couple of months ago, everybody was screaming, this is the obvious contender for the World Championship match. So a lot of talent in this tournament, and maybe surprising, as you say, that only 30% of the field has been world champion.
Yeah, considering the number of rating points on it, We are getting set up with a very special guest right now. We've talked a little bit about all the initiative that the St. Louis Chess Club is doing, not just locally for Scholastic Chess, but also with the highest talent in the country.
Absolutely. We're going to have a very special guest, actually a neighbor of mine. So.
That's right. We've got Jeffrey Chang, who just beat his Grandmaster title by winning the Chicago Open in an absolute star-studded field. He's with Maurice Ashley.
I'm with Jeffrey Shung from Coppell, Texas, America's newest Grandmaster, at least Grandmaster-elect until he gets his title. Jeffrey, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Jeffrey, congratulations. How did it feel winning the Chicago Open with such a star-studded field and getting your GM title at the same time?
Well, it was very surprising for me because I didn't really have the best start, and I was really fortunate enough to be able to win the last two games. In the last round, my opponent really wanted to beat me, otherwise I think he could have held, so I was fortunate.
Well, fortunate, you got to still make good moves, right?
Yeah.
It's one thing to be fortunate. GM hunting you down is not easy to always defend. I saw you last year at the Millionaire Chess Open. You had a great start as well. What have you been doing to get better these days?
Well, I think I've fixed two main problems for me. One of them was that in the end of tournaments, I felt tired. So, for example, in the Millionaire Chess, after the first 3 rounds, I started playing worse. So, in Chicago, I definitely ended better. So that was helpful.
So what have you been doing? You been working out or eating your
Yeah.
Wheaties or what you been doing?
No, I've been walking in the neighborhood daily, so that really helps my fatigue.
Really? Wow, okay. What do you think about this tournament here? These guys, the big dogs playing. You got dreams about playing here one day?
Absolutely. I think it's a very interesting tournament and great for the promotion of chess. But yeah, it's been exciting, especially with the way everybody's playing here.
So do you dream, like when you sit home in bed and you're like, man, one day I'm gonna play with these guys? Like, you know, the way NBA kids are always dribbling the basketball, dream about being in the NBA. Do you see yourself at this level one day?
Yeah, of course. I have dreams like that.
You got a poster of Magnus Carlsen in your bedroom?
No, I don't.
You're here for the Rising Stars program. Tell us about that program.
It's a program sponsored by Rex Sinkfeld and KCF. Basically, it tries to promote the game of chess as well as locating the youngsters of chess and getting them to improve their level and compete at the top level.
So which are the youngsters in the program that you're studying with now?
It's Caden Truff, Sam Sevion, Akshat Chandra, Awander Liang, and me.
What's that been like, hanging out with the future stars of American chess?
Yeah, it's really fun. Actually, last night we went to play some basketball just to relax a little bit.
Who was the best game?
Caden was definitely the best player, for sure. Basically, I partnered Sam Sevion, and him and Akshat crushed us.
Wow. Okay. Now, what is it like when they're analyzing? Like when you're jockeying for a position, when you're analyzing with each other? Is it one person trying to prove that they could say better lines? Do you feel that's competition on the chessboard, even in the learning process?
Yeah, maybe a little bit actually, but most of it is just a fun time.
Any trash talking?
Not in chess, but in basketball, there's a lot of trash talk.
That's hilarious. Okay, well, we look forward to seeing you one day here. Keep up the studying, keep up the hard work, and we expect great things from you.
All right, thank you.
Future Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang. He has everything wrapped up to get the title, just got to be made official. One of the rising stars in American chess. Guys?
So humble. I had the pleasure of sitting just for a second in their training session yesterday, and Jeffrey was actually showing one of his wins on the Chicago Open, and he smashed his opponent just easily. So I'm very surprised that he says, oh, I got lucky, I was fortunate, just too humble. He destroyed Avruchin, calculated every variation, so it was definitely he defeated Boris Savrukh, the grandmaster from
very
Israel.
high rated.
Very, very strong, very high rated. Was nearing 2,700. Known for his works on opening theory. Recently moved to Chicago, actually. And, well, welcome to America. He got destroyed by Jeffrey Xiong.
Yeah, he is very humble indeed, but I love his very matter-of-fact answer about whether he dreams about being in this tournament one day.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's absolutely...
Quick yes.
It's absolutely the point of the program, and I think they're very well en route. Some of the strongest players we've seen, and, well, Sam Sevian, product of this Young Stars program, and we saw him defeat Wesley So earlier this year.
That's right, and beat Bobby Fischer, Ray Robson, Hikaru Nakamura's records for becoming the youngest grandmaster in American history.
Definitely amazing. Great start for these youngsters, and we'll see how they make progress. Speaking of them, I think...
We have another special guest, Caden Trofe, one of our favorite interviews from the U.S. Championship. He's with Maurice Ashley.
The best basketball player of the bunch.
Yeah, an embarrassment of riches, a future NBA star, Caden Trofe, according to Jeffrey Xiong at least. Welcome to the show, Caden.
Thanks.
So we know you guys are about to start the Rising Stars program, which is why you're coming into the building now. Tell us about the program, how it's been going so far.
I mean, it's been going really well. I think for me, you know, it kind of started well back. I mean, I actually was kind of in the camp before I really knew about, you know, as much about people like Sam Sevian, Jeffrey Xiong, and, you know, it's really started developing into this really great program, and, you know, you see the benefits of it. The 5 people here, me, Sam Sevian, Jeffrey, Akshat, Wonder. I mean, Wonder's really close to making IM, potentially, I think maybe even the youngest for the U.S., and Akshat, I mean, he's getting close to GM, and, you know, Jeffrey just made GM, and me and Sam are GM, so you can really see how this program's paying off. I think the thing that really sets it apart from everything else is you haven't seen anything like this in the U.S. so far. I mean, this is kind of the first initiative, or at least one of the first, to really take all of these younger players and try and build something up, kind of starting early.
It's incredible. That young talent, there's a nexus of young talent that's coming on, and you're like the elder statesman almost amongst this group.
Yeah, it is kind of weird to actually be to be the oldest in this group, and not only be the oldest, but almost feel old.
Wow, you ain't old, kid.
Yeah, I guess I'm not, but, you know, among, especially among like a Wonder, I definitely feel pretty old. But yeah, it is really incredible, and, you know, you kind of see, I think there's also just a benefit among the U.S. chess in general, because I feel like as we're getting better, a lot of those around us are also getting better. I mean, you have to fight to still aim for the top in the U.S., and more than that, it just adds more competition. I mean, it adds that element, which is definitely a very important element to chess. I mean, if you have no one to compete with, it's really hard to get up there.
Well, speaking of which, that's a great point you just made. It used to be fighting for a national title just meant like you were pretty good in the U.S., but you're maybe not that great in the world. But now to fight for a national title, you got to fight against guys like Wesley So, Hikaru Nakamura, and now Fabiano Caruana. If you win in that field, you're clearly one of the best players on the planet. What is that like for you? Does it intimidate you when you think about that?
You know, it is a little bit scary, I guess, when you first think about it. Those guys are, you know, pretty good at chess, but I don't think it's like a huge. I mean, it's a huge deal, but for me, it's not a huge deal because they're good, but I want to be good too, so why not play them, right? And you know, I think it will be interesting to see how the next U.S. Championship goes, because I feel like this last one, it was really Nakamura wanted to prove with Wesley So joining that he was still could win the championship, and he did. So it's like, okay, maybe who knows if he'll play next year. But now Caruana's coming, so I don't know. Maybe that will, you know, if Caruana plays, I'll get Nakamura and, you know, Wesley So, and it really could just be an insane field. And I mean, you also, I believe, like Yaroslav Zharabuk I don't know how you fully pronounce his name, but I believe he also just switched federation. So, I mean, it really is like the U.S. is starting to become the place to be now, and
a good time for you guys to be coming up with a few years still to rise to the very top.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think one of the important things, and one of the things that's good for this program is, as we're kind of going through the years together, I feel like we do kind of build, we get to know each other, we get to build that relationship, and I really hope, with all the controversy and everything at this last U.S. Championship, I really hope that the U.S. team, as strong as it is, still kind of can work together, because, I don't know, I just hope we don't show up to the Olympiad and it's like, okay, let's all go play solely our games. Because you see teams like China and Russia that are all just really together, and, I think that helps a lot. I mean, to even be able to throw an idea out, maybe just for a few seconds, say, okay, what do you guys think of this? I mean, if you're getting feedback from Caruana Nakamura and Wesley So, how much of a difference will that make?
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that's really the next step for the U.S. Is just to be able to work together. I mean, things happen, and the things are frustrating in chess, of course. But when it all comes down to it, like,
we're still a team.
Yeah,
we're still a team first. What about working with Garry Kasparov? What is that like, being in the room? You got all this talent. And then this guy just says, what about this move?
Right.
What does that feel like?
I actually remember one of the first, the first time I came and, did it, I was scared. I was like, I'm going to die right, like, I was just, like, no offense to Garry Kasparov, but I was pretty sure I was going to show him one of my games, and I was going to say, this is what I played, and he was just going to shoot me right then and there. Like, that's just kind of how it felt, like, that just intensity. And as I've gotten to know him, a lot of people do consider Kasparov super intense. I mean, that's Kasparov, but I think it has been great over the years, because I really start to see that, a different side to him, and I do feel at times like he really does care about me, which is crazy, because to him I'm like nobody, but I still kind of feel like he cares, and he's really interested in some of my games, and that's also a really cool feel. But I mean, of course, in general, to go through your game and have Kasparov saying, well, what about this, really makes you think about chess in general, and just all the ideas, and I mean, everything he must know himself, and
Absolutely.
It's really cool.
This is your final thought on this tournament itself. It started off with a bang, followed by another bang, and yet another bang. I mean, just crazy stuff happening. Are you enjoying this?
I really have enjoyed the tournament so far in Norway. I really feel like a lot of your comments comes to what Carlsen's doing, and as exciting as it is, I actually would be disappointed if Carlsen just kind of stays at the bottom, because he definitely adds huge excitement to it, and you always want to see the world champion fighting for first. I honestly feel like Carlsen, as soon as he gets his first win, if he can get it within, I mean, it probably has to be this next round or the round after. If he can get that win, then he will be fighting for the top.
Is he your favorite player? Like, who's your favorite player?
Actually, and going by performances, this could be a little surprising. I actually really like Aronian. I went to a camp in California last year where he taught, and it was mostly just to see him. Because I've seen him different times. I really liked him, and at that camp, I mean, he really is just from what I can tell, the nicest Super GM ever, and just really cool. I got to play him a blitz game, and he destroyed me. But afterwards, he was just like,
welcome to the club.
Yeah, he was just trying to help me, and it was really cool. I do really like Caruana, and I think there's a while where I really didn't like Nakamura, to be honest. I mean, some of his comments just really bugged me, but I think a lot of that changed at Tata Steel, where I actually got to share like a cab ride to the airport with him. And, despite all those comments and some of the things he says, I started to realize, like, Nakamura is a really good person, too. You know, some of his comments I think really come off wrong, and you know, even after my game at the U.S. Championship, he talked about how bad he played, and you know, somehow you could take that as, well, he played this badly, like how badly must I have played? But I really just, you know, that's Nakamura, and I started to understand that, and so. You know, despite that I didn't like him, the more I've gotten to know him and gotten to see him, I've started to really like him too. And it would be nice if he could put up a little more competition against Carlsen, so you could have more of that of rivalry there, and hopefully that happens in the future. But yeah, I really like those three guys, and of course I do like Carlsen too. I think he's a really cool world champion. You know, and I really do. There's just a lot of great players, and it's really hard to single anyone out as, you know, I'm not as big of a fan of them, because they all, I mean, are really just admirable chess players in their own way.
Absolutely. Well, thanks so much for those candid comments and sharing your insights. And best of luck with your career with the Rising Stars. And
thank you.
Dude, you're not old. Caden Trofe, Grandmaster Caden Trofe, one of the young rising champions in U.S. chess. We expect to see great things from him in the future. Guys?
Well, if we hear gunshots from upstairs, I guess we know that Caden's games were not that good. But a nice interview. Caden Trofe, one of the youngest grandmasters in America, and definitely, well, part of our future in chess.
That's right. I love his honesty.
Definitely a very honest guy.
And that's the thing about Nakamura. Nakamura is pathologically honest, right? We are gonna head to a commercial, and thanks everybody for joining us. We're gonna be right back with more for what looks like it might be the most exciting games on the board of the tournament so far. Hello and welcome back to the Grand Chess Tour in Norway. I'm Jen Shahade. I'm here with Grandmasters Alejandro Ramirez and Maurice Ashley, but we also have Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan in Norway. We've been missing him for the last hour and a half. Where you been, Yas?
Hello, St. Louis. Reporting from the 2015 Norway chess event. It's been quite a day as we've left Stavanger. We've come to the place that I can only describe as the monastery. It's a beautifully isolated village. All of the players, we got on cars, then we get into a speedboat to get here, then cars again, and we come to this place that's over 1,100 years old. Almost the founding of Norway took place right here, as the first king was coronated in this place, and it's in this place that the round 4 is begun. Directly in the monastery behind me, you have to walk through these doors. The building itself is extraordinary. It's a huge stone building, really meters thick walls. They've made a very, very nice job in the playing hall for the players, but it's very awkward for the players to suddenly change seats, if you will, and go to a new tournament hall. We'll see how they're adjusting. Here in Norway, it's all about Magnus Carlsen, the fact that he's in the cellar with a half a point out of 3 games. Today, he's desperate for a win, but he's playing the black pieces against five-time world champion, Viswanathan Anand. A very, very big ask. They're deep into theory. This Spanish torture Rui Lopez Breyer variation that Magnus needs to play a long game. So everybody's keeping their fingers crossed. For the tournament leaders, however, I like Veselin Topolov's position against Levon. Maybe it's not much of an advantage, but I like his game. And I also think that Hikaru's doing very well, or reasonably well, at least against Anish Giri. So more like a draw in that game, and it could be, remarkably, that because of that first round, remember when Veselin was gifted a point? If he were to win today, he'd jump at 3.5, and this tournament could be over at the halfway point. So a lot of chess going on, but it's really quite a remarkable place. I've never been quite into a millennium-old monastery like we are here in Norway. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Yasser.
Definitely a different feeling when you're playing in such an old space, and just wonderful architecture all around you.
Wow, I have to disagree with his statement about Topalov. Even if Topalov wins this game, I don't think he's run away with the tournament.
And definitely Topalov, a very streaky player. He's the type of player that wins a lot in a row, but then loses a lot in a row. So it's not necessarily a guarantee, especially for Topalov, that if he gets a very high score after the first 4 or 5 rounds, that he'll be able to finish the tournament in the same way. Yeah, sometimes he streaks through an entire event and he dominates it like he did in St. Louis World Championship in Argentina, but can he do it again here in Stavanger?
I mean, he'll certainly be the favorite if he pulls ahead by half a point, I think.
Absolutely.
But will he be more than 50% to win? Not so sure.
I wouldn't say that. Definitely he's going to have a lot of tough challenges ahead of him. He did already play Carlsen, but that doesn't mean that he was the only tough opponent. Everybody here is very strong, and everybody is in capacity to beat Topalov, even when he is leading the event.
If he wins today, I put him at 40, and Nakamura draws, I put it maybe at 40% to win.
40% is still a pretty high number, I think, but hey, if you're the leader, right?
That's right. Maurice?
I don't know, 4 rounds with 5 more rounds to go. I can't imagine a win, just a half a point lead, being any kind of security, not in a tournament like this, and not when he still has to play guys like Anand, for example. That's just too early to be talking about that. It's not like it's round 6 or 7. So too much chess left to be talking about who could run away with the tournament right now, with so many people within a stone's throw of the leaders. 2 players who are not in a stone's throw of the leaders are playing a wild game. This game between Grischuk and Hammer. And in this position, we saw Grischuk play this move H3, a very cheeky move, and it was very hard for Black to play a waiting move. Maybe F6 would have been a simple move, trying to wait and get this knight to come to f3 or some other move, although white could still wait with the move bishop to e3 and again challenge black to play a waiting move. It's as though black doesn't want to move anything and wait for white to bring something out, because when he did play the move knight c6, white took this opportunity to make the most important trade in chess. Bishop takes knight, creating an imbalance in the position that GMs love to exploit, and especially now with these double pawns. Despite the light square weakness on this side, he now developed his knight after f6, bishop e3, and this move sent his opponent, Hummer into a big tank, and he came out with a wild response. Bishop takes on h3. Tactically, yes, it does get the piece back pretty quickly if you play rook takes, and then g4. Even this position is not necessarily clear that it's worse for white, or maybe it's even better for white. But there are lots of options here after bishop takes h3. For one thing, this knight could move somewhere, some kind of kamikaze move. Knight takes e5, for example, comes to mind. If you take back, then rook takes. And look at black's pawns. They look miserable in this position. So this line doesn't look that attractive, although he may have some chances here. So after bishop takes h3, knight takes on e5, there is the intermezzo, bishop to g2 in the position. And after rook h2, maybe even keep the bishop so as not to wreck the pawn structure. But this game is going hog wild now. Bishop takes h3, really lighting things up on the chessboard. Not sure what's going on, but absolutely chaotic position. We'll see how it transpires in the next few moves.
Very interesting decision to take on h3. It's not something that I would have really considered, especially when I thought that the compensation for the bad pawn structure was precisely to have a bishop. But now that he's given it away, he's going to be looking for counterplay basically based on development and initiative. And we're going to have to see which of the many captures Grischuk chooses in this position. Definitely all the ideas, knight takes g5, knight takes c5, and rook takes h3 are possible to be played. And it's not so clear to a human eye which one is the best resource.
No, you actually have to go and analyze them.
Yeah, and we
The
know
whole
that
chess tree.
Yes, and I know that Grischuk here loves his analysis. He'll probably be spending.
He's up to the task.
He'll be spending quite a bit of time here.
As Magnus said it, perfectionist. That was his one-word description of Alexander Grischuk. Speaking of one-word descriptions or longer descriptions, we also have the players' thoughts on the Grand Chess Tour.
When you create events that are well covered, it slowly starts getting bigger. So I think this is a start of something big.
Well, the Grand Chess Tour is sort of combining some of the top tournaments together.
It's 3 tournaments. It's sort of like a Grand Prix. The combined score of the 3 tournaments will factor into the final standings.
The difference with the Grand Chess Tour versus a normal one-off event is that it's a combination of 3 events, and there are prizes overall based on how you do in all 3 events. So certainly you don't want to do badly in any of the events, which I think speaks to trying to perform with a high level of consistency.
I think it's important that the top tournaments are eventually part of a professional cycle, and I think this is a good start.
I like that it's innovative. I think we need to try new things in chess, and I really hope that they succeed with this Grand Chess Tour concept.
In general, when people who love chess unite, and one of those people is obviously Mr. Sinkerfeld, it only does good for chess. And I think this whole idea of a Grand Slam, if it blossoms, which I'm sure it will, can really promote our sport in media and also among the youngsters all over the world.
Great to hear from the top players on what they love about this event.
And I think they really like the fact that it rewards consistency, and it was what Nakamura was pointing out. It's not that you did well once. It's rewarding the fact that you consistently have good results, and that's so important for the players at the top level. They want to be rewarded for being the best, not for winning 1 tournament, for winning 2 tournaments, for being the best overall in this long cycle.
That's right. That's what Rex Sinfield actually pointed out yesterday in his interview with Maurice, that he was so impressed by the fact that Magnus said it's way more important for him to be number one than for him to be world champion.
Absolutely. A great distinction there, difference between a cycle and a tournament. And I think he definitely favors this long circuit of events, and it's definitely a Grandchester that's going to keep growing around the globe.
And just from a practical point of view, there's more at stake, because not only can you win $75,000 for winning each leg, you can also win an additional $75,000. So that means that you can win $300,000 total from the Grandchester.
It's quite a bit. You have to win every single event, but, well...
But on the other hand, the player who does the best is obviously most likely to win that $75,000 bonus. So I certainly think we could see somebody take home more than $200K in this tour.
Definitely. It's up for grabs, and we'll see who is able to be up for
Here's
the
the prize fund breakdown right here. So everybody guaranteed at least $15,000. Then only 3 bonus prizes.
Only 3 bonus prizes, and they're going to be very hard fought by the 9 players that are participating in every single one of the events of the Grand Chess Tour, which begins here in Norway, 2015, follow up with the Singfield Cup late in August, and wrap up with the London Chess Classic in December. We can probably take a look at a couple of games that have had interesting moments, and I especially want to see this specific situation in the game between Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, which we have in camera thinking at the moment. But I want to see the position that just occurred. Here Caruana thought for a very long time after MVL took the pawn on f4. And you might be wondering, what was he thinking about for so long? Realistically, he only has 2 choices. I don't think that taking with the rook looks particularly good, as it is vulnerable to moves like bishop g5 with annoying ideas against this e3 bishop. And notice that when that's taken, there would be a fork against the rook and the king. So really the choices are between the bishop, which was played in the game, or the knight. And here we have a problem that when you're offered 2 very tempting choices, it's difficult to make a decision which one is better. In this case, if you take with the bishop, which is what Caruana did, you still have the option of playing the knight to d4 and then to c6. A very powerful square for this wandering knight. It will be very difficult to get rid of because of the support given not only by the pawn on d5, but also this bishop on g2, giving that pressure over the c6 square, and that would give a nice positional edge. On the other hand, the more aggressive move, knight takes f4, would immediately put the question to black on how he's going to defend the pawn on h5, and maybe even gun for sacrifices on that pawn, even if it's defended, creating incredible tactical complications on the king side. So here Caruana actually thought for a very long time before deciding which tempting path he wanted to choose. At the end, he preferred the positional approach with bishop takes f4. It will be unclear to me immediately which one is stronger. I would probably have preferred to take with the knight, but I think that's more of a stylistic choice than an objective evaluation of which move was stronger. Here MVL has to deal with a couple of issues in his position, and mainly this knight d4, knight c6 idea is the one that scares me the most.
Now, it's interesting that when Yasser spoke to us, he kind of disagreed with your thoughts and thought that Topalov actually had something.
Well, it's not that I don't think Topalov has nothing. It definitely has the more pleasant position. And this is the typical Yasser Seirawan position. This is the kind of positions where White's very solid. He has no weaknesses. He's the only one that's pressing for a win. He's risking nothing, and he will slowly torture his opponent. So I can see why Yasser is completely biased towards Topalov's position, but at the same time, I feel like this is just too solid of a game, and Aronian is such a good defender and so passive and so patient. Look at this move that he played, knight to d8, undeveloping the knight, simply defending all of his pawns, keeping them safe, trying to maybe at some point even put the pawn on c6, push this rook to the a file, and his only counterplay will be based on the rooks. Now, optically, this looks really bad for Black because he's just so passive. But as I said, Aronian is simply gunning on the fact that his position is solid. He's going to try to make Topalov prove that he has any sort of advantage in this position, which is not so easy to do. As I said, Yasser is okay with just waiting slowly, waiting patiently.
Speaking of Yasser, he has a little tour for us inside the monastery.
Good morning, St. Louis. It's an amazing monastery that we're in, and I just wanted to give a small little tour to share what we're witnessing and seeing here. It's incredible history. We're in a bedroom in the monastery, and I just want to give you an idea of how small this bed is. So it just goes to the wall, and that's it. And this building from the 9th century A.D. served as the home of the first king. So we're walking out into a living room type of area. You'll see a lot of art around the wall, inlaid furniture over here. And we're coming to these portraits, and on the left we have a portrait of the White Lady. And myth has it that there's a ghost of the White Lady who roams in the monastery, because both she and her daughter apparently passed away here. So there's the story of the White Lady. And to get the idea, everything is really nice wooden floors, and it goes quite a depth. You don't get the perception very well of how thick these walls are. And it's incredibly well preserved. For 11 centuries, this home of round 4 of the 2015 Norway chess tour is just, it's something incredibly special. Of course, the players are hard at work playing their 4th round game, and we as tourists get to go around and enjoy ourselves and see the sights. It's really a remarkable area. Well, I hope we're doing a great show, and come on, Hikaru, keep the lead, and I'll send it back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Yasser. Wow, I really want to go there, but that does seem like a really small bed for a king.
Well,
right?
I don't think I would have been happy with that situation. Yes, definitely interesting. A nice tour, though, we got from some of the artwork there in Norway. Beautiful. And I think sometimes it's difficult as a chess player to be focused on the tournament and have all these sites around them. Then you want to at least take a little bit of time to tourist around, but it does cost energy. You don't have necessarily the time for it. It's a very difficult sometimes to just balance that little touristy part with being a professional chess player.
But if you can just walk and see things, that's what chess players like. Chess players love walking.
They do love walking, and it's funny when you go to an Olympiad, you see so many people just walking, full teams, just not particularly doing anything. It's like, what do you guys want to do tonight? Let's go for a walk. And they'll walk for like an hour. And it seems to be a very team bonding experience. Maybe some of that will help the U.S. team, as Kaden tried to point out, that team bonding is going to be a very important factor in the coming team competitions for the American team.
That's right. I agree with him on that.
That's very true.
Because that's always been America's strength, that even when we had a lower rating, the players got along so well as a team.
Right. Especially in past editions, I think, of the Olympiad, we've seen a lot of cohesion between the players, but we're going to see if they can keep it up with the new blood that's coming in, with Caruana joining the fray, with Wesley playing his first Olympiad for the U.S., with Nakamura being such a common competitor of them in real chess tours. We're going to see how it affects their performance as a team in later events.
I'm optimistic.
You're optimistic?
Yeah.
Well, we have to be, right?
Because I think that Nakamura is a guy where he can be very, very charming. And I think everybody wants to like him. So when he plays an Olympiad, he's very competitive. He turns it on, and he shows the side of himself that everybody wants to be friends with.
You heard it first here. Nakamura is a very, very charming person, and I'm sure he will use his charms to help the American team in the Baku 2016 Olympiad. When he wants to be. Well, let's hope he's in the mood.
I think he will be.
All right, we don't have that many moves here in the Norway 2015 4th round. We're going to take a quick look at the game between, again, Caruana and MVL. And I think that this is one of the most exciting games of the round. Still a lot of pressure in this position. And this queen c5 check, I always tell my students, never give a check just because it's a check. That's not an advantage in itself.
MVL never learned that, though.
Apparently. And I'm actually a little curious what the idea of giving this check is. It might prevent the move knight d4. Perhaps the idea is to add pressure onto the knight with bishop f6, but suddenly I'm worried about the simple retreat with bishop e3, not only defending the knight, but setting up discoveries with the bishop onto the queen on c5. Suddenly I'm not so sure if the queen feels particularly safe in this position. I want to see what MVL's concrete idea will be after the move knight d4. Notice that this pawn is easily protected by the bishop, and as soon as I move my king, I will be able to put my knight on the c6 square. Another thing that I'm worried about the queen being there is that in a future c4 scenario, this rook will be hitting a queen that's currently lacking useful squares to go to. I can't imagine that his idea is to go pawn grabbing with queen a3, but we're going to see, well, in the future, since the bishop's currently hanging here on f5, but we're going to have to see if in the future MVL wants to put the queen on a3 and grab some queenside pawns.
Right, so after bishop f6, bishop e3, rook e8, just knight takes f5, rook takes e3, doesn't seem to lead to anything.
Right, it seems like after knight takes f5, not only am I taking the bishop, but I'm also defending this one on e3. After takes, king probably to h2 in order to defend the g3 pawn. Black must have some dark square compensation, especially after the move h4, but is it sufficient for an exchange?
Doesn't seem likely.
I don't know. It doesn't seem particularly likely, but at the same time, well, practically speaking, there are some problems for white, especially after the move
Well, let's
h4.
try h4, yeah, because I was looking at bishop e5, which is just easily met by rook f3.
Right. I'm not so worried about, well, rook f3 is definitely a playable, queen f3 also a possibility. Yeah. Rook f3 just seems to defend with the tempo too easily. I like the idea of h4, putting pressure immediately, trying to weaken those dark squares, the g3 pawn being the last dark square bastion on the king's defense. So we're trying to get rid of it. Definitely some compensation here. Is it enough for an exchange? Well, that's a different question to be asked. We're going to have to see how the game makes progress. I do believe in Black's chances, at least from a practical point of view. But Caruana, a very good defender. We're going to see if he's scared.
So one of the issues now is that if we were to play queen f3 or rook f3 now, after it takes on g3, we can't recapture because of bishop e5.
Exactly, a very important move, this bishop e5, pinning the queen and winning it. It would be the same story if the rook went to f3 instead of the queen. So this is not necessarily unplayable. I would have to retreat.
No, we'd have to play king h1, yeah.
But it seems like at this point, if you have one pawn on g3 and a lot of dark square compensation, you're probably doing okay here as Black.
Although on the other hand, you do have to make a move, and now moving the bishop's not desirable because the queen takes f7.
Well, right. I'm probably going to retreat my queen, defend this pawn, but I do have e5 as well for the knight, so I think that Black should not be too scared of this situation. We'll
so
see how it makes
this
progress.
game rates to get pretty interesting.
It might get interesting. We have a potential exchange sacrifice in the position, though it's not necessarily going to be played. There's several ways of avoiding it, even after knight d4, bishop f6, bishop e3. We're looking at the line with rook f8. We don't actually have to take down f5. We can even retreat our bishop in certain scenarios. Just keep the idea of knight c6 still open. So it's going to be an interesting duel. We do have, and probably what's the game of the round so far, a couple of moves in the Grishuk against Hammer game. After the move bishop e3, bishop takes h3, rook takes h3, g4 was played, and instantly, of course, Grishuk decided to move the rook back to h1, takes on f3, and of course, Grishuk is again forced to take on f3. And as Maurice mentioned, I do like White better in this position. It comes down to a battle of weaknesses. White has a ton of weaknesses, especially the d3 pawn is very difficult to defend in the long run, but it doesn't seem to have as much problems as the combination of the c6 weakness and the h5 weakness, which I'm already targeting with my rook. Currently, material is even, so I would rather be white in this position by quite a long shot. I'm even willing to say that this king is going to go to e2, where it feels not only quite safe, but it's going to be helping out the defense on the d3 pawn. And Hammer decided to play the move bishop to b4. I'm curious about the idea. I guess knight d5 is in the mix, but I'm not so sure that he wants to trade on c3, as it would partially fix the structure in the center.
Well, who'd have thought that we'd get such a crazy position in this game, but even more crazy that Grishik would be ahead on time?
That has to be some kind of mistake on the clocks. Are you sure they're working right?
Yeah, it's got to be 4 minutes for Grishik and 2 hours and 2 minutes.
Very unusual that Hammer has actually taken more time than Grishik, but so it seems to be the case. They are both headed into a nice little time trouble, as they have not used their time very wisely.
True, but on the other hand, you can't really blame them because it's such an unusual position.
It is a very unusual position. It's not a very theoretical idea. The situation is very unclear. I do rather be white, but it's still a very unclear situation.
So we've got the candidate for the most interesting game of the round, but we've also got the candidate for the best played game of the round, and I call that as being a non-Carlsen.
You think a non-Carlsen will be? Definitely
I
a
know
long
that's
struggle.
a bold prediction to say that the game with the world champion and the highest rated player in the world.
You're taking your chances there? Wow.
Against the legendary Anon in the opening that they both love the most would be the best played game of the round. But
We're going to see how it proceeds. After knight b8, d4, I am not sure why this is not simply a Breyer up a tempo for black. I don't... Oh, right. There's a tempo that was gained here, because usually this bishop goes from b3 to c2.
We talked about that yesterday.
Right, and instead it went to c2 directly, which counteracts the fact that white played d3, d4, and 2 tempi instead of 1. So they're actually on a normal Breyer situation, if I can count my tempi right.
Well, usually the bishop goes back to c2. At what point?
Let's just take a look at how it normally reaches this position. After bishop e7, we usually play rook e1, then black plays b5, bishop b3, d6, c3, castles, h3, knight b8, with the idea that after d4, play knight bd7, then the moves knight b2, bishop b7, rook knight f1, rook e8 at some point, go knight g3, bishop f8. Now this pawn is under attack indirectly because of this threat, so you have to go bishop c2, and then you go g6 in certain scenarios. And I believe that should be the exact same position we have in after knight bd7. And yeah, I just actually clicked on the notation, and it didn't change in your screen, but it actually is the different move orders. So we're directly back in a Breyer type of Ruy Lopez, despite the move order difference. So we're back in mainline theory. This is actually one of the most popular situations. After a4, Carlsen played one of Kamsky's favorite ideas to play a quick c5, forcing after d5 the move c4, so that after knight c5, the knight's going to have control over b3 and d3. And if memory serves me right, we saw this position in the game Sam Sevian versus Gada Kamsky from the 2015 U.S. Chess Championship. A very interesting game that was eventually drawn, though I think that Kamsky had the slightly better end of it. After the moves bishop g5, bishop g7, queen d2 was played. I want to say that queen d2 is not the most common idea. Usually they don't prevent the move h6 from being played, but okay, rook h2. A very quick knight h2, a typical regrouping in the Spanish, trying to put the knight on g4 and pressuring some of the dark squares around black's king. The bishop retreated to c8 in order not to be useless in this diagonal that's already blocked by 2 pawns. Knight g4, and then finally the move knight to c5 was played, eyeing both the pawn on e4, the square on b3, and sometimes even the pawn on a4. So we're going to see how Anand tries to put on further pressure on Carlsen's position, but as a Breyer player myself, I think black's extremely solid in this position. We're going to keep our eye out. They've already played a lot of moves, but it's extremely solid for both sides. It's difficult to penetrate black's position. A lot of strategic intrigue still.
That's right. In that game that you mentioned, the main difference there was that black inserted the move h6.
Yes, I believe
so
that.
Kamsky.
That would have been a slight difference in the situation, absolutely.
We've got Maurice with an update.
Well, we often talk about the move bishop takes knight, that move being the grandmaster trade. bishop often is able to capture a knight more so than a knight is able to take a bishop. And we've seen a lot of that this round. In this game, we haven't seen it as yet, but it may well happen after the move knight to h6 check. Black might be forced to take bishop takes knight, because if king f8, the maneuver rook to e3 with the idea of putting a rook on f3 and creating quite a bit of pressure may be too much for black to bear. So knight h6 check may lead to a trade that definitely weakens the dark squares around his king, but may be forced. Now, we go to other games, and you see this trade taking place on many other boards. In this position here, after knight to c3, the game between Giri and Nakamura, in this position, knight c3, again, we saw the imbalance get created, takes, the game proceeded, takes, queen f3, rook f3, and now we have a position where the light square bishop is the dominant piece, or is trying to become the dominant piece. Black is trying to make sure that it doesn't see too much life in the position, because that's really the whole essence of white's advantage after this trade. Another game we saw bishop takes knight happen twice. Early in the game, after the move h6, Topalov versus Aronian, in order not to lose any tempi at all, he played bishop takes and then queen takes. And then later in the game, Black, with no reason to, he wasn't forced to, but he didn't want to see this knight starting to hop around the board. He also played this move, bishop takes on c3, to even out the piece distribution. So now they each had a bishop and a knight on the board instead of Black keeping the two bishop advantage, quote unquote advantage. And finally, in this game with Hammer and Grishchuk with the white pieces, we saw this happen a few times in this game. First of all, white played bishop takes on c6 to create an imbalance in the position. And then after a couple of moves, we jump to here. And again, we see the bishop takes knight trade in a little tactical form. Bishop takes on h3, rook takes, and now g4, giving away his bishop to regain the knight, and then playing bishop to b4, again with the idea of playing bishop takes knight. You see this often at the highest level. This trade is really the most difficult in chess, to me the most important one in chess, and we are seeing it happen on many of the boards today as the players jockey to create imbalances to potentially win their games. Got it?
It's always interesting to see these trades and how grandmasters trade their pieces. And it's usually difficult to explain to a beginner, well, why are grandmasters looking for bishops so much? Didn't you just tell me that a knight is worth the same as the bishop? And sometimes, yes, most of the time the bishop's worth a little more, but we see in so many scenarios today where the knight is the one being sought after, where the players are trying to get rid of their bishop for the knight. And it's just something that is very dependent on specific positions. It's impossible to say, is that the knight's worth more than the bishop? It's something that's been a debate and can only be settled depending on the position on the board.
Right, that's a fascinating aspect of chess practice and theory. Now, we've had a chance to talk with some of the young stars in American chess today, and they're lucky to have Garry Kasparov teaching them in the session. Right now, we've got Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan in Norway to give us some insight into a game that he once played against. Garry Kasparov, the scary man, according to Gaden Drill.
Good morning, St. Louis. This is an early wake-up call from Garry Kasparov. At the opening ceremonial move, I stood in the playing hall talking with Garry. And what unfolded before us was a game by five-time world champion Viswanathan Anand with white against the number 3 rated player in the world, Fabiano Caruana. And Fabi played the Berlin defense, which of course is very well known to Garry. We watched the game closely after the move d3, bishop c5, and then knight b d2 by Vichy. Vichy wants to capture the knight and capture the pawn, and Fabio, he ignored the threat. He said, go ahead and take it. And that's exactly what Vichy did. He captured the pawn. So as I'm talking to Garry in the playing hall, I say, I don't get it. I don't see the compensation for black, for Fabi. Rook e8, knight f3, d5, e5. And I said, this looks great to me. I think black's in real trouble. Garry says, I'm not so sure. I said, why not? He goes, I will play knight g4, attacking the pawn on e5, attacking the pawn on f2. I said, well, that's a terrible move, Gary. I'll play d4, attacking the bishop, protecting the pawn, gaining a tempo, playing h3. Black's busted. He says, not so fast, Yasser. This is Gary's trick. And boy, did he trick me well. Gary took my pawn. I said, what's that? I'll take your bishop. He said, queen h4. I'm going to give you checkmate here. You can't castle. I'll checkmate you on h2. I said, I don't get it. I'll play g3. Gary says, well, now I'll play knight takes e5. Oh, my goodness. And what's this? The threat is queen takes d4. If you take the queen, which I did, Gary says, checkmate in 2, Yasser. Knight f3 check, king f1, bishop h3, check, and mate. The rook covers the e file. There's no squares for the king. Well, that was my wake-up call, and that was what I wanted to share with St. Louis. I hope you enjoyed that, because I sure didn't.
Poor Yasser. Getting checkmated by a bishop.
Well, it'll be a very interesting variation, and it's interesting to see that Caruana for sure knew about this. He went into the sacrificial line, and he must have absolutely seen that this was the idea. And it's very uncomfortable for Anand because he had to calculate so many of this type of variations during his game. Always unpleasant to be surprised in the opening. Speaking of surprises in the opening, we definitely have a couple of moves on the Grischuk Hammers. Well, incredible battle today. And after the move bishop before queen b3 was played, and then black did go knight d5. And I think this is an excellent chance for Grischuk to play the move that I think is best, and I had suggested earlier, king e2. Because after I put the king on this center square, which is not normally where you want the king, it just feels so safe. It's secure from any checks, it's getting out of the pin, it's definitely defending the pawn on d3, I'm threatening knight takes d5, and if you take with my bishop, I'll be happy to fix my pawn structure once and for all. If you take this, again, I'm happy just fixing my pawn structure, and I think I would rather be white by quite a margin after the move king e2. I think it's a very important move in this position. We're going to have to see how Grischuk gets rid of this diagonal. It's definitely not the only good move, but it's the one I would prefer.
Yeah, let's see if Grischuk comes up with that.
A very creative player, so he's definitely considering the move, but he just might not think it's the strongest one. And in the Carlsen game, he has given up his dark squared bishop after the move knight h6 check. As Maurice pointed out, it's already very dangerous to put the king on f8, so you might as well take the knight. Bishop takes h6, and this dark squares, they're already a little bit loose. It's going to be begging for some kind of sacrifice on f5, and most of the time the defensive resources for black is to just ignore the knight in order for it not to be taken. Say, okay, your knight's on f5, but it's not really threatening anything, because if I do take it, it allows the queen to join the fray, and suddenly those dark squares are going to be extremely weak. Meanwhile, Carlsen has his own ideas on the queen side. He decided to play b takes a4, opening up the rook here to pressure the b2 pawn. Anand said, okay, I'm simply going to defend it. I'm not in a rush to regain this pawn. It's a rather weak pawn as it is. So I'm going to let you have it for now. And perhaps here Carlsen is considering the move a3. Surprisingly, this pawn is not easy to be taken, as if you take with the pawn, my rook is happy about the open file. Whereas if you take with the rook, well, not only do I get the open file, I also get a pawn for it. So perhaps a3 is in the mix here, a little bit of a kamikaze pawn, saying, well, there's no good way of taking it, how are you going to go about it? But of course the move is not forced. There's a lot of options in this position, including moves like king h8 and knight g8, which is rather passive, bishop d7 in order to defend the pawn on a4. There's just a lot of strategical ideas in this position.
And we got Maurice with an update from the same game.
Talking about subtle strategical ideas in this exact position. You're right, Alejandro. The move knight h6, we've been talking about this trade on h6, bishop takes, followed by bishop takes, and now b takes a4. And surprisingly, the engine has decided the best way to play now, bishop to e3, unlike what was what transpired in the game with rook to a2, sacrificing the pawn on b2. An interesting move. After this, bishop to e3, rook takes on b2 would be possible, and now we see the trade again. Bishop takes on c5, dc5, and now queen c1, tickling this rook and threatening to take with the bishop. If queen b6, bishop takes a4, we see a couple of trades here, and now the move rook takes on e6, more tactics, queen takes queen b2, and now white has this pass pawn. Black's pawns are not really powerful here, doubled, but Black could argue after rook to b8, queen d2, that he does have some play and some pressure on this side, but whether or not the dark squares on the other side really matters would be really an interesting way to play. It did not happen. Instead, Anand did play the move rook to a2 instead. The engine is saying a3 is best. Anand will be counting on this bishop to be a permanent feature in the position, potentially being able to attack on those dark squares. But as we've seen, permanent, no, means nothing. When you have a bishop, one of the great pluses having a bishop is its ability to actually trade itself off for the knight more frequently than the knight could trade off for the bishop. That's a subtle distinction, but the mere fact that you have an additional option often means quite a bit in chess. Guys?
Absolutely. It's going to be a very interesting strategical battle, typical of the Ruy Lopez positions. And I like that even in the Ruy Lopez, even though it seems like the position is so close, that bishop pair, it always manages to be important sooner or later.
Well, it opens up eventually.
It opens up eventually. A position that is open very rarely closes. A position that's closed can open at any moment.
Good point. Is that true about doors too?
That was very philosophical out of nowhere. Bam. I mean, is this a metaphor? Oh, we do have an exchange sacrifice in the Caruana game. This is precisely the line we were talking about earlier between us, Jen. And the idea after queen c5, knight d4, I was wondering if MVL was looking to sacrifice an exchange. And here I thought, well, bishop f2 is definitely possible, but knight takes f5 wins an exchange. And the idea being that after rook takes e3, knight takes e3, queen takes e3 check, there is no good way to defend the pawn here on g3 after the move h4, which is the one we were considering, since either major piece to f3 fails to simply taking on g3. Well, it doesn't fail completely, but here the king must retreat, as if you take the pawn, bishop e5 comes with a deadly pin.
So we're going to lose g3. So if we're going to lose g3, maybe we should just play king h1 right away.
Perhaps, but actually what I'm scared of after playing king h1 is
our
that
dark squares now are just
our dark
really
squares
ugly.
are
We almost
really
rather
soft.
have a pawn there.
Right, sometimes you would rather have an opposing pawn just to have that shield on the dark
And
squares.
to point out, we could take on h5, but that looks borderline suicidal.
Borderline suicidal here with the pressure on h2 after the move king g1. Black at the very least has a draw with bishop d4 check, but I'll be
Certainly looking for more.
certainly looking for more if I was black in this position.
Because we're going to get one more piece into the attack after queen h2, king f2.
And then knight f6.
Yeah, there's
this
so many
looks-
good-looking moves, honestly.
This looks really good for black. I don't think that he's going to be taking on h5, but as I said earlier, he's also not forced to accept this exchange sacrifice. He can retreat.
That's a good point.
The
Just play
bishop
bishop
to
f2.
f2 and retain some of the threats of the position. And as a practical player, I like the idea of retreating the bishop more than playing knight takes f5.
Yeah, it
But
seems hard.
objectively, I'm wondering what is the value of knight takes f5 in this position. It's going to be difficult for white to prove an advantage and move his pieces around in this situation after the move h4, but an exchange is an exchange. We have to see if white can simply consolidate and use his material advantage at a later stage of the game.
Maybe, but those minor pieces sure look nice. Two minor pieces which are perfectly positioned to take advantage of the weak dark squares.
And it's very important that we have opposite colored bishops in this situation, which always favors the attacker, and in this case that would certainly be the Frenchman, even though he's down on the material count.
So fascinating struggle here between Caruana and MVL, and overall a rich set of games in round 4 of Norway Chess 2015, the first event on the Grand Chess Tour in an absolutely spectacular location. So don't go away. We are going to be back with more analysis and drama from the day before the rest day. This is always a big day.
It's always a big day. People are going out for blood, and we'll be back soon.
welcome back to round 4 of the Grand Chess Tour. And we have some beautiful scenes here, the monastery where these players are playing today.
Absolutely, absolutely. Just look at that. What a playing hall.
I want to be there right now.
Well, we're here doing the commentary
Teleport.
for the 2015 Norway chess, and one of the strongest tournaments of the year, definitely, and the first leg of the 2015 Grand Chess Tour.
That's right. Now, the game that a lot of eyes are on today, Anand Carlsen, is getting more interesting.
Definitely a little more interesting. It seems like Anand is finally trying to mount an attack, and we're going to see if it's really successful. There's so many ways that Black can deal with this lunge that Anand just made. F4, trying to weaken the king side, trying to exploit the holes on the dark squares by creating space.
And you mentioned it earlier that the position has to open up at some point for the 2 bishops.
Right, and I think that's exactly what Anand's trying to do. Playing the move F4, and you might be wondering, well, what's wrong with pawn takes on F4? And although perhaps there is nothing specifically wrong with this move, it goes back to keeping the tension. Though there's no need for Black to take in this position, and the only reason he would take is because he is afraid of White pushing his pawn even further to F5. So here Carlsen is deciding, do I want to allow the pawn to be pushed to F5, or do I snap it off the board and take on F4? Two very different strategical ideas. We're going to have to see which one the world champion chooses. I think that allowing F5 is a little bit more passive, but perhaps more in line with the usual spirit of the position, while pawn takes F4 definitely creates more imbalances and allows a beautiful spot for the knight on E5. On the other hand, your dark squares are much more exposed, and you're allowing this rook and this queen to come into the F file with some definite pressure. It's a combination of different factors that Magnus Carlsen has to consider at the moment. Not the easiest decision to make. He's going to probably take his time, and we're going to see how Anand is the one that tries to keep up the pressure, because he has to prove that his pair of bishops is valuable and that this rook on B8 is perhaps not doing as much as they would like to do.
That's right. Lots of defensive resources there for Magnus, though, and as you point out, that control of the dark squares, F4, great enterprising move, but how can you mate me if I have a knight on E5?
Well, we'll see if it's sufficient. Definitely that knight on E5, a bastion of defense, very strong, solid rock. We're going to be seeing if it's enough, though, to hold Black's position.
That's right, and we've got Maurice with another exciting game.
Well, it pays to be a veteran in an opening, and MVL with the black pieces playing the Najdorf is definitely that. He's a specialist. He knows about the sacrifices. He knows how to balance them well. You see him there standing very casually at the board looking. He's just relaxed, despite the fact that he is currently sacrificing a full pawn in this position. So we saw him sacrifice an exchange here with rook takes E3. Caruana would have none of it. He said, you know what? Forget losing all my dark squares to you. I'm just going to play king H1. And now the move rook to E5, keeping the exchange, and now daring Caruana to capture on H5. I say, well, there's a fork here. Yes, there is, except he can just drop back with queen to G4, pinning the pawn. And you may say, well, what are you going to do now? Here comes the exchange sack yet again. Rook takes on F5, rook takes F5, and now knight to E5. You couldn't capture a second ago because of the pin, but now the knight is attacking the queen, telling the queen to get out of there, and now I'm going to take your rook. That's not acceptable, so white would have to capture back, and now bishop takes, and now we have a position where white is up a full pawn, just a straight pawn in the position. You can count them, except the pawns are on the queen side, the C pawn not going very far. Even if it were able to push a move like C4, which it could have done earlier, the move B4 will be possible. Actually, even queen E3 is even stronger, hitting the rook and the pawn on G3. But the point here is that black has full compensation. So it's the kind of thing that a Najdorf specialist like MVL knows quite well. He's sacrificing, he's casual, and he's even able to get up and walk away from the board saying, I got this all under control.
I really like the approach that he's taking here in this position. He doesn't care about material. He definitely cares about those dark squares. He cares about the activity of his pieces. He's not worried about silly things like material balance and pawns. Here, his sacrifice of the pawn is completely logical. Notice how bad this bishop on g2 becomes in basically every line. It's just not participating in the attack, it's not participating in the game, and it's because it's hitting against its own pawn and at d5.
Fighting on ground, as we like to say.
Indeed, and sometimes it's the opponent that tries to shut out the bishop, but it seems like Caruana did it himself, right? He put the pawn on d5, the bishop was already on g2, and this bishop is just going nowhere. Eliminating this knight on f5 only becomes natural, as then pretty much all of the dark squares would collapse.
Well, that's why Fiat kettles aren't that popular against the Sicilian.
And partially, yes, you already have a pawn on e4, your bishop
And
on
sometimes
g2.
we get something on d5.
And exactly what happened in this position. The bishop on g2 is just not a happy piece. He's telling Caruana, dude, I'm not playing. What's going on? And it seems like Fabiano, to try to make something out of the position, he might as well take the pawn. Otherwise, I think he will risk being worse. He decided to play the move c4, a little bit more enterprising, trying maybe to open up the rook. But I think that in this position, MVL will play the move b4, simply closing down.
Because we want to play b4 now. We have some sacrificial ideas of playing b4 and c5 and d6 and suddenly 0 to hero on g2.
Exactly, and especially here the threat of c takes b5 and the queen takes, knight takes d6. Suddenly the pawn is no longer blockaded and the bishop on g2 would be definitely joining the fray.
So after your move b4, let's see what happens then.
I think we can now go back into Maurice's line with queen takes h5, and I think he has to. Already the idea of g6 starts to look unpleasant for white. I think he needs to at least get a pawn for it. But after queen g4, rook takes f5, rook takes f5, knight e5, variation we just saw, only that with the inclusion of the move c4 and b4, I think black has full compensation here for the pawn. I would actually rather play with the black pieces in this position simply because it's easier.
I mean, he did play b4.
He played b4 almost instantly, actually, so we're same-minded here. And I think that a4, a5, a5, a4 will be an idea, trying to open up this rook. Also king g7 and bringing the rook to the king side is an idea. There's no way black can be worse here. Definitely, it's white that has to be a little bit careful. So I don't know, perhaps Caruana will try to figure out a way to keep the knight on f5 alive. I just don't see it happening. If the knight retreats to d4, trying to go to c6, I think that in the worst case scenario, black's not really going to care that a knight's on c6 in this particular position, as it is far away from the rest of the pieces, and the action really is in the center, already black bypassing anything that the knight on c6 could block. I like black in this position. Visually, I think black's a little bit better. It's easier to play with. Even though in some cases the engine might prefer white, just because you're up a pawn, I think it's easier to play for black.
So, yeah, and if knight d4, we could also try and play on rook e3.
Right, knight d4, rook e3, and then since this attack on g3 and the knight is also under attack, I have the ugly choice between knight f3, which doesn't seem very nice, or repeating moves with knight f5. I like the way MVL's played today. It seems like he's neutralized Caruana quite handily. And Carlsen actually took a very interesting approach to his position. We saw the break f4, trying to do something in the center / king side, especially on those dark squares, and Carlsen said, who cares? I'm going to play a5 and just show me what you got. Show me what you're going to do on the king side. I'm going to slightly improve my position on this side of the board, play a5, give myself a little bit of room, allow the bishop to go to a6 and defend the pawn on c4 if necessary, or even put a knight on d3 with the support of the bishop on a6. A very dynamic move at allowing a lot of different possibilities once the bishop reaches this square. So now it's up to Anand to actually try to prove something in this position. He has the choice between f5 or taking on e5, but I don't like the idea of taking on e5, giving that strong knight a square and with a tempo, right? You're just begging it to go to e5. I think the move f5 seems much more logical. But even after this, I don't see a good way of forcing the issue. I think after f6, which is a very typical Spanish idea of reinforcing the king side, I really think Carlsen has a very solid situation. I even think it's easier to play here for black than anything else. The plan's just more obvious. You go bishop a4, knight d3, start putting your pieces in good squares, and white is the one that has to prove that he has something on the king side, some kind of initiative.
But easier to play, that's more of a concept that comes in more rapid time controls, right? Like when they have a lot of time, easier to play is not quite as relevant.
Well, I don't think that that's necessarily true. I think that finding a plan sometimes is difficult. And remember that these players are playing without increment. They're down to about 40 minutes each. And even though they will receive another hour on move 40, it's not like they have a leisure amount of time here. They already have
It's not
to
like
be
they have a
slightly...
third target draw.
Zing! Poor Carlsen. But yeah, definitely we're going to have some problems here with time if they don't hurry up, and especially for Vichy, I think it's going to be harder to find moves.
And very exciting news, we have part 2 of the one-word comments on our favorite players. And if I'm not mistaken, this episode should include our very own Nakamura. Let's see it.
Okay, let me think.
Preparation. Work ethics.
Work ethic. Pragmatic. Colorful. Unstable.
Aggressive.
Aggressive.
Fighter.
Emotional? How would I say the word like gutsy?
Intense. Weird. Friend.
Optimistic.
Optimistic.
Actually, never played him.
No clue. Brilliant.
Nerdy.
Adventures.
The Frenchman with 2 names.
The Frenchman with 2 names.
Okay, unpredictable.
Crazy.
Oh, that was great.
Did you say
That was great.
weird?
Weird to
Weird?
describe.
Nakamura.
I think so.
Wow, amazing. Well,
I think my favorite was... What was your favorite there?
what was it? The one that they both said a 2-word
Work ethic.
work ethics. I was like, you actually chose the same phrase that's 2 words instead of 1. But well, I guess it describes Caruana quite well.
Apparently.
Apparently.
Well, actually, Magda said pragmatic.
Pragmatic. I think it's just better.
I don't think so. I think work ethic and pragmatic are not similar at all.
No, but I think both describe Caruana quite
Oh, okay,
well.
for sure.
I
But they're
think
not
that
synonymous.
They're
in
not
any
synonymous,
respect.
but I think that he is at the same time a very hard worker. But when he sees himself in a position, he'd rather take the pragmatic approach rather than, trying to force the issue. So I think they're not synonymous, but they mean different things. But they do both apply to Fabiano Caruana.
I wonder why we didn't see Magnus's one-word description of Nakamura. Maybe it wasn't appropriate.
It was censored.
It wasn't arable. Oh,
It's not
gosh.
arable.
Yeah. Well, we can only guess what it might have been.
We can only guess. We had some funny ones there. It's funny how these players, they see each other all the time, and yet, describing one person in a single word, it's not so easy.
That was nice of Magnus to say the one-word description for Hammer is friend.
Friend, well, go back a long, long time, right? Hammer and Carlsen. No secret there that Hammer has helped Carlsen his World Championship matches. When everybody was speculating who were seconds for Magnus Carlsen, nobody was doubting that Hammer was one of them. The mystery was only who were the rest.
That's right.
It seems like in the variation, or the game Caruana MVL, we are going to be seeing this variation that we were talking about, where Caruana decided to take a pawn because he might as well, and MVL managed to play the move G6 almost instantly. We're probably going to be seeing this line where Caruana has to play the move Queen G4, and all the straights starting with Rook F5, which leads to a position that I still think is a little bit more pleasant for Black, but objectively it's probably closer to a draw in certain positions where you just have a lot of exchanges, and the dark squared bishop will be fighting a light squared bishop on an opposite colored bishop endgame. I don't see any other choices here for White. I think he has to go Queen G4 or lose a piece. The move Knight H6 check would not work because of simply King G7, and there's no good way of retreating the queen, as this Knight on H6 still requires defense. Therefore, Queen G4 looked completely forced to me. I'm not entirely sure why Caruana is thinking in this position.
Meanwhile, we have some interesting developments in the game between Grishuk and Hammer. When Grishuk was asked to describe Hammer in one word, he just had no clue.
I just don't think they've ever played each other, and I think somebody else also said something. Right, but how can you describe somebody you've never met? And I think that even though chess players sometimes meet off the board, you don't get to know that player until you play him personally. And I don't think that Grishuk and Hammer have ever played. Probably the only matchups that have never happened before will all involve John Ludwig Hammer.
What do you think he's going to say after this game?
Well, definitely something along the lines of weird.
Crazy, weird.
As he described somebody else. Yes.
H5.
H5.
I guess H5 is 2 words.
Not in chess, though. You can write it as 1 word.
Got it.
We got the moves knight d5, bishop takes c3, bishop takes c3, and then Hammer kept up trading pieces with knight takes c3, but I think that after queen takes c3 or even b takes c3, white has a nice advantage. Another idea here is to actually interpose the move queen e6 check, and since I think queen e7 doesn't quite work because of queen takes c6 check, winning a pawn, you have to play the move king f8. And I'm wondering, after pawn takes c3, how do you get rid of this annoying queen? You would have to play something along the lines of queen d6. But then suddenly the king on f8 might not be the happiest piece on the chessboard. We have to remember that in major piece endgames, those are the endgames that have a queen and 2 rooks for both sides, usually there is nothing that matters except king safety. King safety is everything. There are no good defenders for the king, as rooks and queens are very clumsy defenders compared to the minor pieces. So it's going to be up to the pawns to defend the most important piece in the game, but if they're already so advanced and shattered as they are in this position, it's going to be difficult to retain a simple position. It's not so easy to hide the king anywhere. So queen e6 is definitely a possibility. Pawn takes c3 also a possibility, since after taking on d3 we still have queen e6 check, after which there will be no good move for black. So I expect that Grishuk will think a little bit about which one to take with, but all of them very tempting. And I still like white quite a bit in this position.
Indeed, me too. In fact, it's starting to clarify, and it feels like white just has a clear edge.
It does seem like that, especially because I think once the king reaches e2, which seems like the most logical place on the board for me, it's hard to get to. It's very hard to attack, whereas the king on e8, it doesn't have that many good squares.
And we've got Yasser with more touring of this beautiful site in Norway.
Hello, St. Louis. Welcome from Norway, where we're in an 1,100-year-old monastery, and we're discovering all the nooks and crannies of this monastery, a kind of search of self-discovery that we're on. And in the room next door is the media center, where all of the analysis, grandmaster analysis, is going on over there. We have big development, of course. Again, it's all about Magnus. We're in Norway. What else can we say? And Magnus is in trouble. He's playing the black side of a Spanish defense against 5-time world champion Viswanathan Anand. Magnus is under pressure. He's been forced to give up his dark square bishop. That's a crucial, crucial game. And, of course, in our 2 tournament leaders, I still like the position of Veselin Topalov. I think Topalov has a nice advantage. Nothing instantly concrete, but he's the one pressing. And then Hikaru Nakamura is actually, I'd say, somewhere between even and slightly worse. So very, very important matches going on of our 2 tournament leaders. And again, this game of Magnus Carlsen and what it means as these 2 gladiators who have played against each other in the last 2 World Championship matches square off in this crucial round 4 game. So I'm going to send it back to you as I continue my spiritual journey.
You're in the right place.
Definitely in the right place. Man, we should have that job. It seems so pretty in Norway. We do have a new move from Vishy Anand. He decided to play the move Rook F1. And I have to disagree with Yasser, even though perhaps it's a more classical type of player, prefers to be pushing with the Ruy Lopez positions. I'd rather be black here. I just like this kind of defensive setups. I think it's difficult to make progress for white in this kind of positions, and that moves become more natural for the black side. So interesting there, even though we're both grandmasters, we have discrepancy on who we prefer to play as in this position specifically.
Well, thank God, not everybody likes the same chess position.
No, definitely. And we can see the variety even to the very top of styles, in which some games are just crazy, like the Grishuk and Hammer game, and some are very deep theoretical battles in positional struggles, like this Anand Carlsen game.
That's right. If everybody liked the same chess positions, it would just get very boring.
Very boring, very quick. So we got to see a slight little detail here. You might be wondering if Queen H4 is a playable move, seemingly attacking the knight on G3 and the bishop on H6, but I believe that just loses material to the move bishop G5, and suddenly after queen takes G3, the move Rook F3 seems to trap the queen on G3, unless I'm missing something. Yeah, that's good enough. So there's no Queen H4, it also looks like a very weird move to play. After Rook F1, there's obviously more pressure on the F file. So again, Carlsen can just ignore it and play something like Bishop A6, increasing his own pressure on D3. Or he can go for a more traditional approach, play F6, try to solidify the position. Or he can go a little bit crazy and play pawn takes F4, which seems to just incite White's initiative. But he does get the strong E5 square for his knight. So Jen, what are your thoughts here in this position?
I guess I'd rather be white still.
You'd still rather be white.
Those two bishops.
And now it's 2 against 1.
Well, maybe Maurice can either make it a landslide
Man.
or even the square.
Well, Maurice, what are your thoughts here in this
White or black? Who
complicated
you're taking?
Spanish?
Well, it just looks like white doesn't have much. It looks as though white's trying for something, but it's just not there. How do you open lines on this side? It feels almost like you need a knight, another knight. And this knight F5 jump is typical, but I don't like this coordination of white pieces. I think you need to pick this rook up from A2, drop it on F2, and then somehow get the queen over here and then play knight F5. It doesn't look like white has anything at all, no matter how he plays here. This game could go on a while, but it's also incumbent on Magnus to figure out what to do himself. So white will play. We'll see maybe 20 more moves of nothing going on, or looking for position, jockeying to see if they can improve somewhat. In the meantime, there is that pressure on the B file, and this knight potentially landing on one of these squares. So patience is the buzzword in that position. One position I find very strange, a couple of moves that got played here after Rook F3, hitting this bishop. In this position, the move Rook to D2 instead of Rook to E3, holding on to the bishop. And after Bishop A5, then the move Bishop to B2. I mean, talk about your ugly use of a bishop. The bishop just guarding the C3 pawn. And this just doesn't look impressive at all for white anymore. A moment ago, I felt really strong about the activity, the potential for the light square bishop. Now, I'm just not liking the way white has handled himself in that position. We did see some development here after the sacrifice in the Vachier, the Kuranic Vachier-Lagrave game. He did take on H5, G6, and he did finally play his only move that made sense, Queen G4. Expect to see this rook sack happen at any moment in that game, and it actually has. Takes, knight to E5, and he's forced to capture now. We would expect to see that. Black is down a pawn, but it doesn't look like he's down a pawn because he just is frozen this side of the board out the game, and he has this wonderful bishop. Compare the minor pieces, and the bishop is just a fantastic piece. And another game, hard to understand what white is playing for here, but he did exchange on C5, and now white is going after this weak pawn, but you might argue it's a pass pawn. Well, it's not going anywhere anytime soon, so we expect to see maybe a move like Rook to C1 attacking it and forcing this kind of move. Is white better? Maybe a move like E4. White definitely looks optically better, but how to improve the position? He has his own pass pawn not going anywhere either. Very tricky play there. It doesn't seem as though white can prove much. So all the games on every single board, it looks like white simply has nothing. Maybe the only game that has anything going on is this one. with Grischuk and Hammer, and Grischuk is 15 minutes ahead on the clock. Maybe the most surprising thing we can say about the round so far is that Grischuk is ahead on time, Hammer with only 30 minutes left. It doesn't seem as though any of the games really holds too much yet. We're going to have to wait for time pressure to see if there are any dramatic changes.
Definitely very interesting games, but it doesn't seem like White has been able to pull through and establish a clear advantage in any of the positions except perhaps
Grischuk.
for the Grischuk game. Correct. So let's take a quick look at this. How did this happen between Aronian and Topalov? Aronian was simply passively defending, and suddenly he was able to get rid of a couple of his weaknesses. Now, after the move Bishop D1, it seems like Black brought his king to the center, which seems a very typical idea of any endgame. And after the move C5, you're not actually threatening anything in this position because you're tied down to the rook on C8. But it does allow some freedom, and perhaps Aronian just felt that it was easier to hold on to the pawn on C5. After the move Knight D3, this pawn is still under attack. It still cannot take on D4 because of rook takes C8. So he played B6, and after the trade of the pawns, it seems like Topalov has one weakness to exploit, which would be the C5 pawn, as Maurice pointed out. But as we know from old chess theory, one weakness is simply not enough to win. You need to at least open up some kind of attack on another flank, on another weakness, take advantage of some kind of passive position. But I think that after Knight B7, which was played in the game, it's going to be extremely hard for Topalov to make any kind of progress. Aronian holding on to, as he usually does, with passive defense, passive position, but solid as a rock, and he might end up the draw that way.
Yes, and Maurice with an update on another game.
Just when we thought nothing much was going on, the world champion decided to make things funky, and he's played a pawn sacrifice, which is really interesting. In this position, Anand played F5. It looks as if White is the one making demonstrations on the king side, and Black said, okay, I don't know what you're doing, but I'm going to plunk a knight down on the D3 square. Take it, I dare you. This knight, very powerful, about to be backed up by the other knight as well, and Black trying to stream his pieces in on the queen side. Well, let's first of all take a look at this. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and queen takes on D3. Many ways for Black to play here, but even if you don't look at what Black can do in the position, you can see why he likes this position. He's got the files. It's typical Benko-style sacrifice, of course, without the G7 bishop. But it's a sacrifice where he's got the C file, the B file, potentially the C file. His bishop may land on A6, his knight on C5. All the pressures on this side, and White needing to show that he has anything to compensate on the other side. Maybe he might be able to pull it off, but Black can also concretely start playing aggressively. Queen B6 check, for example. You have to be a little careful because a bishop is going to go to A6 and skewer queen to rook. So now you can play bishop to E3, but still bishop A6 is playable. Now Black is in the driver's seat. If you take here, Black can take, and the rook's under attack, the bishop's under attack. White has to be careful in this position. Very complex play suddenly exploding on the board. The players are going to have to analyze and try to figure it out. Anand, I'm not sure how surprised he was by that move, but clearly Carlsen feels like, I'm going for it. He's looking to win before the rest day and trying to get himself back in the competition.
I don't think Anand is incredibly surprised by the move itself, but by the timing of the move. I think because A5 was just played, you would expect the knight to be first reinforced with the move bishop A6, and only then have the idea of playing knight to D3. But he did it immediately, and I think he just doesn't care about the pawn. And I can see why. If you play bishop takes D3, pawn takes D3, queen takes D3, this is a miserable extra pawn to have. It's weak, it's backwards, it's only going to be a liability. Sometimes White would even like to get rid of it so I can put my rook on C6. It's still a pawn, and I understand that, well, it's not like Anand's going to gift it away, but at the same time, I mean, it's not the prettiest extra pawn that I've ever seen.
No, of course not.
Definitely. So here we have a lot of chances for the game to get interesting, for Carlsen to put some pressure on the queen side, and in case of any queen trade, I don't think he's going to be very scared of the position, even if he is down a pawn, because he controls so many key squares, and because I like the activity that his bishop is going to eventually gain against several targets, including this pawn on e4 later in the game when the bishop can maneuver to attack it. Notice how right now because of the existence of this pawn on c4, this bishop is basically permanently locked in, and so he's getting rid of this pawn in order to say, hey, my bishop is going to gain activity in the long run.
Party in the light squares.
Party in the light squares, and, well, white would be stuck with a dark square bishop that's simply not invited.
Maurice.
And another pawn sacrifice on another board, and a position with a prancing knight in the game between Giri and Nakamura. And in this position, we saw these two moves, rook d2 and bishop to b2. They just didn't quite feel right. And Nakamura said, I'm not going to sit around and defend. And he played c5 instantly, now trying to liquidate on this side, certainly threatening to take on d4. Giri does have the move bishop to a6 to test him, to ask him, well, what are you going to do now that your pawn is actually hanging? But there is the move knight to d6, ignoring everything. And after d takes e5, knight to e4, and suddenly the knight has jumped into the e4 square. f2 is under attack. And what do you do here? If you capture on d5, then suddenly rook takes on f2, and the position is just crazy. Maybe the rook goes back. There's a mate threat. Watch out. Rook g4 followed by knight f2, and suddenly white is the one who has to be watching out for dangerous threats. So the move c5, we see now black on two boards, not respecting white at all and playing for the initiative. Guys?
Wow, explosive, really. I did not expect that position to have such danger for white's king, but it does seem difficult in certain variations to hold white's position together. Does he have any other passive approaches to keeping his detention? I don't think so. Bishop a6 is so natural, just attacking the knight that's defending the pawn currently, but after knight d6, then this knight, man, that becomes a serious beast on e4. Pawn takes c5, knight e4, everything is under attack. I don't see any good tricks in this position, and even though rook takes d5 is still holding, suddenly it seems like black has gained an initiative.
Yes, perhaps some imprecisions earlier in this game by Giri.
Yeah, definitely his piece placement was strange. It was difficult for me to understand why this bishop went to b2 out of all places. But, well, I guess he just believed in the very long-term pressure given by the bishops, and Nakamura's like, what long-term? I'm going to kill you right now. I'm going to exploit the fact that your pieces are in bad positions, and I'm going to use my knight and the pressure on the f-file to create concrete threats that Giri has to be very careful about.
Classic Nakamura.
Classic Nakamura. This is a little bit more just old style, but hey, if it works, it works, and it might be necessary even to start ripping apart the position. Nakamura has about 20 minutes left for his remaining 10 moves, which is not serious time pressure, but it's also not a ton of time.
So game's really heating up here.
Definitely, I think the Carlsen versus Anand versus Carlsen game will be very interesting, and I also think the Giri game will be very interesting. I want to see how exactly Giri responds to this. And let's not forget about the fact that MVL did sacrifice a pawn against Caruana, even though I'm afraid that game might just end in a draw, I think, in a position where white is being offered a trade of queens. Here we can see Caruana thinking about it. If he doesn't trade the queens, this powerful queen on d4 seems to be just dominating the board, looking everywhere on the dark squares. But if you do trade the queens, well, what hope do you have of ever exploiting your extra pawn? There just simply is none. That would be about as dead of a draw as I can see. The game would probably not end there because there are rules that say that, well,
and the queen trade has occurred.
Yeah, I expect this game to go into a draw. The opposite color bishop's endgame seems completely dead to me.
Right, accentuates the attack in the middle game.
Yeah, it accentuates the attack in the middle game. So actually, opposite color bishops are extremely sharp in middle game positions. But in the end games, they have a very drawish tendency as the bishops cannot threaten each other and blockades very commonly happen. In this case, after queen takes d4, which was played, MVL will reply bishop takes d4 as soon as he's back on the board. If, for example, these rooks disappear, all black has to do to hold the draw is simply put the bishop on c5. And even though you have an extra pawn on this structure, well, you're never going to be able to exploit it because you can't actually push this pawn forward ever. So this will be a dead draw.
Monstrous blockade. Indeed.
Monstrous blockade, absolutely. And of course, black doesn't have any hope of winning himself as he doesn't have any pawns to push forward. So I expect this game will go to a draw somehow.
Which is okay for both players, but remember, you know, in order to get a chance to win this event, they both were hoping to win today.
Right.
Especially Fabi with the white pieces.
I think MVL will be quite happy.
Yeah.
He had a good preparation, no problems drawing one of the top players in the world. bouncing back from a ridiculous loss yesterday. So I think he'll be pretty pleased with this game today.
Fabi, not as much.
Fabi, not as much. I think he missed a couple of chances to put on more pressure. And it's not necessarily true that he's going to be upset because of the result. I mean, drawing MVL is not the end of the world. But the fact that he did it in this way, where he had no winning chances, no pressure whatsoever, he's going to be a little bit upset about his preparation.
And Maurice with an update on the Nakamura game.
Yeah, you know we love analyzing crazy positions, wild tactics. Take a look at this very odd position, guys. After c5, bishop to a6, knight to d6, dc5, knight e4. We had looked at this before. Here, white could actually play rook takes e4 and just shut everything down and hope for equality in some line. But white could also say, why would I need to do that? Let me take and then just back up. But this move, rook to f4, threatens to mate with rook g4 and knight f2. So h3 stopping that. And now the move rook 8 f6, insisting on attacking. But now white can ignore it with bishop to c4 because why? There is no mate. After king f8, bishop a3, I'm just going to throw in these two moves just to show you how crazy this position is getting. Ideas like c6. Black has rook g6 check, king h2, rook f2 check, king h1. And oddly enough, there's no win. Black can't make any progress. The engine's giving knight g3 check, king to g1, knight back to e4 as best, and a repetition in this position. Crazy position, but one that computers quickly calculate and realize that one side simply does not win. The geometrics do not favor black being able to checkmate in any way or bring this bishop into the game. So that's a wild potential there. Another game to look at has moved on. Anand did take on d3 once, but then he played the move queen to d1, ignoring the pawn on d3, allowing it to stay there. So this game has changed character completely as he tries to bring his rook over to the f-file or to d2. This game is certainly quite interesting and getting very exciting with the time control looming over the players.
I like this approach by Anand. I think it fits his style much more to be aggressive instead of having to defend passively with an extra pawn. He just doesn't care about it on being on d3. Now, it's a pawn on d3. It's going to be a problem later on in the game. Magnus is going to have the opportunity of defending this pawn with bishop a6, with knight c5. It's going to be an issue for Anand. On the other hand, he's kind of saying, hey, I have a lot of pressure on the king side. You just can't ignore me like this. I'm going to go rook f2. I'm going to go queen g4. I'm going to have pressure on g6. I'm going to have pressure on f6. Do you really have the resources to keep my attack back from a simple checkmate pattern?
And we have a very special guest. We talked to some of the youngsters here who are part of the Rising Stars program co-sponsored by the KCF and the St. Louis Chess Club. We have the chairman of the KCF, former world champion, Garry Kasparov. He is with Maurice Ashley, and we're going to be with them in just a minute. Very exciting news, right?
Absolutely. Always a pleasure to talk to a legend, not the legend of chess, here with us at the St. Louis Chess Club.
Maybe get a few thoughts of these games.
Maybe some one-word opinions on some of the players.
One-word opinions, yes. Garry wasn't included in those interviews. I'd love that.
Unfortunately.
Or one word on Caden, Sam, Jeffrey.
Oh, man. We're going to have to see a couple of positions just before we get into this interview. We did see that Grischuk decided to take with the queen instead of checking on e6 or taking with the pawn. And after queen d5, he quickly played the move rook c1. And it seems like here it's not possible for Grischuk to take, for Hammer to take on f3, since after the trade of queens, there's just too many weaknesses here for black, and very, very good position for Grischuk. But if you don't do that, I'm kind of wondering how you plan to defend on c6. Would you actually play the move king d7? And strangely, after that, white defends his own pawn with king e2. I would still greatly prefer to be white in this position. Sometimes even the sacrificial ideas of rook h4 and quickly swinging this rook around seem dangerous for the black side.
Hey, you have twice as much time.
And you have twice as much time, and unusual for Grischuk.
And they are ready. We have Garry Kasparov with Maurice Ashley.
We are with the great one, Garry Kasparov, former world champion for 15 years, #1 for 20, winner of so many tournaments, and now an ambassador of the sport, a teacher, and joining us here in studio. Garry, it's an honor. Welcome to the show.
Yes. it will be quite awkward for me, just not to go 2 floors down after having a session this morning with our young stars.
I know you're working with the Rising
Yes,
Stars.
yes,
How is
yes.
that going? We got 5 great players, young GMs,
Yes, we have
incredible
more and more
talent.
GMs. So we already had 3 GMs, in our group. It's age 14 to 16, and I think we can have even more strong players coming out of the group. And I'm always very enthusiastic because it's not just sharing the experience with them and helping them, but also keeping myself in good shape because I have to be sharp. Just not to disappoint them because they expect from me not only an advice, general advice, but also just to be on par with them and calculating some sharp moves.
What do you feel? Like 10 years ago, maybe you might have had to say, "Oh, don't do that, don't do that." But these days, you got to say, oh, well, "Nice idea."
Absolutely, no. But they all are very it's computerized in their minds because they look for sharp lines, and I have to make sure that I'm not staying with general advice, which of course I gave them a lot of just advices, how to improve. But while we're analyzing their games, each of them show six their games, in a period, of the 6 months that we in between the sessions, and then we trying to analyze these games, and I use these games just to sort of get an idea whether they made progress or just what else is required, and other players like Sasha Chernian, who's working with them on a regular basis. They just trying to sort of to catch up with his recommendations.
Have you seen any games so far where you said, "That was nice"?
Well, there were, there's more than one game. So there's this, and it's just recently the one of youngsters won the Jeffrey Xiong won the Chicago Open. So it's it's just winning the tournament with many 2,600 plus players. I mean, that's already an accomplishment. And he played a couple of nice games though there, and of course Sam Sivian and Caden Troff. So they all come up with some high quality games. So what is important, they're all making an improvement on the regular basis, and so that's why I think quite soon we can see these youngsters sort of joining the national team.
Well, the national team now includes Fabiano Caruana.
But not the 2016 because the seats now are just are taken by Fabiano and by Wesley Saw. But I still think there will be room for youngsters because there are 2 more seats, and actually there's some other strong players also that came from our early days of Kasparov Chess Foundation for our sessions, like Shankland or Robson. They all at certain point attended our sessions because we have been doing it for 10 years, but the last 3 years is a very specific program with selected kids, and it's just and we're doing it in the cooperation with St. Louis Chess Club.
So now, speaking of the national team, U.S. team is certainly now one of the strongest in the world. I mean, incredible to have Caruana, So, Nakamura, and young players who are jockeying for those other positions.
It's probably now the favorite, because no other team can boast 3 top players from top 10 just in the world. And currently this is Nakamura, Fabiano, and Saul. They all, top 10 players by rating. And as for the 2 other boards, this is such a big selection. Again, this is just 2 names I mentioned, like Shankland and Robson. Just let's not forget that Shankland made 9 out of 10 at board 4 at the last Olympiad in Tromsø. So, but at that time, the U.S. didn't have Caruana and Saw among its ranks and files. I think that's while they're probably they are the strongest and the favorites, it's an extra pressure because they will be playing in a tournament where expectations are running high. So probably it's the first realistic chance for gold since 1937 they won the gold. Okay, 1986 there was an Olympiad in Dubai when they beat us. Once I lost to Yasser, and US won, and they were in elite before the last round. So since 86 will be the first realistic chance for the U.S. team to win gold in the Olympics.
Incredible. Now we have to talk about the Grand Chess Tour. What are your feelings, first of all, about having it finally kicked off in Norway?
Look, I think it was a great moment because it's the first time, as I pointed out, since late 80s when the world champion took a risk of playing in a series of tournaments with other leading players. Because typically the world champions were not very keen of risking their reputation in strong tournaments, especially if the title, some kind of a title, was involved. And I mean, Magnus never had this fears, and now we managed to bring all the strongest players together. But while everybody was celebrating the opening of such an important tournament, I hope one of many Grand Chess tours to come in the future. I think the Norwegian fans are quite disappointed by what they saw from Magnus so far, and that's again, it's about the pressure. I have been asked many times by Norwegian press before the beginning of a tournament in Stavanger about Magnus's chances, and some kind of a curse because Magnus couldn't win, just in Norway. And I said it's a double pressure. Everybody expects world champion to win, but here he's not just a world champion. He's the homegrown star. So this is probably the most known athlete in Norway, and everybody wants him to show his class. I mean, his superiority at home, and it just puts extra pressure. And of course, after this disastrous start, very unfortunate, accident in his game with Topalov, it's difficult to recover. Next day, he just played so very poorly against Caruana. Though I don't want to diminish Caruana's perfect play, but Magnus was definitely not at his best. And yesterday, he also missed winning chances, actually forced win against Giri. And today, I'm afraid it's another uphill battle for him against Vishy.
Well, but there's no question Magnus Carlsen is the #1 player in the world, the best
it's
player.
Not. No, absolutely. But that's the beauty of this tournament because we know that, but it gives chances to other players because it's not that Magnus, who is the best one, and he goes from tournament to tournament, and eventually he defends his title against the winner of the Canada Cycle. I mean, he has to work hard to prove that I'm the best from tournament to tournament, and there's a combination of this. So if he doesn't do well here, he still has chances to win 2 other tournaments and to be a winner of the Grand Chess Tour. But it's even by doing quite poorly in the beginning, he needs to fight in each game because all the points will count at the end. So the only 3 tournaments. That's why all results will be accounted for.
Which makes it a great story because you're connecting the story
Absolutely.
throughout the entire year
Absolutely.
as opposed to one tournament.
Yeah,
and it's
absolutely.
done.
And this is now those chess fans or just Magnus fans in Norway that may simply just lose interest of watching him playing in St. Louis or in London. Now they especially if he doesn't do well in Norway, now they will be watching for him, waiting for him to recover because his potentially great performance here in St. Louis or in London will offer him a chance to sort of regain his leading position.
So far in the tournament, it's been up and down for some of the players. Fabiano, you mentioned, he lost a terrible game yesterday. It was just ridiculous.
I couldn't believe that this playing B5 and G5. I mean, it's something went wrong. I think it's like he totally lost control. It's just making these moves. I mean, they did make made no sense to me, especially G5, of course, and just offer the open file for White's Rook, and I wish I could have a picture of Hikaru's face when Fabiano played G5. Just wanted to see his face.
Yeah, that was incredible to all of us. A shocking, basic mistake just to give an open file for really no reason.
Exactly, and no explanation. It's just, I mean, to have a 2,800 player to lose a roughly even Rook's ending in just 2 moves. Wow.
Yeah, even us down at the 24, 23, 2200 level would say, I'll never make that mistake.
This is an elementary mistake. So this is, even if it doesn't lose, which I think probably it's already lost, I mean, it doesn't make any sense because suddenly, just White has a chance, great chance of winning. So you gave up sort of a huge advantage, and it's like a unforced mistake in tennis, and it's the worst one you can imagine.
Now, if I were to ask you to put yourself on the line for a second, 2 players in this tournament that you think are going to end up being in the winner's circle at the end, who do you like right now? I know it's still early, but right now, 2 players I'll give you.
They'll be on top of this tournament.
Will win the tournament.
One, I will still say Nakamura. So far, he does well, and he's fairly confident. I can hardly imagine Magnus winning the event now. But miracles can happen. But even today, he's just he's struggling. I mean, Topalov looks strong, but again, I can hardly imagine that he will not falter at one point. So it's Hikaru and maybe Fabiano if he gets his act together. So
doesn't play moves like B5 and G5.
Yeah, that's or no. I would say Hikaru and Anand. So that's why let's put them just in this order. So that's
okay.
It's the okay. Vichy is oldest one, but he plays solid chess. So but it's it's the tournament is highly unstable. So that's why I'm a little bit just confused now. So I think that so far Hikaru looks better than others because he doesn't make big mistakes.
And
so
he has talked about that himself, about not losing at this level. It's important,
yeah,
maybe more important
it's actually
than
his game is, if you look at the game so far, so his games are most stable. So because always inaccuracies, but other players you could see big drops, ups and downs. So Hikaru is so far is the most stable one. So which is very important because it's a relatively short tournament, and if you play at such a level where making a mistake, serious mistake, could cost you dearly, almost instantly.
One more question for you: the Grand Chess Tour has 3 tournaments right now. Are there plans to expand beyond these 3? I know you've talked about that before.
Yeah, it's this. We are expecting one more tournament to join next year. So there's it's the clear intention from Jakarta to join. That's to be like an opening tournament for 2016. I think it will be sort of a better structure because we have 4 tournaments, and and then with 4 tournaments you count 3. So that's why you always everybody plays all 4. But it's if you have a bad tournament, so for some reasons you can always recover. Ideally, the way it's a dream to go into the series with 6 tournaments, with each player playing only 5 and 4 counts. So 4 tournaments will be accounted, and it will give us a chance to play on a regular basis, and also hopefully it will be an opportunity to expand Grand Chess Tour to other continents.
Well, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate you spending some time with us.
Thank you.
The legend, the living legend, Garry Kasparov, not just a great player, but a visionary, constantly making his stamp on the world of chess as we speak with the Grand Chess Tour and with the Rising Stars program. Guys, back to you.
Wonderful to have Garry Kasparov's thoughts on these games and the Grand Chess Tour itself.
Absolutely, one of the driving forces behind the tour, and definitely the reason that we're seeing such wonderful chess today.
And such a wonderful young American talent rising up.
Absolutely.
We had the privilege of talking to Jeffrey and Caden earlier today.
Yes, very, very strong players in their own right and only rising every single day.
And as we close that wonderful interview, we're going to take a break and come back as the games approach time to draw.
I'm Mike Matheny. Whether you play chess for fun or want to boost your child's academic performance, come visit the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. From a welcoming, diverse environment to a scholastic outreach program, now in over 100 schools, our center, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame in the Central West End, has it all. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? when you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
2014 was a great year for chess. Chess24 brought you live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses, ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos. Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. Chess24 is offering a special premium membership for just $9.99 per month or $99 per year. See you at chess24.com.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
And welcome back to the Grand Chess Tour. How is our buddy Magnus Carlsen doing?
Our buddy is busted. That's how he's doing.
What?
Unbelievable. In this small break, we had a big change of events, and Anand has sacrificed an exchange. We've left off the game more or less around here, where Carlsen decided to sacrifice a pawn, try to play for the initiative. Anand, very, very naturally for his style, took but retreated the queen to d1. A very aggressive move, coming with the queen to g4, pressuring this side of the position and kind of making Black's king uncomfortable. After the move rook e7, a normal defensive move in this kind of situations, Anand simply put further pressure in. I think that Maurice was the one that wanted to grab that rook from a2, plunk it on f2, and he finally managed to do this. There's some real pressure now down the f-file. And after rook f7, which is probably not the most accurate move, Anand took his time, played the move queen takes d3, even though he had probably even better options already. And after knight c5, queen f3, bishop a6, it seems like Carlsen is attacking this rook on f1. Well, he actually is, but Anand did not care. He played the move queen g4, even though it seems like both queen g4 and the first f takes g6 seem to lead to very strong attacks for white. Queen g4 also a very strong move. g5, h4 was played, not caring about this rook on f1. Notice that, of course, taking it on the previous move seemed suicidal because of f takes g6. But suddenly after g5, Anand does not care about his rook. He doesn't take the time to move it. He goes ahead and plays h4, ripping apart the structure on the king side. And after bishop takes f1, rook takes f1, Anand is on full initiative mode, his favorite attacking style that he is so famous for. And it seems like the world champion is in serious trouble, even though Anand is in severe, well, not severe, but somewhat of time pressure with only 6 minutes and 40 seconds left.
For just 5 moves.
For just 5
it's
key moves.
Chess by Anand. You know, we mentioned earlier, Magnus not doing well in Norway.
Man, but
and
this
then
is...
Anand in India.
But this is not India, this is Norway, and it seems like Anand has the entire initiative in this position. I'd be very scared for this king on g8. It doesn't have any good resources, and even though this fantastic knight on c5 is very strong, it would be very strong if it was participating with the rest of the pieces. The problem is that the knight on c5 doesn't have any say on the king side. So basically, even though the knight is really pretty, it's doing nothing to the position. The rook on b8, same story. It has this beautiful b file. It controls a lot of squares, so it seems, but it's not participating in the king defense, which is all that is this game
So
right
looks
now.
looks aren't everything.
Definitely not, especially in chess. This very deceiving
Especially
positions.
in chess.
Especially in chess.
And we do have our first result of the round. Cameron Legrave, as predicted, has ended in a draw.
Yeah, that opposite color bishop was definitely leading towards a draw for quite a while now. But we're going to have to focus on the games of the Norwegians, as it's not only Magnus Carlsen that is in trouble. It seems like it's going to be a sad day for Norway, as I think that John Ludwig Hammer is also busted against Alexander Grischuk. He, the Russian grandmaster, has managed not only to escape the dire straits of time trouble, but he, in this endgame, we left off the position.
Well, he's been avoiding it all day. He's playing like a
real person. Amazing. Not like a time travel addict.
Or what do they call him in the videos? Perfectionist.
Perfectionist. I like that
Crazy.
one. Yes. So after h4 in this position, Grischuk said, "Okay, that looks like a pawn." So he took it. He now threatens, among other things, to push his pawn forward. John Ludwig Hammer castled, a very unusual move. And after queen takes c6, he was absolutely forced to retake. Takes and takes on d3. But this endgame looks really, really bad. Even the move rook takes f6 looked strong to me. But the fact that this passed pawn already has the support of the rook makes me really scared if I was black. After king e2, rook h d8, rook c2, Grischuk made sure that this second rank was protected. And then suddenly he simply shot this pawn forward. And who's going to stop it? A rook, terrible defender. And after f4, I don't see a good defense here for John Ludwig Hammer. This king is very quickly trying to go to the g6 square, which will be absolutely decisive.
Looks kaput to me. I mean, this rook is just a horrible defender. So
Horrible defender, and this king is so passive.
For white so far, where we
far,
have
so
two
good.
players who seem to be on top. We've got Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan in Norway, and he actually is with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Fabiano Caruana.
Hello, St. Louis. Welcome to Norway. We're here with the players of the first game of round 4 to finish. Fabiana and Max. Jen, and describe today's game. Norway.
Yeah, I knew something about this one that we played, but I couldn't remember the exact details. And I thought it was a very interesting position at the opening, but I just didn't. I mean, it was so difficult to decide after e takes f4 how to recapture. It was, and I probably, as usual, when I have a choice, I probably took the wrong one. Yeah, after that, I didn't like my position too much. I just kind of missed that rook e8 is coming first. I thought bishop g6, and then maybe I can play c4. Yeah. But rook e8 first is, yeah. I also. Yeah, after that, I think it's probably all forced, and we go to ascending, which is a dead draw.
Right. Well, you actually stole my thunder, because I wanted to congratulate you, Envia, for the move rook fe8. I thought this was very, very nice, and that somehow after that you had no problems, or maybe you felt otherwise.
Well, it felt extremely natural. I mean, just as any player would like to sacrifice an action, and I'm part of the guys. And well, I mean, it just lashes out. Actually, then I thought a bit about it, and maybe, if I wanted to be really ambitious, I could first go bishop g6, and then after c4, rook e8, pawn takes b5, queen c3, something like this. Yeah, and queen d2, bishop d4, and pawn takes b5. And maybe, I mean, if I really am ambitious, that's what I mean. But okay, it's also natural, and I like my position so much after this move that, okay, I didn't really think about anything else.
Amazingly, you have a really bad record with the white side of Najdorf. I mean, I don't know how you're keeping 2,800. It's sort of like you're doing badly, and you're playing one of the foremost Najdorf players in the world. Weren't you tempting fate today?
Well, I don't know. I think the law of probability states that at some point I should win or at least not lose again. Today I managed that. So.
Yes, I think you improved dramatically your record on the night off.
So for you, was it a bit of a surprise, Abigail, that he tried the night off with you, or did your eyes go, you're so happy?
No, I mean, I know that Fabiano is very well prepared anyway, so you know, I mean, if he goes for this, he has an idea in mind, and probably, for instance, he were to repeat our Vacancy game, he would have found some improvement, which I know are there, so, you know, I also wanted to surprise him first, and, I mean, it has to be said that, first of all, Fabiano is a natural e4 player, and well, even against d4, it's not so easy sometimes to get anything in the Grandfeld, so...
Gentlemen, thank you for your time. Enjoy the game with the analysis. Thank you again. Thank you both. So, the first game completed in round 4 was a draw. It seems, to my eyes at least, that the game of Hikaru Nakamura, a tournament leader, is likewise going to be a draw. The other co-tournament leader, Veselin Topalov, slightly better. Chances for Topalov, but should be a draw. But again, the big news is that when I left the game, I thought that 5-time world champion Vishy Anand was doing great. I thought Magnus was in deep trouble. It would be simply stunning if Magnus were to go down to defeat and have a mere half out of 4. Nobody could have predicted that. That's as unpredictable as Fabi going 7-0 in the Sinquefield Cup. Remarkable round 4. Well, we'll see how things play out. Back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, indeed. We'll go straight to that game between Anand and Carlsen.
An exciting game,
7
definitely.
world championships between them.
Several, and it seems like Anand's trying to get his revenge on the world championships.
I said 7. But...
7?
Yeah.
7, whatever. Anyways, we're going to go into the action here because Anand only has 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to make a couple of moves, and we are going to update you with the latest moves. After h4 and black took on f1, rook takes f1, Magnus Carlsen decided to play the move queen d7, a clever way of defending, since after pawn takes g5, pawn takes g5, he is discouraging white from playing the move f6, which would bind the king side and allow access to the g7 square.
You just lose a queen, but whatever.
Right. For this reason, queen d7 was played. So to get out of the pin, Anand decided to play the move queen h5. Perhaps not the most accurate. We'll soon have the analysis from Maurice Ashley that will tell us what was the easiest way to break through in this position.
But he's not going to be able to play the most accurate moves. He's only got a couple minutes.
Right. And
there's so many appealing choices.
So many choices, very tempting and difficult to calculate. After king h8, f6 was played, rook g8, and we have an update with this flurry of moves that are coming in. After rook g8, Anand decided to get his exchange back with the move bishop g7, takes on g7, takes on g7, Magnus took with the queen, and we've reached the 40 move mark, and it does look like even though material is even, white must have a big advantage simply because of the activity of his pieces. That being said, it doesn't seem like Magnus Carlsen is getting mated anymore, so perhaps that's a slight improvement?
Not getting mated is always an improvement, isn't it?
Well, Maurice.
Well, you know, it's the difference between being shot in the head and terminal cancer. Take your pick, okay? Because it's bad. It's just over. All right, this position is terrible. Now, he could have taken on g5, could have Anand, but instead he played queen h5. This is still good as far as the inches are concerned. f6, a beastie move, saying I'm going to get my exchange back. He already had a pawn extra, so he can afford to just give all of it back to get this position of move 40, and now he can relish the joy of this position because this knight does not compare to this knight, especially if he finds the next move, knight to f5, which is really powerful. Now it's a question of the king safety, weak pawns in the position. It's all white for choice. In this position, the move queen g6 must be played. You can't allow, let's say you make a random move like queen d7, you just can't allow this move to land on the board. Knight h6, it would be over. Threats on f7 coming in, the rook, that's death. So knight to f5, queen g6 is the only move to play after knight to f5. And it turns out that this endgame is dominating. Queen takes, rook takes, and now the move knight to e7. Obviously, if you took with the pawn, the d6 pawn was hanging. So now this is the key. The rook has been squeezed into irrelevance because this rook now can't go to g7 because of the mate. And where else to go? It's just stuck. It has to go to h6, a horrible square. And now white can just play simple chess, check, king here, and now move his rook away. This is a key move. Why? Because this move, knight f5 check, is coming. This fork is devastating. If you step out of it, it still goes to the square. And you notice the rook was behind the knight a second ago. It has switched places, and now it's going to be rook and knight harmonizing against the position. He could even decide just to go after this pawn and win a pawn and say, I'm up a strong pawn. These two are passed, connected, game over. Guys like Anand win positions like this in their sleep. So no hope for Carlsen in this position. It is just over, and they made move 40, so Anand can stop and analyze the position at his leisure. But another game, something dramatic happened. We have to point out the game that looked like it was all dull, all boring, the game between Topalov and Aronian. And on move 37, right here, with 3 minutes now on his clock, Aronian, he played a quiet move, king d7. What's the problem? Doesn't look like any danger, right? Wrong. Against Topalov, there's always tactics. B4 has jumped into the position and now is challenging Aronian to regret his mistake because this pawn is going to drop. If he takes, suddenly rook all the way down to c8, threatening mate in 1. Where did mate come from in this position? He has to scramble with knight to d8, allowing this check. And after king back in the hole, knight c5, threatening rook d7, mate with the c8 rook. Suddenly he has to sacrifice an exchange and pray that his B pawn can create some counterplay. In fact, this pawn is dead because the two rooks are going to circle it, but maybe he can get play and hope against all hope that he will somehow save that position and make a draw. So Aronian must be disgusted at himself for making that king move. So a couple of positions where we thought it was just not a problem, suddenly a huge deal. And if Topalov wins this game, he will jump into the lead by himself, taking the wind from the first round gift and sailing pretty right now in Norway Chess 2015.
In other news, we also see the Christian game quite advanced. They are in severe time trouble. He's John Ludwig Ramirez. He has to make a series of moves to reach move 40, but it does not matter. His position is completely hopeless. Christian is probably just savoring the situation at the moment. After the move king d7, pawn takes e5, pawn takes e5, the simple and logical f4 move was played, simplifying the position in the center. And after king e6 takes on e5, takes on e5, it's just over. There is no way that this king can get in front of this pawn, simply because as soon as this rook moves, I'm going to keep pushing the pawn. And if you ever capture my pawn on h6, all pawn endgames are completely hopeless. Therefore, this should be an easy win. Easily winning for Grischuk. We'll see our result probably here before the time control.
You can't waste a move, that's a problem.
You cannot waste a move.
You have to make a move in chess.
Right, and even in this specific case, even if you could waste moves, simply because you can create another passed pawn on the queen side, that's even worse. The position is...
Makes it even easier.
Even easier. And it's just going to be resigned very soon. A sad day for Norway, it seems, as John Ludwig Hammer will definitely resign.
He's going down for sure. Magnus still has some fight.
Right, he's going down before time control. This is not going to last very long.
Or he might just make time control resign. You see that happen a lot.
Something along those lines. Although the game that he did lose, he did play on until checkmate. So perhaps we will see him do that again.
Yeah, for the fans.
For the fans. Well, I don't think the fans are looking for that right now from
They're not,
from
but
him.
just so that they can understand. That's what I meant.
Fair enough.
I mean the fans like on Norwegian TV who don't understand the game very much and only got into it because of Magnus.
Well, Magnus not having the tournament of his life, to put it mildly. Well, huge euphemism there. But it seems like the Norwegian John Ludwig Hammer will also be falling in this game.
You gotta love them when they're down and when they're up, right?
Yeah, that's what it means to be a fan. That's absolutely. And again, we see that mistake from Levon Aronian, just underestimating the potential of White's pieces. He will be making time control very shortly, so even though he only has 1 minute left, he has only one move to find. And it seems like he will have to go into this forced variation that Maurice showed us, where he sacrifices the exchange, hopes that this pawn will roll forward and create some kind of counterplay, and perhaps win the e5 pawn and beg for a draw. It'll be a long game in which he must pretty much defend and hope that Topalov cannot actually push for a win too hard. In the last game that we have yet to consider, we have this endgame between Hikaru Nakamura and Anish Giri, which has simplified quite a bit. We left off the position here after rook takes f2. The king retreated to g1, and we had analyzed this idea of rook f4, trying to checkmate the opponent. It didn't quite work. It only ended in a draw, and it seems like the players have found another way to more or less reach a draw after rook takes b2. The very cunning move, bishop c4, putting this cover here on the king. Therefore, the king must move to h8. Rook takes e4, rook c2, rook f5, a little bit of a cheeky move. The rook is immune due to the back rank checkmate. Rook d8, rook d5, again immune because of back rank checkmate. And after rook f8, Giri decided not to repeat moves, tried to push for a win after bishop d3, rook takes c3, king g2, but after h6, rook a4, bishop d8, I don't really see any realistic hope of winning this position with the opposite color bishops, the somewhat exposed king. Giri's position is for preference, but I mean, the advantage is so slight.
So different than what we thought before, where we thought Giri was pressing and Topalov didn't have that much.
Exactly. We thought Giri, well, we never thought Giri was seriously pressing, but we did prefer his position slightly. And we always also prefer Topalov's position slightly, but from that to going up the exchange, well, that's a big swing. Aronian cannot be happy with this play. Knight c5 was played, and Aronian has no choice but to take on c5 in this position. A very awkward situation as he is completely unable to meet the threat of rook d7 followed by checkmate. He has to take the knight immediately. There is no way to coordinate his pieces in time in order to defend his knight. For example, if I play rook b5, rook d7, rook here to b8, this knight is still hanging. If I take on c5 now, this is checkmate. So he has to give up the rook immediately to take on c5. And, well, he's still not completely lost. He still has some chances, but, man, that's not the situation he wanted to be in. And I'm still without playing a move. That is completely understandable, I think, because, well, time pressure just ended. He wants to take his time. He doesn't want to allow Carlsen to escape his web. I think...
And not only look at this position, but kind of plan for the next few moves.
Right. Plan exactly what his opponent's responses are, how he's going to penetrate, how he's going to make this endgame truly into a winning one. Although I'm sure that he has no trouble calculating the variations. Knight f5 followed by knight e7. It seems completely crushing to me. I just don't see any realistic hope for Carlsen. Meanwhile, Grischuk, we have a series of moves here. A conversion of advantages here. King e4, king e5 was played, and using the fact that black simply cannot trade rooks, he penetrated onto the 7th rank, and after rook b7, the game should be completely over. a4 was played. This pawn on a5 is doomed. Even if it wasn't, the game is still completely winning for Grischuk.
Right, so some blood be going into the rest day for sure.
Absolutely, a lot of white victories that came out of nowhere, I think. Anand, very, very interesting and aggressive play against...
Well, we do have to see how that one plays out. This one's totally in the bag.
Yeah, so this is completely in the bag, so we'll just wait for the result of this one, but it's almost done, and Anand seems to be distracted at the moment. He's like...
I'm looking away, that is
winning.
kind of strange.
He's probably just calculating or thinking... He feels pretty confident.
What a great color on him. That light yellow.
The light yellow.
Don't you love it?
I
was pretty impressed by Garry Kasparov's shoes, actually. He had this like lime green thing going on. For those of you who missed it, Garry Kasparov and Maurice Ashley had a fascinating conversation about the Grand Chess Tour Rising Stars program. You can rewind it about 30 minutes previously.
I think about an hour, but yeah, you'll find it there somewhere. And it was a very interesting interview. We had also Caden Trove, and
that was several hours ago. At the very beginning of the broadcast. Also
right.
Great stuff.
And we had also Jeffrey Shong on our show, 2 of America's newest grandmasters. It does seem like out of nowhere, 3 white victories I'm expecting. Maybe Topalov's is the one that's most in question at the moment, because even though there is some material advantage, there's still a lot of work to be done.
Oh, yeah.
That game is far from over. Unlike the Grishuk game, which is resignable, and Carlsen, who seems to be just lost.
Yeah.
Yes.
I agree. This one will take a lot of work from White.
Yes, I believe so. All right, let's see. We already have one result of the day.
So that's one result already in the bag. MVL and Caruana.
Caruana and MVL drawing
And then
their
we're
game.
predicting these three decisive results.
Right.
And you're predicting a draw for this one.
Yeah, I predict that Nakamura will have no trouble holding on to this opposite color bishop situation. Of course, White is for preference as he has a passed c-pawn, but that seems to be the extent of his advantage. I mean, his king's exposed. It's not so easy to push this pawn all the way forward. It's going to be hard to break the blockade on c7. So there are some chances. There are some opportunities for Nakamura to make a mistake, but I don't really think that this is going to go in the way of the Dutch player. I think this is going to end in a draw.
So fans from India must be pretty pleased.
Absolutely, a little bit of revenge there. I mean, every time Anand beats Carlsen, it's reason to celebrate. It's a very difficult opponent for Anand, not only in the World Chess Championship, but I mean, just overall.
And we've got Maurice with an update.
Well, you know, we tend to overplay these kind of stories. The one-on-one matchup, of course, is what the fans care about. If you're from India and Anand beats Carlsen, you don't need to hear any more stories after that. That's done. You could just close the paper. But the reality is, Carlsen has been having a horrific tournament. The first round, he was clueless about the clock situation and ended up losing a game where he had a winning position. That's already a little bit of an issue. All the other players, they take mental note when that happens. How's he going to bounce back? Well, he didn't. Second round, he gets hammered by Fabiano in what was just a bad game, a bad mistake he made overlooking a simple mating idea that ended up costing him a pawn and then ended up costing him the game. All right, once that starts to slip downhill, the players really take note. Is he just not in form? Is he not the regular Carlsen that we're used to seeing? Well, then third round, he's winning. If he just finds the moves on the board, forget about the spectacular move he could have played with Bishop F7 check that will be talked about for some time to come. Forget about that. When he was winning other ways as well, he didn't even have to go for this position per se. He tried differently. He ended up only drawing that game. Now today, he's playing against Anand. You know Anand took note. Yeah, we don't have the regular Carlsen that I'm used to. The guy who beat me in 2 world championships, took away my title. He looks vulnerable. He looks like he might be bleeding. These guys don't feel sorry for you. They come right after you, whoever you are. So Carlsen, again, in huge trouble, losing this game for sure. We're waiting for Anand to just find the nuances of the knight f5 move, which it looks like he's taking some time to truly understand that he's actually completely winning in that line. By the way, the Indians are saying without knight f5, he only has a small edge, so he needs to hurry up before Magnus can move his queen out of there. He's got to get his knight in very quickly. The other game we could take a look at, this one with Aronian and Topalov. Aronian in big trouble. He's down in exchange, but maybe he can fight this one out. We're not quite sure what might happen here. And this one, very smart. I just want to show you guys a little bit of a trick in this position after b3, rook h2. Grishuk could have played the move h7 and king over. The only thing he had to look out for is maybe a little trick with this move, king to d5, in that Black can start thinking about maybe sacrificing his rook, and suddenly it's a draw. So that was the only little trick to look out for. Maybe he would fall for it. Of course, Grishuk, a blitz master, blitz GM, one of the world's best blitz specialists. He knows all about swindles. He said, no. We're not creating any stalemate positions. I'll just play this move, rook to b6, prepare to bring my king over. And at some point, I'll give you this pawn, grab this one. It'll be 2 passed pawns, and it's all she wrote. So on just every single board, actually on 2 boards, there's real clarity. White's going to win, no question, if the moves are played. One board, the Topalov game, he still has a bit of work to do.
And a small update, knight f5 was played in the Carlsen game, followed by a very quick queen g6, and we just see on our camera that Anand took the queen on g6, following precisely the winning continuation that Maurice showed us earlier. Here he has the ugly choice of taking with the rook, which loses to the knight e7 maneuver.
Right.
So after queen takes g6, rook takes g6, knight e7, leaves this rook in a very awkward square. He might start thinking about sacrificing the exchange or something desperate like this. But after the simple knight takes g6, h takes g6, I think the easiest is just to give the check and go for this a-pawn. And notoriously bad are knights at defending against passed pawns, especially on the a-file. So
hopeless.
This is completely hopeless. On the other hand, moving the rook to h6 after knight e7 seems to be equally as bad as after check. King g7, this awesome move, rook c8, not so easy to find from the beginning, but once you get to the position, it seems so obvious to attack the knight as when you move the king, knight f7, the rook moves away, knight takes d6, also leaves Anand in a completely dominating situation with his two passed pawns, almost doesn't even need the king to make sure that this pawns run forward. They're just way too much, also a resignable position. Carlsen thinking about his ugly choices, because if he doesn't take with the rook, he has to take with the pawn. But again, that cost him a pawn on d6, and the knight defends on e4. White is, by all intents and purposes, up 2 pawns, since these double ones on the g file they don't count, they don't do anything. He's also down a lot of activity. His king doesn't feel safe. This is just completely hopeless. The maneuver rook f7, rook c7 will come, threatening the knight on c7, allowing this pawn on the c file to push forward. Even then, there's also other ideas to win. This is just kaput.
Poor Magnus.
Happens even to Magnus apparently.
Playing at the home of King Magnus.
King Magnus. I don't think King Magnus was very pleased with his descendant.
The ghost of King Magnus is
Also,
not
King
happy.
Magnus will haunt him tonight. It was very ugly. Very, very ugly.
Good thing he has such a big distance between himself and the number 2 player in the world, who is
Yeah,
now
it's
Nakamura.
It's a distance that will
Withstand
-3. Yes, -3. There's still no problems. He's still the first top-rated player in the world.
By
easily.
a large margin.
Easily, but certainly this margin doesn't seem like impossible. You know, you have a couple more tournaments like this, Nakamura wins some more games, and we're still thinking at Carlsen not actually being up there. For now, it's a big lead. Let's take a quick look at the world rankings.
We've got Magnus Carlsen, 2876. Fabiano Caruana, 2805. Anand just a point behind. And Nakamura very close behind as well, also part of the 2800 plus club. Now, these rankings change every day.
Absolutely every day, and because of the games, this is the official rating list that is published every month by the International Chess Federation. But with the results that we've already seen in some of the games, these standings have changed slightly. Magnus Carlsen will be losing, I think, around 18 to 19 points of rating if he loses today, which it looks likely that he will. I think it's up to 20 if he loses today, between 19 and 20. Caruana, I think, is stabilizing since he has 50% in this tournament, but he is being...
Nakamura has gained a few points.
Nakamura has gained a few points, Topalov has gained a few points, and Anand has gained a few points, to the point where Caruana, currently second in the official rating list, will be dropping to 5th.
Wow.
An impressive...
Poor Fabi.
It's not even he changed ratings. I mean, he basically stabilized, but Topalov is having a monster tournament. Anand's going to beat Carlsen, and Nakamura's also having a great showing.
Maurice, that's what happens when they're all clustered together. Maurice, your thoughts?
Well, you stole my thunder there. The fact is, it's just sort of second among equals, right? I mean, in the case of Magnus Carlsen, he's clearly the #1 player in the world, although he's not showing it at this tournament. But the rest of them are just like puppies looking for prominence. You know, it's like, I'm the one. No, I'm the one. So they can jump around all the time because they're so close that it doesn't even make sense talking about number 2 and 3 and 4. Until number 2 breaks from the pack and has a 20-point or 30-point lead from everybody else, then none of them can really lay claim to being much better than the others. So at the moment, it's just sort of a game we like to play, talking about who's number 2, 3, or 4 or 5 in the world. But it doesn't have any relevance as far as the world standings are concerned.
We're going to have to wait until the official list to see what tournaments are going to be counted before the next one. But definitely it's interesting to keep track of who's trying to get out of the pack. And it has been different people at different scenarios. Aronian, at the beginning of 2014 after he won in Vaikanze. He was clearly the number 2 player in the world. And then only 6 months later, after Fabiano's triumph in the Singfield Cup, it was him that was absolutely clear number 2 in the world. And now we have this battle between so many people, actually, over 2,800.
That's right, the battle for the number 2 player in the world.
Yes, and we have a result. It seems like John Ludwig Hammer has finally resigned against Alexander Grischuk, obviously a position that had been hopeless for quite some time. A nice result for Grischuk, who has had a rough event so far, but he bounces back. He is now at 50% with 2 out of 4 after defeating Norway's John Ludwig Hammer.
And today defeated the clock as well.
Yes, and he did quite well with his clock situation. He played a very clean game. Even though his opening was eccentric, I think the rest of his game made a lot of sense positionally and tactically, and he won a nice victory.
That's right, so more good things. Oh, Hammer left his jacket. Somebody
sure.
tell him.
I'm sure somebody will tell him.
And this is the final position.
This is the final position, and well, we have the kings in the middle indicating that there was a white victory. That's why they're so close to each other. But we do have an update on the Carlsen game.
As you can see there, guys, Magnus has decided to ditch the exchange for nothing, for just a knight for a rook. That's it. He's just going to lose his rook. Knight takes, and that's hopeless. There's no way he survives that position. So we should expect him to resign quite shortly. I'm not sure why Anand would hesitate, and actually he did not. He has gobbled on that rook, and this game is close to simply over. Really, this is busted.
Yeah, because like the lines that you were speaking of, Alejandro, eventually that rook is going to find the a-pawn.
Yeah, it's going to find the a-pawn. The a-pawn is not going to be able to be protected forever. The king is just a little bit too far away from the queen side, and the knight cannot defend it on its own. It could go to a4, but then I'm worried about sacrifices on the knight on c5. This is completely hopeless, completely hopeless. So it's just a matter of simple technique for Anand. He's more than capable to win this blindfolded in his sleep. So this is just completely winning. I think Carlsen is making more moves out of inertia than anything else.
One thing I noticed is that, you know, Magnus has revolutionized chess in Norway. It's so popular. He's the most popular sportsman in the country, some say.
Mm-hmm.
But we got to say about Anand, he is also very, very popular in his home country.
Absolutely.
And whenever he wins a game like this, you hear the fans.
And you'll see
they are very loud.
The Indian newspapers will be definitely dedicating several pages in their articles here about what's going on in Norway.
They will be euphoric about this one.
Absolutely huge victory for Anand.
Guys, look at Magnus right now. Just take a look at that screen. If you can, get back to that screen. Magnus looks like he wants to be anywhere but at that table. You can see he's like just glancing at the board, the side of his view there, and he just is like, what's the point? Should I just sit here any longer? He hasn't had a result like this in when? Like, forget it. A decade? When is the last time Magnus has had such a horrible result? And now the rook has dropped to f8. At any moment, he might just stop the clocks instead of continuing to play, because he knows this one is over. He knows who he's playing against. And now he just decided to just push that pawn on a4 really quickly there. That still, this position is all she wrote. But just an incredible situation for him, certainly also for Norway, as Hammer goes down -2 as well. These two are going to be dwelling in the cellar after this round. A shocking result. No other way to put it. Completely shocking that Magnus Carlsen, on losing this game, by the way, will have no chance of winning the tournament. Like, there's no way. I mean, just absolutely done.
Well, as we wait for that result, we've got a very special guest with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, Alexander Grischuk, who won today.
Yeah. Hello, everybody from Norway. I'm with round 4 winner, Alexander Grischuk. Sasha, your game today, describe what has happened.
Okay, it was an interesting opening. This knight h3 is a funny move. And I think, okay, g5 is a fine move, actually, but after knight g1, h5, I think, is over-aggressive. and I immediately liked my position. But I think Jon Ludwig played quite fine until the moment he played h4, which is an absolutely crazy move. Just gives white a passed pawn with the rook behind it. I'm not sure what was an explanation for that, because after queen take f3 instead of h4, okay, black is worse, but he has excellent drawing chances, so I'm not sure what happened.
So a little bit of a gift you feel today's game was?
Yeah, definitely, but compared to some games that were played here, the gift was not too big.
not so big. I'm mystified. Your impression of the game of Magnus and Vichy. Okay, it's a very well-known Breyer system that the world champion has played in the past, but it seems that he went very, very badly wrong. What's your impression?
Yeah, it definitely went wrong for him very fast. Once this tabby of Breyer was achieved, it went wrong for him very fast. I believe he tried to repeat the game of Dominguez, a recent game, but mixed up the move order, and white got in time with this knight g4, knight h6, so he had to give up his bishop, and then, you know, without this bishop, you understand perfectly that it's no cup of tea.
No pleasure at all. Well, congratulations on your victory today, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that was Alexander Grishuk, the winner in round 4, as he's making his mark in the tournament. But again, all eyes. I can't say it more. I keep repeating myself. Everybody is mystified by what's happening to Magnus. I was in the media center with 4 grandmasters as they're all talking about the game and trying to figure out what ails Magnus, as he looks like he's crashing to his 3rd defeat. And if we have to go all the way back to round 1 and this extraordinary time forfeit, wow, he hasn't recovered. Let's put it that way. Stunning events here in round 4 in this beautiful monastery from round 9, from the 9th century, pardon me, and we're sending it back to you in the studios in St. Louis.
I like that, round 9. Nice little history joke there. All right, we got a couple of moves actually in the Anand game, and I think that Anand is taking his time trying to figure out what is the most precise way of continuing. And Carlsen, I think, just kind of gave up because he's instantly replying to anything Anand does, just waiting for the game to be clear enough, I think, to resign. And we have the moves. C4 was played. And notice that even though this pawn is hanging, it doesn't really make a difference. There's several ways of winning, and here we have a result.
And it is over. Congratulations to Viswanathan Anand. Key victory over current world champion Magnus
Absolutely. I'm speechless. Magnus Carlsen starts with half out of 4. When was the last time this happened? Was it like 10 years ago when he was a teenager?
Yeah, somebody tweeted it actually. I can dig it up. But mostly we're just hearing absolute ruckus applause from his many Indian fans and of course other fans.
Absolutely. I mean, an excellent show by Vishy Anand. He didn't just, get a gifted point or a blunder from Carlsen. I think he played an excellent game today. He showed a lot of understanding of the position. His attack was on spot, very, very precise. Carlsen, as apparently Grishuk said, he mixed up the move order, allowed his dark-squared bishop to be traded, and that was all it took for Anand to push forward victory.
Maurice, your thoughts on this historic result?
Historic. Wow, we'll live in infamy for Magnus's fans. No question about it. Vishy played a fabulous game, played in great style, the style that made him a 5-time world champion. Do not take anything away from him. But at the same time, we still have to qualify with the fact that we're not seeing Magnus at his best at all. If he were to lose his next couple of games, I mean, clearly he's already lost 3 games. He did get outplayed by Fabiano Caruana. He did space out against Topalov. It's clear it's what's wrong with Magnus. That's the real headline here. Why is he playing like this? This is one of his worst results if certainly in the last 5 years as a top player, you never see this happen to Magnus Carlsen, losing 3 games out of the first 4. This is absolutely insane. It's crazy to see, and we have to wonder, and maybe he will give us a clue as to what's going on. Is he just off form? Was he just shocked by the tragedy of round 1? Clearly, we don't want to see the favorite in the tournament in the cellar. I mean, now his chances of winning the tournament just evaporated. No way, unless he wins 5 in a row and the other players oblige. Even 5 in a row only nets him +2 in the tournament. That could theoretically tie somebody, but the way Topalov is running now like a runaway train at +2, looking to go to +3, Nakamura will probably be on +2 with lots of tournament to go still. Certainly he has a chance, but it's slim. Maybe at 3%, maybe, only because it's Magnus. Really a bad situation.
Yasser Seirawan is with the hero of the round, or not?
Ooh, that felt good.
You're on.
Hello from Norway. I'm with 5-time world chess champion Viswanathan Anand, who has just finished his game here in round 4. Vishy, congratulations. Well done. How does it feel?
Well, I'm pretty satisfied, as you can imagine. It was a very funny game because I played the D3 line, but then suddenly I got the chance to switch to either the Zaitsev or the Breyer without losing any tempi, obviously. So the thing is, because the move I've lost with D3, I've gained with Bishop C2 directly. But because then you're trying to visualize what you're aiming for and think, we spent half an hour getting to this, whereas if we had started in the Breyer, we would have both saved half an hour each.
Right.
But because we came to it from this move order, we had both spent half an hour, and when we got into time pressure, I was afraid that this half an hour could be quite precious.
Right.
But somehow in the end, I managed to keep it under control. It was very complicated. I couldn't even tell, because his counterplay, when it works, it works. And when it doesn't, then it's fine. I couldn't even tell for sure that it wasn't working. Because there's a lot of queen h4 somewhere, and knight d3, and knight b3, and even rook b3. So just many, and then it becomes a question of whether my attack is faster. So it's just a very, very difficult game. And in this freezing weather as well.
Yeah. Well, frankly, we thought you played very masterfully. We were watching the game and analyzing it with many of the grandmasters, and we were very, very impressed by your play. We basically thought that something had gone very wrong for Magnus the moment you played knight h6 check, basically forcing him to give up the dark square bishop, and you have a very nice position.
Yes, but I was almost kicking myself, because I could have played ab5, knight g4, and knight h6 check, which I wasn't sure I wanted to open the a file yet, but after knight g4 I really was kicking myself, because ba4 turns up. And I started to, I knew that I could easily be better, but I remembered Hikaru in Zurich, so I was trying my best to keep control. I was relieved when he played a3, ba3, and didn't play some rook b3 or something. That move, even if it's not good, it's practically so unpleasant to face. I was actually a bit relieved when he went f6, because I think this is a major concession. But like I said, the game is too hard for me to be sure of anything.
Yeah, but in the end, the way you reeled in the point, there was no doubts that you were winning.
I felt that should be a much easier win. I mean, I was really shocked that this was all I had. But when I played Bishop G7 check, I thought, okay, at least I have this endgame, yes, and I'll take it. But I felt I should have missed something even bigger, because my position looks so overwhelming that it's hard to believe that this is all I have. But, okay, this rook ending, he can even he gave up the exchange, and then it's very important I play rook f8 in c4. And of course, the moment he went back to this knight, then I'm very happy. I get my king to e3, which takes away the e4 square, and then rook d8 is going to clinch it. Right. So all in all, pretty satisfied.
Very, very, very well done once again. And what, briefly, can you say, Magnus half a point out of 4. He's had some bad starts and some incredibly wonderful finishes, but a half out of 4. Is something ailing Magnus, or it just goes all the way back to round 1 in this crazy...
That would be my hunch. I mean, it's nice to say he's half out of 4, but he's really 1.5 out of 4 at least.
Good point.
And if he had won this game, which would have been an impressive technical performance in round 1, he would have been a different man. I mean, you can't really compare these things after that.
Exactly.
I mean, you yourself know that after a game like this, you go mental.
Yes.
So, I mean, for me, it's all about this game 1. Having said that, when he started his counterplay today, I was not very keen to, let's say, well, I really didn't want to be the guy who would cure him. But
Good point. Again, congratulations, Vishy. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Okay, thanks.
You bet. That was 5-time world chess champion Viswanathan Anand getting a measure of revenge, having lost 2 of the recent world championship matches. He certainly feels good today. And again, stunning events here in Norway as both Norwegian grandmasters go down in defeat here in round 4. So a black day for Norway. And we still have our 2 tournament leaders at the board. But I thought Veselin Topalov was close to winning, and I thought Hikaru was going to be a draw. So major things happening in 2015 Norway chess. Back to you in the studio in St. Louis. By the way, it's very cold out here today.
Somebody bring Yasser a coat.
It's cold, but
A scarf.
Is it in June?
I guess it's monastery.
I guess.
Must be like elevated or something.
Maybe so. Well, cold in Norway, a cold day for the Norwegians. What to say, 2 of their favorite players lost, especially the world champion, with a dreadful start of half out of 4.
Now, you asked earlier, when was the last time he got half out of 4? Well, Tarjei Svensson, the very prolific and helpful tweeter, Tarjei JS, said it was the Gosdell Classics in 2005.
2005 was actually the year I played Carlsen.
10 years ago.
That was 10 years ago. Oh my god,
So
I played him
you
10 years ago? It's awful. But yeah, that was a
Barely
long time
a
ago.
teenager.
He was barely a teenager. What was he, like 14 years old?
Yeah, crazy.
Wow. That was a long time ago.
So, pretty surprising, to say the least. A half out of 4, absolutely shocking. But in a way, brings even more drama to the Grand Chess Tour. Because, yeah, he's not going to win Norway Chess 2015.
That's pretty much a given.
But
Absolutely.
he could still win the Grand Chess Tour.
He could win the Grand Chess Tour. He has a lot of work to do.
A lot of work
He
to do.
has to not finish last in this tournament, first of all. He needs to actually accumulate some points. He needs to bring himself back to at least middle of the board.
That's right.
With some victories back to back. But can he do it? Is he in the mental shape to do so? I mean,
Well, there's a rest day tomorrow, and my thought is he will. He'll get that rest, and he'll recalibrate his goals.
let's hope that he comes back strong, because definitely he's going to have some problems if he doesn't recover mentally. And I think it's very important for him that tomorrow is a rest day. After this loss, it's just like something's not clicking. He needs to figure out what to do differently.
I love that interview with Anand, though. He put it out more like 1.5 out of 4, less like half out of 4.
It's how you see your opponents, and of course, everybody saw that even though Carlsen lost, he outplayed Topalov. He played a fantastic game there. He made something out of nothing, how he usually does it in this opposite color bishop endgame with queens, which seemed drawn, but at the end, it cost him a point to not know the rules, and according to Anand, it also cost him further points because he was just not in the correct mental state.
No, Vishy, I mean, he's looking great. I mean, his form, also just physically. I mean, he's oldest player in the competition, but you couldn't tell by looking at him.
Right, and there's been a lot of
Trim,
rumors
youthful.
circulating for years now that he's going to retire, but you see his games and he's still top of the chess world. Why would this guy ever retire? Yes, he's older than the rest of the players, but look at his games. They're attractive, they're aggressive, they're full of calculations. This guy still got it.
Maybe time to go vegetarian. Let's go. Let's go to Maurice. What are your thoughts?
Absolutely. I think Anand said it best. That game 1, you lose like that, there's a piece of your heart that goes with it. You walk out thinking, wait a second, if I had lost on time in an even position, that would have been one thing. But the cruelty of fate, I was actually winning. It was a point on the board. I could have just gotten the game and I lost. That's just way too brutal. And Magnus, as calm as he looked after the game, remember he was all smiles. We were saying he was such a good sport. You know, when he got back to his hotel room or wherever he's staying, at home, maybe in Norway, that he was kicking himself over and over for this kind of play. So I don't think he's recovered from it, and it's just gotten worse with Fabiano outplaying him, then Giri. The worst thing about these kinds of tournaments, Swiss, when you lose, you play a weak player. In this tournament, when you lose, oh, by the way, you're getting the number 2 player in the world in Caruana. Oh, yeah, you lost that one too. We're going to throw you another 2770 in Giri. Oh, you only drew that one? Well, why don't you just take a little Anand to try to cure yourself now? I mean, it's just brutal. Hopefully with the rest day, he can right himself, clear his mind somehow, and play the next 5 games in typical Magnus Carlsen style. But this is rough. This is as rough as it gets. And I can't even imagine what they're feeling in Norway right now, seeing their shining star go down in such ignominious defeat.
I guess there's going to be a lot of drinking this weekend.
I guess so. There's wine at the monastery. All right, we have still 2 games to look over that are still going on. As Yasser mentioned, though, 2 leaders are actually still playing their games. Topalov pushing very hard against Levon Aronian in a position where he's up the exchange. Aronian definitely has to be kicking himself through allowing this to happen, missing a relatively simple tactical blow, and Topalov's in the driver's seat. Can he convert? That's a different issue. There are some defensive resources in this position. This pawn on b3 is annoying, and even though it seems to be doomed, it would at the very least allow black to capture the pawn on e5 if it's ever taken, and that should create some difficulties, at least in the technical aspect, on actually winning the game. But of course, it's all for Topalov to do so in this position. In the other game, the other leader, Hikaru Nakamura, seems to be in the defensive, trying to not allow this pawn on c6 to be pushed any further. He has currently a little bit of problems with his king that only has lofts on light squares, easily controlled by the bishop on d3. But you feel, at least I feel, that this position should somehow be a draw with correct play. He has to be a little bit careful, but the game should end in a draw.
And Maurice, your thoughts on the Nakamura game?
Yes, the game should be a draw, but there's one thing I've observed about Nakamura. One thing that he usually does when he's worse, he hates to sit and defend. He knows it's a draw, he should make a few moves, but he likes clarity in defense. He likes to find a variation, this one here, that solves all the problems instead of sitting and suffering. That's something you see him do time and time again. He'll go for a direct defense. When in this situation, he really just has to say, I'm just going to sit here and you have to prove it. You can't get past my opposite color bishop. The dark square bishop will guard the squares. That's his only danger here, because you see Giri has decided we're going to just hang around, relax. You see Giri walking, strolling in the monastery. Let's go see some portraits of the White Lady in the monastery, maybe. But he's relaxed completely. Almost looked like he was on a cell phone there with his hand to his face. He is also ahead, dramatically so, on the clock. He has 54 minutes to Hikaru's 37 minutes. So that's not that significant as yet, but slowly it could become a factor. And Nakamura eyeballing the position. He doesn't want to overlook any subtle tactics that suddenly gets him in any trouble. So he's there. He's got to make sure he digs deep. You see he's got his Red Bull next to him. Need that extra energy in the 6th hour as it approaches. We'll see if he can defend patiently as opposed to aggressively here in this later stages of this game.
Right, that's not so easy to do. Sometimes you just want, as you said, the clarity of making this a draw. Make sure you get the pressure off you. But there just doesn't seem to be a way to force it. As Maurice pointed out, you have to defend patiently, slowly, and that's not going to be so easy for Hikaru in this position. He should achieve the draw, but it's going to be uncomfortable. And Giri, he simply has no reason to let him off the hook. He has plenty of pressure with the pawn on c6. He's never going to lose, so he just has to make sure that he puts as many problems as he can on Hikaru Nakamura. He has just played the move rook to c8, which seems to be okay. It attacks that pawn on c6, but there must be more than one way of defending it. You could put the bishop on b5, simply locking in the defense of the bishop on the pawn on c6. I think the move bishop g6 also defends the pawn, as there will be mating threats on this 8th rank. that has to be dealt with. But then the pawn, I'll be a little bit worried about the pawns. Oh, actually, you can take this pawn on c6 because this bishop covers d8. So I don't see any problem with that. So probably bishop b5 will be played in that case, anchoring the pawn on c6. With black's control over c7, it does seem very difficult for Giri to try to do anything, but Nakamura's not going anywhere. This will be a passive long defense. Also, speaking of passive long defense, Aronian was unable to hold this position. He has to think in this uncomfortable landing, and he's actually been thinking a while here in this move after rook c3, rook 8 c3. He's trying to figure out a way to get himself out of problems, and it's the same situation that Nakamura finds himself in which there is no obvious draw. He would like for this to just be a draw. He needs to find a way to clarify the situation, but he can't find it. He needs to find some way to defend, and it just doesn't seem like it's easy in this situation to find moves for Levon Aronian.
So you're predicting a win here for Topalov?
This looks much closer to a win for Topalov than a draw, in my opinion. There's plenty of chess to still be played, and I think some of the endgames are just very unpleasant for Aronian. Even though they might theoretically be drawn with perfect play, it's easy to lose them.
But two long fights here in store as Topalov tries to press to the win, and as Anish Giri tries to press against Nakamura.
Absolutely. We're going to be here for quite some time. I think that the positions lend themselves to very long fights, and that's exactly what we're going to be seeing.
Maurice.
I had an idea for the last move. I wondered why the move rook to d6 was played in this position as opposed to bishop to b5. Well, the bishop is not that great on b5, of course, but there's also another possibility to consider. If bishop to b5, the engines don't give this, but it makes sense from a psychological viewpoint in the position. King f7, attacking the rook. Now this rook is under attack. If it drops back to e2, since the pawn is defended, now take the pawn on c6, and this is the kind of clarity Nakamura was looking for. Now you have no chance of winning this position. You're up in exchange, but the bishop and pawn are rock solid. So this is probably why he avoided this line, did Giri, after the move rook to c8. He didn't play bishop to b5. We should note, if bishop to b5, king f7, rook to d6 does not work now because of bishop back to e7, so, and chasing this rook away from the defense of this piece. So that's why after rook to c8, you saw the move rook dd6, not allowing him to get any clarity. But now rook c5, preventing the bishop from getting any key squares. And it's still difficult. If you play bishop to a6, the rook can simply move, and you can't get this pawn to go down the board. That's the big problem here. So still a lot of work ahead for Giri to try to prove that his advantage will suffice. Now, another player who has the same kind of issues, this game here with Topalov, he's definitely better. But the move knight c6, challenging this pawn, forcing some resolution on this side. The knight's thinking about d4 at some future date as well. Rook b1, b2, rook c2, and now he can take this pawn. I don't know what this endgame is, except I know that I'd rather be white for sure. The winning chances are certainly very much in white's favor, but with all the pawns on one side, maybe hope against hope Aronian could try to save this position. It's not looking very good for him. Topalov in the driver's seat.
That's right. So 2 games left. 2 players going to push for white.
Yes.
Push and pray, as we said at the beginning of the round.
And we'll see if it works, because it worked for a couple of players already.
And let's take a break as this second time control heats up.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
And welcome back to the Grand Chess Tour coverage of round 4 of Norway Chess 2015.
Yeah, very interesting round today with some surprising results. I think mainly the fact that World Chess Champion Magnus Carlsen, with a dreadful start, only half a point out of his first 4 games, losing today against Vishy Anand in an excellent show of technique in a Ruy Lopez by the Indian player.
That's right. Anand doesn't win a lot of games against Carlsen, but the ones he does
They're really
are
nice.
really nice.
Are really nice. Of course, he from both World Championship matches, Anand was only able to win 1 game. A very well-prepared Queen's Gambit declined that eventually was won by a passed pawn. This one a completely different approach, actually.
Sweet game. I like that.
A very sweet game, yeah, absolutely. And in this case, we see Anand actually steamrolling Carlsen on the king side with a beautiful attack. Very well timed, excellent comprehension of the position. And just Carlsen, he's not showing us the Carlsen he usually is.
Carlsen's not showing us Carlsen.
Not this tournament, definitely not this tournament. And I think the fans in Norway are feeling that Norway curse that is definitely on Carlsen in this tournament and in the previous editions of Norway Super Event.
Well, I've actually heard that Magnus was interviewed after the game, and he said that he wished he could play again tomorrow.
I think
but sometimes
it's that
what you want and what it's good for you are not the same thing.
Definitely not. And I think in this case he's hot. He's still thinking, oh, how can I recover? I need to win. I need to win. But it might just send him spiraling even further down. I think his manager is going to be very happy that Magnus Carlsen is forced not to play chess tomorrow. He has a rest day, and that he's able to recover his energy, put his mind in a better state in order to face his next opponents.
Yeah, I totally get that. He wants to play tomorrow, but he's going to have to wait.
And that's a good thing, I think.
Speaking of which, where's my box of chocolates?
Your box of chocolates?
The things that I want are not always good for me.
Well, I think we can work on that. We can definitely, by the next break, get you a box of chocolates here on set.
Oh no, one time I complained on air about a really terrible cupcake. And like the next break I had these like 2 massive cupcakes.
Be careful for
and they were
what you
like,
wish for.
They were like these big, you know how the cupcakes are these days?
These
like,
days?
You
They
can't buy,
changed?
well, you know, if you make cupcakes, they're like small, like little treats.
Yes.
But there's all these like boutique cupcake shops where it's like basically like a whole cake.
Right, and they just call it a cupcake because it's cuter?
Yeah, exactly.
Basically. Very dangerous things on the board and in the calorie count.
That's right.
We're going to take a look very quickly
take a look at
the
the
standings.
standings. That's right.
Yeah.
We've got Veselin Toblov with 2.5, but it looks like he might win this game.
It definitely, he is poised to, he's up the exchange against Levona Aronian, who's had a rough year and a rough start of this event as well. If he loses today, not quite the Magnus Carlsen meltdown, but definitely not a good tournament for Aronian.
Yeah, meanwhile, Anand really looking good. And wow, he makes Gary Kasparov look pretty smart.
Right, when Kasparov came up here and he's like, who are your favorites? And he obviously said Nakamura, who was in top shape. He mentioned Topalov, perhaps not so much because he did win a game basically out of luck against Carlsen. And he said Anand, and when he said Anand, I thought, why Anand? He has 3 draws. He hasn't won a single game this event. And look at him defeating Magnus Carlsen with excellent technique. We'll see if he can keep up his pace. Definitely one of the players that can take away the tournament.
Prescient comments by Gary Kasparov.
He knows the field. I mean, Vishy Anand, one of his longtime rivals. Definitely we remember the World Championships in the 90s. And Anand, just such an experienced player.
That's right, Kasparov being right. Who would have thought it?
Who would have thought it?
We've got a special guest that we're getting set up right now. Tony Rich, the executive director of the St. Louis Chess Club, was also recently in Norway.
He was definitely in Norway, and he's going to give us all the scoop of the, more or less, the feel of the tournament.
I think he missed the monastery, though.
He did miss the monastery, sad for him. But, well, you can't be everywhere at the same time. He was able to enjoy some top-level chess, and we are going
If you could be everywhere, where would you be right now?
Right now?
2 places.
2 places. Well, I mean, you could just walk out the door and see the games live.
I thought you were going to say Vegas.
I was going to
the
say
National
Vegas.
Open.
I was going to say Vegas, but I can't say that in camera.
I set up for you. We've got Tony Rich with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
Yes, and when I heard that Tony was in Norway, I was thinking, why does he get to go to Norway? But he's with us now, so you must be thinking, why aren't you still in Norway? Tony, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Maurice. Glad to be here.
What was the atmosphere like at the beginning of round 1? Actually, you even got to see the blitz before it all started. What was the feel like there in Norway?
There was a lot of buzz. It was very exciting. That was my first time in Stavanger. I was lucky enough to attend the Olympiad last year, which was in Tromsø, Norway. But Stavanger is a very different feel to it. It's a lot greener. It's a little further south, so the weather's much nicer. And the players were really excited to kind of show what they had. Spectators were lining up to get a glimpse of the players in the playing hall and enjoy the commentary on site, as well as just kind of get a good feel for what was going to happen at the event.
Had you met all those players before, or was there anybody in the event that you felt like, oh, I got to meet this guy?
I hadn't met Vishy Anand before, so I made sure to shake his hand and introduce myself and congratulate him on being a world champion. He's one of those few players who's been able to stay at the very top of chess for a long, long time, and his style of play is very inspiring for an amateur like me.
Yes, absolutely. He's got his fans all over the world. He's such a class act. And after the Blitz, you got to see round 1 and the Magnus Meltdown. What was that like?
Yeah, so JJ's the event organizer there in Norway, gave the pre-round announcements, reminded the players of the time controls as well as a number of other things. And he said, okay, we'll begin round 1 as soon as Magnus gets here. And on cue, Magnus walked in the door. So unfortunately, he missed the announcement about the time control and lost that round 1 game. But he's a world champion for a reason. You know, he's the kind of guy who has that fighting spirit, who can really kind of buckle down whenever the pressure's on. And I think we'll still see a lot out of him yet this tournament.
Did you see anguish, or did you feel the anguish of the whole country when he lost that game?
I think you could hear the entire country of Norway groaning in unison. He was flabbergasted. He just couldn't believe that he had lost that game in such a winning position as well. So, you know, my heart goes out for him there. But like I said, I think he'll be able to recover still.
And you've been a part of this Grand Chess Tour from its inception to the idea stage. What do you feel now that you've seen it actually come to life?
Oh, I want to see the Grand Chess Tour grow. Of course, the events that are a part of the Grand Chess Tour right now are really the gold standard in chess around the world. Norway Chess, the London Chess Classic, and the Singfield Cup really represent the highest level of organization, of publicizing and making the games accessible really to anyone, amateurs and professionals alike. So I think the future of the Grand Chess Tour is really about continuing to keep that quality to the brand that we've come to expect and know, but to add more events, add more prize money, and hopefully add more spectators and fans.
You still didn't answer the question, though. How do you feel personally, having been a part of this?
Well, I mean, I grew up as a chess fan. You know, I remember reading about these guys in magazines and following their games and looking at the books from tournaments like this. Never did I think in a million years that I would be the guy hosting one of the events, much less part of a Grand Chess Tour. So personally, I feel elated to be a part of this, and who knows what's going to happen in the future years, right?
Absolutely, and I agree. I feel the same way. Blessed to be a part of this kind of history in the making. Thank you so much, Tony, for joining us.
It's a pleasure.
Tony Rich, the executive director of the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, and a huge part of everything going on in the chess world as we speak. Guys?
Well, thank you, Tony and Maurice. Definitely exciting news for the chess world, this Grand Chess Tour. And, well, it's definitely news in Norway currently as...
That's right, front page news.
Front page news
Crisis.
in the Norwegian headlines. Crisis for Magnus Carlsen. Man, how else can you describe it?
I saw one tweet by somebody mentioning that maybe he was in love.
That he was in love?
And that was causing him to play badly.
I don't understand. How is it that every time something goes wrong, they make it seem like it's love's fault?
Or they
somehow?
blame women.
Wow.
It must be
They
woman's fault.
simply said love.
Oh, come on.
Well, we have a few moves in both games that are still going on. However, there is nothing that has really drastically changed the situation. Still Topalov pushing against Aronian, while we see in this position Anish Giri trying to make something basically out of nothing against Hikaru Nakamura. The only real advantage here that White has is that this pawn is close to the promotion square, but it's going to get stuck on c6 as the square c7 is so incredibly difficult to control for White. He doesn't have a dark square bishop to do it, while Black does, and this by all means should end in a draw with correct play, while it seems like Topalov might be inching closer towards a victory. If he's able to capture this pawn on b3 without actually losing his pawn on e5, which he just defended, he might be able to win without too many problems. This knight on d8, man, it's a horrible piece. It would like to be anywhere else pretty much on the board, trying to do something productive, especially something along the lines of d4, where you could protect this weak pawn on b3 and allow the passer to have a chance of living and creating problems for White. But as it stands right now, after the move f6, which was played in the game, you have to contend with the fact that rook b1 is going to attack your pawn on b3. You're not going to be able to hold your position together for much longer, and it's possible that Topalov wins within the next few moves.
I'd agree with that. It looks like Aronian hasn't found a way to get sufficient comp here.
Definitely not sufficient comp.
Or not even like a fighting.
Not even a fighting compensation. It seems like Topalov's technique has been good enough to make sure that Aronian doesn't get out of his web, that his knight's still very passive, and I expect that with precise play in this position, Topalov should have some kind of direct win. I don't find it immediately. I think it involves putting the rook on c7, exploiting the weakness of the king and the knight and the pawn on g7, perhaps before even taking the weakness on b3, because, well, it's not going to go anywhere. Even though it's a very fast pawn and you want to push it forward, it's going to get stuck on b2 at most. So I think that this is going to end pretty soon, I think.
What year are we in? Topalov in a non-dominating tournaments?
Topalov in a non-dominating tournaments. That's the late 90s, perhaps?
A little time machine here.
A little time machine here, actually.
Because we also had a time machine earlier to 2025 when Caden Trofe and Jeffrey Cheong will be dominating tournaments.
Will be dominating tournaments. Yep, that's correct. So we're going to have a couple
we're going back, we're going forward.
Generational
all over
gaps.
The place. And we've got a special guest with Maurice Ashley, Shannon Bailey, who is in charge of curating at the World Chess Hall of Fame. And they've got a new show coming up.
Thanks, Jen. There's so much going on here in St. Louis. We always like to highlight many of these shows. Shannon, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us about the latest goings on at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Well, in May, we opened up 2 new shows. Marcel Dezama, Mischief Makes a Move. And that's a very art-heavy show, but he's very influenced by Marcel Duchamp. And so he's got all different kinds of chess references in the exhibition. It's centered around a 35-minute film that he created for the 2013 Toronto Film Festival. And then he created all this artwork inspired by it. So there's sculpture, chess sets, a chess video, drawings. It's really fun.
And I hear that Alejandro, our very own Alejandro, was responsible for some chess positions.
Yeah, so that's in our exhibition called Encore, which is these incredible chess sets from the John Cromiller collection. and they're all ivory, and we asked Alejandro to help us with that show. So we have a lot of them in these great cases that we just built for the show.
You allowed Alejandro to be near
He
breakables.
touched them. He
really?
touched them, yes.
That's brave.
So we had him where we have these exquisite tables with the pieces set up on the boards and these tables. Alejandro picked several really important historical games and kind of critical spots of those games. And so he came and he moved all the pieces for us, and we've got that game notation. So that show's great too, because if you like art and sculpture, you'll love the show. If you're a chess player, you'll love seeing all the different kinds of pieces, and then you can study some of these, or see some of these games.
Now, how long will these shows last for those who want to come from out of town?
They close on October 18th, which is great because they'll be here for the Singfield Cup too.
Fabulous. What is it like to be a part of this chess environment? I'm not sure what your background is before this.
Yeah.
Tell us what you were doing before this, and now you're here and you're part of world history in chess.
So I studied art history and museum studies. So I was brought in to help get the museum aspect of the Hall of Fame brought up. And before I started at the Hall of Fame, I worked in development at the Contemporary Art Museum here in St. Louis. And I'm not a great chess player, but I love history and I love learning about the game, and I love being around all the players and the tournaments and helping to record and hold on to all the history that's going on, in St. Louis and with the World Chess Hall of Fame. It's been wonderful.
From everything you've seen, last question, who's your favorite player that you've seen so far?
Let's see.
Past or present?
Past or present. You can't help but be fascinated with Fischer and his entire life, and that's probably the player that I have studied the most. Being a great American player, we've done a lot of shows centered around him and the game, but it was also very cool to meet Magnus.
Yeah, we all say that. Well, thanks so much, Shannon,
Thanks
for
for
joining
having
us, and keep up the good work at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Thanks.
Shannon Bailey sharing her thoughts and the projections on what's going to be happening at the World Chess Hall of Fame. You've got to come down and see it. It's really magical here, what's happening in St. Louis.
That's right. I love the World Chess Hall of Fame, and they have their own gift shop, Q Boutique.
That's correct. They do. If you ever want some chess related.
Not all chess related.
And it's not all chess related. That's right.
No,
they have a lot of interesting
jewelry, like houseware, like presents. It's really good for picking up a last minute present. Speaking of which, we do have a holiday in a couple of days, Father's Day.
That's right. I'm trying to figure out earlier how many fathers were actually playing in this tournament.
I know, right? It's something that we talk about so much when women play chess, but so little when men play chess. Why do you think that is?
So little.
Like when there's Mother's Day around a women's chess tournament, we talk about it nonstop.
But we don't talk about it.
Yeah, not as much. I mean, we are talking about it now, but that's because of me.
Because you?
That's because of me.
I don't know. Perhaps we just kind of
You would
forget
have brought
about
it up. Yeah, it's like.
That reminds me, I need to call my dad. Well.
You have 2 days.
Do I? Good. Okay. At least it hasn't passed yet. It's Friday. Sometimes I forget what day it is here. Just so exciting, this tournament in Norway. Days just kind of merge into each other.
And we got an update on the game. Does Aronian have a fighting chance here?
Aronian has no fighting chance anymore. He has blundered horrifically. So we see this position after knight to b7, the terrible move. He should have played b2. Now rook dc3, knight d8, f4. And he's just in trouble because of this rook down. He played f6. What kind of move is this? Rook c7, king to e8, and now rook takes g7. And that's all she wrote. The game is just done now. This b-pawn is no trouble at all. This pawn is under threat immediately. He could solve this problem by taking on e5, but incredibly, he can just ignore this pawn. Check this out. If you try to advance, it's just mate. That's it. So what can you do after rook c to c7? You can try to challenge this piece. He can stretch you just a little bit too far. And now, after check here, king moves, rook to d7, and this is going to be all she wrote as this king move you could take. It's just massacre. Still trying to queen this pawn. He could, but after rook to g6, the computer's actually giving mate in 24. That's sick. That's pretty sick. King over to f8. And now allowing a queen on the board. Oh, I shouldn't have done that because I know that in this smart board always goes crazy. I'm going to ask for a rook instead, although I know this pawn is going to queen. This mate is happening. Really terrible. Imagine this was a queen, because this is a little glitch in my smart board. But the point is that he has a tremendous attack. Now, maybe Topalov won't like to see this happen. And actually, as we go to the board itself, current game position, here, this has started. And now the winning blow, rook c7, very deep win. He doesn't have to play that way, though. He can also play moves like rook to h7. But actually, none of the moves includes pawn takes pawn here, which is absolutely equal. Wow, according to the engines, this position is equal. So this moment is huge. Rook to c7 wins cold and is huge. But pawn takes allows b2, and after rook over, knight to f7, and black is back in the game. So we have a super important moment for Topalov. He must find rook c to c7 or some iteration. Rook h7 works, rook g8 still works, but he must not take on e5 or he will have actually blown the victory. So we will see what happens in the next few minutes as Topalov considers his response here in this critical round 4.
Right, and as a viewer, you might be wondering what the difference is between taking on e5 and playing rook c7. Well, here's a couple of things. After check, which was played, and taking on g7, there's a reason why b2 doesn't work. You might be wondering, well, here, doesn't this force rook b1, and then I can take on e5? Isn't this completely the same line that we just looked at? Well, not quite. Actually, here, after the move b2, again, white has the choice of going rook c7, and black ends up getting mated in many of these variations. For example, if you go to move king f8, I have several chances, but I think the move rook h7 looks quite clear. Again, threatening checkmate on h8, and if you go king over to the side here onto g8, preventing rook h8, now I can take on f6, and this is the difference between the variations. The inclusion of this move allows me, after I promote to a queen, to checkmate you in this fashion, now that the pawn is defending the rook. So the difference is that without this idea of e takes f6, I can't actually put my rook on the 7th rank, or at least do it in a winning way. And that is the reason why after rook takes g7, f takes e5 that was played, you should start with the move rook c7 immediately, not let go of the initiative if you want to play this way. Although, as Maurice pointed out, it's not the only winning alternative. The important thing to avoid is not to take on e5, which would be an absolute blunder, as it gives black too much counterplay after the move b2. If rook c7 in this case, king f8, rook h7, king g8, I don't see any way of forcing mate immediately, and this pawn seems to be too close to the promotion square as it is.
All right, so Topalov on move, will he find the most accurate?
Yeah, Topalov is a very good calculator, and I expect that he went into this variation with the idea of checkmating his opponent, and since f takes c5 only wins a pawn instead of threatening checkmate as he should, I expect him to play it. There is no reason to waste a tempo by taking the pawn when there are so many other juicier targets in the position, including the weakened king and the more important h6 pawn in certain variations. So I don't expect him to fall for f takes c5. I expect him to play rook 1 c7 or rook c c7, as you want to call it, and win game that way. In the other
game
battle, it seems like nothing has happened. It seems like Nakamura is pretty confident about his drawing chances here. And why wouldn't he be? These rooks are definitely never going to allow this pawn to move forward. This game is surely headed for a draw.
I think so. I think that Nakamura has made some improvements in his structure here.
Right. It seems like Giri, it's not like Giri had any real chances at any point, but now it looks much safer for Nakamura than it did when his rooks were maybe a little bit more passive. I think that Giri still has like minimal chances to try to push, but they shouldn't be much.
All right, so it looks like today we're going to get 3 victories.
All with white.
Yeah, white's been doing well in the Grand Chess Tour.
Very well, and sometimes we have the exception to the rule where black actually scores a lot of points. We saw that in certain tournaments in the Grand Prix series this year, but it definitely, most of the time, you expect white to have good results. Not this good, but pretty good. Actually, who has won with black in this tournament? I want to say that the only player that has won with black is actually Topalov. One on time and one against MVL, but I'm not entirely sure about that.
Yeah, let me double check that.
So Giri still pushing against Nakamura, a game that I expect will end in a draw after a couple more tries by the Dutch player who has just made a move. I think we had a close call there when Giri was worse against Anand, but that's the only game that I can remember that was not a Topalov victory.
Right. Yeah, I think you might be right about that. Yeah. So after we come out of the rest day, let's take a look and see what the pairings are going to be. So
Very interesting matches, of course. The pairings in round
Nakamura is
5.
going to be played against Anand.
A huge game, especially for the lead. Nakamura, yes, I think it's a good time to look at the pairings. Jen, tell us what's going on.
So Carlson's going to be played against Grishuk. We've got Nakamura versus Anand. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave versus Giri. Aronyan versus Caruana. And Hammer versus Topalov.
Definitely a lot of interesting games, and I think Topalov with huge chances. If he wins with black again, and he can do it against Jan-Ludwig Hammer, he would have a commanding position over the tournament. Probably might go even a point ahead of the field if the results stand as it is, with Hikaru Nakamura having such a tough matchup against Vichy Anand.
That's right. So huge games after our rest day. That'll be on Sunday.
That'll be on Sunday.
Maurice, your thoughts?
Well, Topalov is going down the road to victory, and he has found the move Rook C to C7. This guy is known to calculate well and also to hunt down kings. A great double combination. He played Rook C, C7. He's threatening Rook G8 mate, and his opponent immediately played King to F8. We're now anticipating Rook to H7. There's some nice variations here. Again, the mate threat is on tap, and now Rook C, G7 check, King F8, and now Rook back over to D7. And the critical point is this move, King to G8, can now be met by Rook takes H6. He could also play check-in for the Rook on G6, but no need for that when he has this alternative. Now the only chance, go for counterplay, but Rook takes D8 check, King G7. By the way, after Rook takes D8 check, if you go to F7, you're getting mated easily in 2 moves. Nice little mate with the rooks and pawns controlling all the squares. So Rook takes D8 check. Again, King to G7, Rook to G6 check. And again, we have this funny situation. Where does the king go? Well, if he goes on the side, we have this mating sequence with F5. Check this line out. Allowing the pawn to queen, and after Rook H6 check, King G8, F6. And for a moment, you have a queen on the board, but it can't do anything. He's up material, and he cannot stop the threat of Rook to G7 check, followed by Rook to H8 mate. A really nice mating line with this move F5. The importance of F5, of course, is that you cannot capture this because simply Rook takes on B6, and that's all she wrote. So after Rook G6 check, you are forced not to go here because of the F5 problem, Rook D7 and F5, King F7 instead, and now you can play against that Rook D7, forcing the king back, and after Rook C7, again, these mates, the rooks are just crazy, hitting the mates, King F8, and now H6, another one coming on the board, pawn, queens, H7, and that's all she wrote. All you can do is take the rook and get mated after Queen G8, Queen F6 check, King E8, and Queen to E7 checkmate. A beautiful long line was forcing. Very easy to see the line going straight down. Too much force, two rooks, pawns engaged as well. And it's clear that Topalov knows exactly what he's doing. He has played the move Rook C7. And we're back here where, somewhat surprisingly, he is paused on this position. Sorry, we are actually here, Rook C7, King F8. We're here right now, and he's pausing. He's definitely double-checking and triple-checking those lines to make sure that that mate happens. Doesn't want to mess this up, because if he wins this game, he's the clear leader of the entire tournament going into the rest day.
Definitely a very important moment here for Topalov, as we have a couple of tactical shots being fired in the Nakamura versus Giri game.
Ooh.
It seems like it will still end in a draw after a simplification, but I think Nakamura had to calculate this a little accurately, and he probably did. So let's take a quick look at that board. The move Bishop D5 check appeared in the position, and I'm pretty sure you can still play most legal moves and draw, but the move that was chosen was Rook takes D5, which might be a much more direct approach. The idea being, of course, that if you take on D5, Rook takes C3 check leaves black in a winning position, while if you take on C3, After rook takes d6, we have an extra piece for black. White must try to promote his pawn, but this should be a very, very dead draw. So it is completely impossible to break through the fortress here that black has. Actually, black has nothing to fear in this position. Therefore, the only kind of winning try is to take on f6, which is exactly what Giri played. But after king takes f6, rook takes c3, the move rook d8 appears on the board, king g4, rook c8 was played, and black will capture this pawn with his king, and this being an h pawn I think is just a little bit too slow in any king and pawn endgame to cause serious headaches.
And we see Nakamura looking sideways. Usually he's not in doubt about the result when he has his posture.
Yeah, it's not so hard actually I think to calculate this position. You're going to play g6 at some point and slow down the white king, so this should be a really easy draw, even though there's a little bit of passive play. Maurice?
You know, we often see players show their tells, their body language. With Kasparov, he was taking his jacket off when he was in trouble, taking his watch off when he thought it was an interesting position, putting his jacket back on when he knew there's no doubt about this position anymore, especially the watch goes on, then you just knew for sure that he knew exactly what was going on. We saw this same posture from Nakamura against Topalov when he finally had equalized the position. You never see Nakamura sit like this, except when he knows it's over, there's no reason for us to play anymore, it's a draw. So it's very typical. Look at him, he's just accentuating that with like, seriously, dude, could we stop now? Might as well go have some dinner. It's pretty late over in Norway right now. What time is it? Like about 8 o'clock? 8:22 is it? Make it 9:22. 9:22. So these players haven't eaten a solid meal for about 6 hours. So he's certainly thinking, let's just finish so I can have some salmon maybe?
Salmon, that sounds great. Salmon sushi came from Norway.
I think
Fun facts.
after being in
That's my
Tromsø
favorite.
for, what was it, 2.5 weeks that I was in Tromsø, I think I'm okay without salmon sushi for another year.
What?
Yes, it was my favorite
I could
as well.
eat salmon sushi forever.
That's what you think. That's what you think right now. And then you go to Norway. I enjoy it, of course, but it was a little overwhelming how much salmon they serve in that country.
Stop hating on salmon.
I like salmon, just not every day. We see that Topalov is following the winning line here after king g8. He's still thinking. And I want to point out, even though that Maurice has shown us a lot of interesting checkmates in this position, not all of them are necessary. As in most variations, once I do take the knight on d8, I always have the choice of simply retreating the rook, sacrificing it for the pawn, and winning an easy rook and pawn endgame, because I'll be up 2 pawns at the very least. So even if Topalov manages to not calculate out a mate, he will be easily winning in most positions. I believe the correct line should be here, king f8 and rook d7, which is what was being shown to us, and after king g8, rook h6, b2, check on d8, king g7, rook g6 check, king f7, and for example here, even though I might find some fancy ways of winning, the simple rook d1 should also be easily sufficient.
We're going to get all the pawns.
Yeah, after you have to queen,
well, 2.
I take, and okay, you have 2 free pass pawns on the G and H files, and this is more than enough reason to resign us. There is absolutely no hope in this position. I'm even threatening to play rook f6 check and just pass this pawn. Very easy win for Topalov as soon as he plays a couple of accurate moves. Meanwhile, Giri and Nakamura seem to be
Also
headed
had a
towards a draw.
Which game do you predict will finish first?
Are they racing at the moment?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
There's only one spot left at the dinner.
Giri Nakamura finishes first.
Yeah, I think that's a good pick.
Yes, I think that this one will be drawn within the next couple of minutes.
I like Giri's answer to respond. I think he's quite good friends with MBL, Maxime Bashir-Larov.
They are pretty much
So
of the
maybe
same
it's like
generation.
A joke.
That he's nerdy.
Yeah, that was his one word description, nerdy.
That's pretty funny. No comments on that one. I only speak well of the players. Of course, in this case, it seems like Giri's resources have run out, so I expect him to go to dinner pretty soon.
And relax. Get started on that. Relaxing. I think the rest is even more important with this longer time interval.
Absolutely. I mean, this is so taxing on your body. This is difficult for the players to keep up. A rest day is very welcome. Get your head together, get your physique together, get your mental strength back. It's time to relax a little bit for the players. They'll need whatever it is they do on their free day, everybody approaches it with a different mindset. We've seen great players in the past always do different things on the free day. I don't think there's ever been a consensus on what the best thing is. Some people prefer sports like Magnus Carlsen. Other people prefer just sleeping all day. There's definitely different approaches to this.
You can't really sleep all day.
Well, they try.
Maurice?
You can sleep a lot, but I always like to get some exercise in and get the blood flowing. It's interesting, yesterday Magnus Carlsen tortured Geary for as long as possible in what was pretty much a drawn position from the start. And now Geary has his chance to torture Nakamura for as long as possible in a position that we thought was pretty drawn. What's interesting also is how he kind of looks disappointed. Like, dude, you knew this was a draw for quite some time, right? But it's like, oh man, he didn't mess up. Well, what do you expect? The guy's 2,800. It was a drawn position, and now it is a draw. And Geary's having a great tournament. He's at +1. He hasn't lost any games. He's right behind the lead as well. He's a half a point behind Nakamura. It looks like he's going to be a full point behind Topalov, but he's had a great first half so far to the tournament. He has drawn Magnus. Fortunately for him, he's now drawing Nakamura. So I think he should be quite content with where he stands right now with this draw, keeping him in the top half of the leaderboard.
Absolutely. I think he's going to be happy with the performance before the rest day. He has only one game where I would say he was really in trouble, and that was against Carlsen. Well, actually a couple. Now that I think about it, his game against Vichy Anand maybe was also quite shaky. But he's played already some of the top players in the competition, even though this is a very strong event. There are some players that are higher rated than others, and he's gotten out of the way Carlsen, he's gotten out of the way Vichy, he's gotten out of the way Hikaru. So I think he's going to go into the second half with a lot of confidence, trying to score some important points.
And Topalov fighting the winning line here against Aronian.
I believe that that's going to be a wrap pretty soon after Rook D7. Position is completely winning. The engine's almost announcing checkmate by
You're
force.
going to lose your bet.
No, come on. I didn't bet anything, did I?
No, I was only going to call you on it if you were wrong.
Oh, nice. All right, well,
we call it a free roll.
A free roll? Nice. Let's see.
That's bad for you.
I know. Not that bad. Well, no,
There
I
we
got
go.
it. I got it. It was a draw.
So
in the Geary versus Nakamura game, that game is over. And we expect that Topalov against Aronian will finish also very soon. An interesting game between Geary and Nakamura, but it never seen at any point Geary really had excellent winning chances. At most, he had perhaps an edge from the opening. A game that he repeated, the game Sam Shanklin versus Sam Sevian. Another draw in this variation. And I think Nakamura can be happy with another solid performance against Rui Lopez.
Good performance in all aspects of chess so far.
Absolutely. He's had a really good tournament, very solid. He's only been minorly in trouble against Topalov, even though Topalov thinks that he was winning and almost winning in some variations against Nakamura. I think that he's definitely the player that's been in the least amount of danger this tournament.
That's right. So Topalov's going to take a half-point lead, but Nakamura's play,
I think it's a little bit more solid.
I think it's really a toss-up between the two of them.
Well, to use Vichy Anand's example, you can't really say that Topalov is 3.5 out of 4 over the board, right? He was outplayed convincingly by Magnus Carlsen, and the fact that he won this game was completely off the board.
Well, if you look at the statistics and the numbers, we had somebody write in earlier that Topalov is 55% to tie for first or win if he goes half a point ahead. So that means that if he ties but loses in tiebreak, it still counts.
Yeah, I think that
Which is actually a big chunk of the time, of course.
I think that overemphasizes the importance of ratings in these calculations, whereas I think form and shape and consistency and are much more important than just what the rating says.
So 55 sounds high to you?
Yes, I think it sounds high, especially considering the fact that he won the first game out of luck rather than out of skill. If you told me that he beat Carlsen because with black he outplayed the world champion, I'd be like, yeah.
Remember,
55.
I said 40 and you thought that was low. I mean, you thought that was high.
I still think that's high. But I think that, yeah, as I said, if Topalov had actually outplayed Carlsen, then we will be looking at different numbers. But as it is, 40% sounds high. We have, I believe...
We have Yasser Seirawan with Anish Giri.
Excellent.
The master of the one-word game.
Hello from Norway. We're here with Anish Giri. Today, Anish, a pretty good fight, I would say. Give us your impression of the game.
Well, I don't think it was such a high-quality game, but okay, I got a pleasant position from the opening, but it was not so easy to play over the board because I have nothing substantial. I have to play very deep moves, and at some point I started going wrong, and at some point I thought I lost my advantage, and then I missed some kind of tactics, and I even got worried. But turned out that at the end of the sequence I'm better, and somehow I got a big advantage in a very strange, illogical way. And then, okay, it was a really pleasant endgame, but I had a lot of choices, and it was hard to decide. Maybe to change rooks or maybe not to. And finally, he defended all right. I still have to check if I missed something. But of course, the endgame initially was quite unpleasant for him.
Yes, without question. Still, the big shock for everybody here in the tournament is the position of the World Chess Champion. Share your impressions as a player in the event, watching the World Champion in the cellar.
Well, I would think that it's logical that at some point he has a bad tournament because he's a human. What is more surprising is that this is finally the first time that he's playing so badly because, okay, but okay, he has tough games. I mean, black against Caruana, black against Anand, and he has no opening repertoire, so it's difficult for him. And when he's not in ideal shape, okay, they take him from the opening and they don't let him go anymore.
Exactly. You've played very well so far in the tournament, and you're looking good as you go into the free day.
Free day tomorrow?
Free day tomorrow.
Are you sure?
Yes.
We played 4 rounds, right?
Yes.
And there are 5 more.
Yes.
Okay, good news.
Good news. Very good. And I simply wanted to wish you much success for the rest of the tournament. Thank you, Anish. Okay, take good to it. So this was Anish Giri, who has just drawn with the tournament leader going into round 4, Hikaru Nakamura. And it appears, as we're here, that Veselin Topalov is going to be the clear tournament leader with... Oh, hold on. We're going to get on... Hikaru. Sorry, I thought we lost it. Yes, of course we do. Hikaru, your impressions of the game?
Yeah, I was very confused, to say the least. It felt like I used a lot of time at critical moments, and Anish kind of was moving quickly and doing like completely different moves than I was expecting, so it was very, very confusing because like I really was a bit worried about some alternatives. Like I used a lot of time on knight a5, so I was worried about this bishop a4, bishop a3 idea. I mean, it was very creative and interesting. And then Anish just goes bishop c2, and then I use a lot of time to go c5, for example, and then Anish doesn't play rook e7. Like, I use all the time calculating rook e7, and then he immediately goes, what did he do? He goes bishop a6. Like, so it's very strange. It felt like every move, practically, I could have, like, just moved, like, 5 minutes instead of 20 minutes, and maybe I would have done better on time control, because somewhere around, like, move 34, 35, I kind of lost control, and I don't know if it was anything serious for White, but it definitely was better, and okay, after that I found the right way to defend.
It was amazing. It was like a very strange sequence. We expected some kind of repetition, and then he decides to force the game, and somehow he gets an advantage. It was like very confusing as we were watching the game, like, wait a minute, we thought it was just going to be a draw.
Yeah, again, I mean, somehow I feel like the fact that I used too much time got me into this unfortunate situation where it's quite difficult. Yeah, I don't know, because somehow I thought around the time I played c5, there were some chances I might end up better if Anish didn't bail out. But he found this, to his credit, he found this bishop a6 idea, and I still think it should be a pretty easy draw, but I was very imprecise. Again, a couple of moves around, like move 35 to 40, I just didn't play the right moves. So I feel like there should have been a way to just kill it, kind of. It should have just been a pretty simple draw, and instead it turned into quite a mess.
A complicated draw. Well, by the way, did you find it cold in the tournament hall? I was chilled.
I didn't mind the tournament hall. I thought it was too warm in the tournament hall, and it was too cold outside when I had to run to the restroom. So it was, for me, it was
the opposite of that.
But I mean, still, that's interesting location, certainly. And you know, whatever. You just keep playing chess. I mean, you shouldn't let these sorts of things affect you. I mean, maybe Magnus did, but
Okay. Thank you, Hikaru. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. Thank you again. Hikaru Nakamura, who started today's round tied for first, made a draw, and it looks like when we left that Veselin Topalov was winning. So straight through here, Hikaru, straight through here, and then to the right. You can get lost in these 9th century monasteries. And we'll have a free day tomorrow, and it looks like 3.5 points by Veselin Topalov, a clear tournament leader. And the shock, of course, is that the world chess champion with only 1 draw out of 4 games. All to play for, of course, still, but Veselin Topalov looks great as we enter, well, not the halfway point, but the free day tomorrow. Back to you in studio in St. Louis.
Wow, interesting comment there by Nakamura.
Yep, and well, it seems like perhaps the organizers have to reprint their rules and regulations for Anish Giri, who seems to be a little lost about when
Yeah, thank God for Yasser, otherwise he'd show up.
He'd show up at the
tomorrow
playing
at
hall
4
like,
o'clock.
nobody's here.
And here's where we stand with 1 game to play. So Topalov looks like he's going to wrap up that game, and he'll catapult over Nakamura.
Absolutely, he's going to win, no doubt about that. Aronian is expected to resign any moment. That will put Topalov at the #1 place with 3.5 out of 4, a fantastic result and a fantastic start to the game. And it seems as Lewin Aronian will have to, well, be happy with being on 8th and 9th place with John Ludwig Hammer. Definitely not a place he wanted himself to be. But if somebody told him before the tournament, you are going to be after 4 rounds, half a point ahead of Magnus Carlsen, I think he would have taken his chances.
Not like this.
Not like this.
Especially because they are good friends. And being ahead of Carlsen in this way can't feel very good.
No, definitely not. It's been an interesting tournament so far, and this is going to be the last few moments of the 4th round of Norway 2015. An interesting game where Aronian just made a big mistake, underestimated Topalov's chances, and a nice game from the Bulgarian player.
That's right, and he's played rook g6 check. We have kh8 on the board. What else has happened? Maurice?
Well, a final trick, small, not really that relevant, but it is a trick by Aronian. He just played the cheeky move, king to h8. He's hoping that rook takes f7 lands on the board so that he can play b2. And there's no mating construction here, only extra pawn material, as you mentioned, Alejandro. But Topalov said, I don't think so. I'm only interested in finishing you off right now. And he found the most accurate move, rook to f6. The Indians are screaming mate in 8. This is over now. There's no way to defend. If you try to queen this pawn, then this move just seals the deal. You can already see that mating mechanism in effect. So rook f6, the last trick, last gasp by Aronian. Now that Topalov has found it, squashed all that mess of any chances to prolong the game, we should expect to see Aronian resign momentarily.
Great game by Topalov.
Yeah, very crisp. It was very clean. It put a lot of pressure on Aronian. I think that Aronian, had he played a little better, could have held the draw in what was an unpleasant position. But, you know, that's the reason why it's an unpleasant position, because there are tactics, there are things you need to be careful of. He just missed one small move.
And here we are.
And here we are.
We have a leader at Norway Chess 2015, a clear leader going into the rest day.
That's right. Topalov with 3.5 out of 4. A very nice performance. Man, the things that could have happened had Carlsen won his first game, but that is not the world we live in. It's Topalov with 3.5 out of 4.
It's an alternate world right now. Massive drama in the first 4 rounds. Final thought by Maurice Ashley as we go into the rest day.
Well, you could say that he was gifted the first game of the competition, but looking at Topalov's play, he's starting to look quite convincing. In round 2, he may say he wasn't given a gift. No luck against Nakamura in a game that he was pressing and had plenty of chances to win. He then dominated his opponent, Maxim Vachilagrov, in round 3, and now another strong performance against Aronian. So he looks like the player to beat right now going into the rest day. Of course, he's being chased by Nakamura. He's got a couple of players behind him also playing well, Giri and Anand. So this tournament, just started, but we're going into the middle round, a very exciting tournament. It has to be without the world champion, though, as he is in the cellar, but there are plenty of top players who are keeping our eyes focused and interested and fascinated as we go into the rest day. Plenty of action yet to come here in the Norway Chess 2015 tournament.
Let's take a look at the standings after 4 rounds. Well, Vasilij Topalov leading the cross table 3.5. Our own Hikaru Nakamura from the U.S. with 3. Viswanathan Anand and Anish Giri with 2.5 each. Also, both played quite well in this tournament, so expect good things from them. MBL, Caruana Grishuk all at even 2 out of 4. Levana Rodian and Jean-Luc Van Hammer, just 1 point. Gonna have to see if in the second half they can start racking them up. And, of course, Magnus Carlsen. When will he find his groove?
Both Norwegian flags there at the bottom, definitely not what the organizers wanted, but just, well, it's a cruel game.
That's why you have to play the games, right? Because anything can happen. And so far, we've seen some things that are outliers on the statistical spectrum here. And
that's putting it mildly. Definitely very interesting results, some things we did not expect. And I think we're going to have to see more action-packed chess here in Norway 2015.
That's right.
On Sunday, since tomorrow will be a rest day in Norway.
See you on Sunday, same time, same place. That is 8:50 here in St. Louis, 4 o'clock in Norway, and 9:50 on the East Coast.